The main character's name is Hirasawa Kazuki. He is an ordinary Japanese student. He received a terrifying notification that after 8 years he will die. The guy decided that this was someone's joke. The main character stood and looked at his reflection and thought about how everything could have turned out like this. He was in shock. At this time, a situation was happening in the mansion. The man asked how the girl was going to answer for this, to which the latter said that she was very sorry, after which she asked for forgiveness. The man told her to stop babbling because she was a bad person. The girl continued to ask for forgiveness. At this time, Kazuki was hugged by some woman. The main character realized that this is a game event, a console game called Brave at Heart, a stereotypical fantasy RPG in which the main character named Rainer has to save the world. And although the graphics in the scenes were done in 2D, the heroes performed so many actions due to their specialty, magic, and skills. The combat system was completely absorbing, and no one paid attention to the quality of the picture. Despite the generally linear storyline, hidden dungeons and side events, romantic plot, and fascinating dialogues of characters, only a few buy because of the features of this game. The main character has already forgotten how many times he has completed it and has become completely addicted to it. He has played it so many times that he has practically memorized all the lines of dialogue in all the game events. The head of the Stokes family, Lord Hayden, his wife Lady Jessica, and his maid, Clara Summonich. They are some of the characters in this game. The main character was surprised why the characters in the game suddenly started moving, as if everything was happening in reality. He wondered where he was that he had slept through such a radical update. Looking ahead and seeing his father standing over the poor maid, he thought how terrible it was to start the game from such a depressing moment. Actually, this should be one of the flashbacks. According to the script, Clara, the main character's mother, was once executed by Harold, the Stokes heir. Kazuki wondered where he was. He was sure that in this scene he was being hugged by his worried mother. Here the protagonist's hand suddenly twitched. At that moment, the woman next to him told him that everything was fine, calling him Harold, that there was no need to worry about anything. At this time, her father was shouting that it was pointless to beg for his worthless life. He would personally cleanse the world of such vile filth. Clara closed her eyes and thought about Colette. However, the main character approached them and asked for permission to execute her. Kazuki realized that his body was moving by itself, of its own free will. At this time, his father asked what he was planning to do. The protagonist said that he had recently learned a new magic. He would make it his training dummy. Then he asked if that wasn't a better use for it than to spill blood all over the floor. The father agreed with him and said that it could be interesting. He turned to the guards and told them to throw this woman into the dungeon and be stricter with her, not to take their eyes off her. Lord Hayden said that she is not a very good person. Despite the fact that they showed sympathy towards her by allowing her to work for them, she cannot properly carry out any assignment. The protagonist's mother asked what else could be expected from such a lowly creature. She added that the girl would serve as an excellent target for Harold's magical experiments. At this time, the main character watched what was happening in shock. He listened to the dialogue between his mother and father. Beads of sweat ran down his face. He was nervous. Kazuki thought that Harold Stokes was disgusting and arrogant, the most despised character in Brave. And it is this hero who is doomed to die at the hands of justice, the final boss of this game. He was also quite a cruel character. The main character thought about why he turned into this, whether he had gone crazy, or maybe he was just seeing a realistic dream. He was an ordinary Japanese student, and now this is happening. While he was thinking about this, he felt unwell, and at that moment, there was a knock on the door of his room. At first, he tensed up, then asked the person to come in. At that moment, he thought about what he had answered without thinking. Knowing himself, he would never have said come in, so his voice expressed it by itself. A man in glasses came into his room. He looked very much like a butler. The man apologized to him. The main character thought that his name was Norman. Among all the characters, he is so reasonable that he was nicknamed the Stokes Conscience. In the event involving the family, he was the only one with the rank of saint instead of off-scale hate points. The main character thought that he was just a butler, and that he had no blood of this family. He asked out loud whether he really had some business with him. To which the man replied that he would like to consult with him on one issue. Norman stared at him. Kazuki stared back at him, not understanding what was going on. The man said that he seemed to be feeling unwell. Then he could come see him later. Internally, the main character smiled at him and said that everything was fine, no need to pay attention. However, in real, he angrily replied that everything was fine. Norman started arguing with him and wanted to explain that his face was a bit strange, to which Kazuki thought that he was really okay and thanked him for his concern. In real life, he simply said that everything was fine. The protagonist thought that it was all his damned language. It did not allow him to dispel Norman's suspicions at all. It seemed to him that everything he wanted to say was adjusted to Harold's style of speech. Norman thought that Mr. Harold usually expressed his displeasure without hesitation, but he did it differently. Then the man said that he would be brief. He begs him to soften the punishment for Clara. Kazuki was shocked by his words. The main character remembered the maid and thought that right now, the life or death of this woman was in Harold's hands. He thought that his mouth had simply read the script back then, but he had no intention of following it. The protagonist completely forgot about it in the shock of turning into Harold. He had to do everything to save her. Then he wondered if this was really normal. He also remembered Clara's daughter, Colette. He wondered what would happen after Clara was burned by Harold's magic. The orphaned girl will be thrown out of the estate, desperate and exhausted. She will be taken in by the family of the main character, Rainer. If he saves Clara now, the heroes will never meet, and it will be a completely different story. However, if we follow the principle of inevitability, the heroes will still find each other no matter what. But even in this case, his personal future will be shrouded in darkness. Therefore, it is easier to assume that this principle does not exist, and to lead Harold through all the game events, but only without causing particular hatred in everyone around him. This is an RPG world, and death lurks around every corner. If he deviates too much from the plot with his good deeds, he will not be able to read the future and will die from a random sneeze, which was not in the original story. But if he doesn't change the script on a large scale but only carefully directs it in the right direction, perhaps he will not only achieve the salvation of the world. The protagonist turned to the butler and asked if he was really talking about that same maid, if he was really offering to save that woman, while cursing at him. Internally, Kazuki was more polite to him. The guy thought that this wouldn't work. His hate points would increase, no matter what he tried to do. The main character told the man that if he wanted to save someone, he had to go first and think everything through first. He would listen to what he had to say later. Norman was surprised by his words. The man agreed with him but tried to argue with him. However, Kazuki said that he was a bad person, after which he drove him away. The man thanked him and asked for forgiveness, after which he left the room. The main character exhaled after this dialogue, after which he fell onto the bed. He thought that Shenahali, it seems Bali, he was too naive. With this voice lodged inside, he would still seem like a complete scoundrel in the eyes of others. He thought that maybe it would be better not to flounder at all. Perhaps after death he would return to his native world. Then an idea came to him. He took an empty life potion jar and a red marble. They looked the same as in the game. He also took a book of magic recipes and thought that it was written in Japanese. It was convenient. Kazuki thought that the best thing he could do was to follow the script until he figured out how to get out of this whole situation, but not to commit the bad deeds that Harold had committed, if possible. However, the main character wondered if this was the same world described in Brave. Perhaps it was some other one, just very similar. Before doing anything, he needs to check his knowledge of the original story. He thinks that he won't get any other information in this room. He needs to get himself some good trump cards so that death will finally leave him alone. The main character went outside and reached the dungeon. He asked the guards how many people were inside, to which the guy replied that there should only be one for now. Kazuki turned to the guard and told him to stay there and make sure no one came in. He abruptly opened the door inward, which frightened the soldier who was there. He was lying on a bench and resting. The main character said in an angry tone that he was going to interrogate the captive so that the knight would not even think about entering there. He answered positively. Kazuki entered the cell and asked the girl if her name was really Clara Emerald. She shuddered in surprise. Her hands started shaking, and she said that maybe it was time. To which the guy replied that he could arrange it if she wanted it so much, but he was here for another reason. He asked her to answer his questions as truthfully as possible. The main character asked her if she had a family, to which she replied that she had only one daughter. Then he asked her what her name was. The girl replied that her name was Colette. He asked where the rest of the relatives were, how it happened that she was left alone with her daughter, to which Clara replied that she had run away from home with her husband, so she could no longer communicate with her family. 3 years ago, her husband died of illness. The main character asked how old her daughter was, to which she replied that she was already 9 years old. Then he asked her if she had experience in magic and martial arts. Clara replied that her daughter was a simple girl. Kazuki thought that he seemed to have learned everything he wanted, and there was nothing more to do here. He said that that was all. They would see each other again. To which the girl stopped him. She said that if she died, her daughter would be left all alone. She asked what would happen to her at that age. It would be so hard for her, she wouldn't be able to survive. Clara asked that when she was gone, they would take care of her. With tears in her eyes, the girl said that her daughter was just a child. She had done nothing wrong. The girl continued to beg for this. The main character said that it was very disgusting. Her humiliation, these tears, this nonsense and vain fear. Clara did not understand what he wanted to say. However, the guy did not answer and simply walked away. Sometime later in the mansion, Kazuki walked down the hallway and thought that in his heart he was just crying from sympathy. But despite this, these were the best words of comfort that he could find for her with his bad voice. At that moment, Norman called out to him, holding various scrolls and papers in his hands. The protagonist asked what it was. They went into the room. The man put all this on the table and said that this was a map of the family's holdings. It depicted cities, villages on their territory, and in the surrounding areas. The main character said that this thing is useful, after which he asked how he was going to save this maid. To which Norman said that it was hard for him to say such a thing, but maybe it would be better for her to leave the Stokes' possessions. To which Kazuki asked why it was hard to speak. Then he realized that as a future feudal lord, he had to worry about his population not running away, catch them, hang them along the roads. But a single maid could be neglected. Norman was surprised by his words. The main character said that with Clara, these taxes are like milk from a goat. Let her get lost in all 4 directions. His eyes would never see her. Then Kazuki asked where the man was going to evict her, to which the man pointed to a place on the map. It turned out to be the village of Bluche. The guy thought that this was such a coincidence, right where Rainer and his family lived. The main character thought that there was no doubt that after this, the heroes would definitely meet. Kazuki also thought about how they would live in different families, and whether they would become as close as they did in the original story. He wondered out loud whether it was even possible to freely cross the boundaries of feudal domains. To which Norman replied that there were no special rules, unless he was a merchant or a nobleman, of course. But it would be hard for Clara to survive if she were sent to a foreign country without anything. At least some minimum was needed for the first time. Kazuki thought about the expenses ahead. And considering her daughter, there was also a carriage. If you take it with the family crests, you'll have to knock out permission. The more he thinks about this matter, the less he likes it. Norman was surprised that the guy knew about Clara's daughter. He always thought that he would be like his parents. This whole situation surprised the man. The butler thought about the main character and the fact that at such a young age, he was already worried about the fate of other people. The man wondered if that was why he had said all these words to him, and maybe his bragging about how he was going to burn the maid was just an attempt to hide her away from the eyes of his parents. And now the main character does not object to her relocation. He assumes that it is because he wants to save her. Norman finally decided that Mr. Harold had done everything to save Clara from the very beginning, and that meant that he too could not lose face. Lord Hayden and Lady Jessica are members of the nobility who adhere to the principle of blood purity. They look down on all nobles whose pedigree they doubt, and do not consider common people to be human at all. Norman said that it would be better to send them to a neighboring city. It would be easier to find work there, especially during the Harvest Festival, to which Kazuki said that the cost of living there is even higher than here. After the festival, they will be in a bad way. The man, looking at the main character, thought that if everything was so, this boy could become a real ray of hope for all the inhabitants of the Stokes estate. A new day had dawned, Yatcheltine. The protagonist walked away from the estate into the forest. He coughed, after which he spoke of the raging flames rising and turning evil into ashes. A pillar of fire appeared in front of him. It was quite high, which greatly surprised Kazuki. He looked at it in disbelief and thought about what he had done. But he can actually use magic. He even managed to use it the first time. He feels some kind of excitement. How do need see bok? Then he thought that there is nothing to be happy about. Then he tried again. He not only had to let Clara escape, but he had to make the fairy tale of him burning her to the ground come true. If he didn't set fire to enough of this place, no one would believe it. Kazuki looked at the scorched area in front of him and wondered if this deity was enough. Since he couldn't produce the corpse of the maid, let everyone think that not even ashes were left of her. She is no longer a set of pixels on a screen. Everything will be decided tonight. Failure is unacceptable, or death will eventually catch up with him. The mission started. Dubada. The main character, along with the butler and the maid, stood waiting for something. Dubada. After a while, Colette ran towards Clara screaming. The girl also ran to her daughter. They hugged each other very tightly. The girl cried all the time and called her mother. The latter hugged her and called her by name. The main character said that it was time to finish with these snots. They should listen to him carefully. He will give them 2 options to choose from. The first, his favorite, to die without leaving this place. The second is to run away from here, with their heels flashing, and never return. If they choose the latter, they will die here. They will leave the Stokes domain forever and break all their ties and relationships. Clara looked at him incredulously. She asked if he would really allow this to happen. Kazuki mimicked her last words. He said that it was enough to mumble, that we needed to get out quickly before he lost his patience. So much fuss with them. To be honest, his hands were already itching to finish them off, and that would be the end of it. Clara realized that there was no point in delaying. She resolutely asked him for forgiveness and said that she wanted to live for the sake of her daughter. The main character was pleased with her words. He approached his daughter, called her by name, then hung the pendant on her and said that he was giving it to her. He said that she should always wear it and never take it off. These were his conditions for allowing them to escape. He asked if she understood him. The girl answered positively. And also the main character said that she should give it to someone who really needs it. This person should be about her age and skilled in everything. In return, she should take from him a promise to become her knight and protect her everywhere and always. Clara approached them and said that Mr. Harold said that she should give it to the one who would protect her. Colette nodded and said that she understood everything. Then Kazuki said that they should leave already, after which he turned to the guards. He told his subordinates to take these 2 and transplant them to the strip on the highway. Then they should act as he told them. The men began to carry out his order. Kazuki said that they should be careful not to be noticed by outsiders. If they were to carry out the operation, their lives would not be worth more than a copper coin to him. The soldiers shuddered at his words and said that they would do as he ordered. Clara bowed to him together with her daughter and said that she thanked him very much. After which they all mounted their horses and rode away. Norman turned to the main character and said that it was getting cold and that it was time for them to go too. However, the guy did not react to his words in any way. After some time, the main character turned to the man and told him to go first. He still needed to do something. Kazuki walked a little through the forest, after which he remembered Clara's last words. He laughed at them a little and thought about why, despite everything, they thanked him for saving their lives. Wasn't it Harold who was the cause of their troubles? He had bumped into a maid while she was watering the flowers and then fallen face down in the mud. An unbearable loss to his honor. The main character thought that now these 2 would be able to live peacefully for many more years. But now he needs to do something. The butler listened to his words and wandered towards the house. He thought that for some reason Mr. Harold was very upset. The man wondered if it was worth it to make him alone right now. Knowing this, he probably shouldn't interfere. However, here Norman heard the words. The main character said that she was disgusting. He would turn her into a miserable pile of ashes. The butler immediately ran towards the master's voice. Kazuki was saying that this would be her end, after which he used his fire pillar skill. The man was watching what was happening at that time, after which he called him by name. At that moment, the main character was thinking that he was mindlessly reciting a memorized text again. It was as if he was adopting the behavior of his character. It was good that he had thought to send the butler away just in case. The contemptuous laughter and loud conversation with the absent Clara, if someone had overheard him, in his eyes he would have looked like a complete madman. Then the main character saw that Norman was standing and looking at him. He was thinking about why he was still here. He asked him out loud what he was doing here, since he had sent him away. To which the man apologized to him. Kazuki immediately started screaming that he should forget about everything he saw today, or take it with him to the grave, and not tell anyone for the rest of his life. And he will not accept any other answer from him than a positive one. The main character was very angry. The man realized that he was not worth arguing with, so he answered positively. He thought about why the guy was trying to hide his weakness. Norman wondered if he had always fought this battle alone. With his parents as bad role models and not having much power at the moment, he was trying his best to avoid confrontation. The man thought that, knowing what consequences would occur due to the friction that had begun with his parents, he had deliberately agitated both them and the inhabitants of the estate. The butler couldn't even imagine how much pain this was causing him. He couldn't even open up to anyone. Norman thought about why, over all these 10 years, he had never thought to get closer to this boy, and had not even noticed his feelings. Thinking that one cannot simply regret, he has no other choice but to atone for these 10 years of inaction as best he can, until the heart of this innocent boy stops beating under the weight of the evil surrounding him. At this time, Clara was on the road with her daughter and the soldiers. The baby was sleeping on her lap, and the girl herself was thinking about many things. She remembered the guard's conversation. The dark-haired guy said that Kazuki had warned them to keep their mouths shut, and not only them but the coachman too. His interlocutor said that they simply knew what he had been doing all day before. On his instructions, they rushed about like madmen, preparing horses and a cart, and all he did since the morning was snort. They remembered his words that as soon as they found themselves in the village of Bluche, they had to leave the girls there. He also gave them permission to travel on someone else's property, which he got when he demanded a sword from a blacksmith in Leeds. They should take this money and give it to Clara as compensation for moral damages. The boys were surprised by his words. They asked whether they really had to give all the money, because these gold coins were for buying a ball. How then could they buy such an expensive blade? To which the main character asked if he was really stupid or just pretending. They should buy some cheap sword instead, and that's all. Clara opened the bag with gold coins. At that moment, the coachman asked her if she was really not asleep, after which he added that the village of Blush had already appeared. The men said that they would arrive just as the sun rose, and then asked why they didn't rest a little longer before that. Clara thanked them for their concern, and said that she wanted to warm herself a little in this dawn. The guy agreed with her and said that he understood her perfectly. It was just an oil painting in front of them. At this time in the Stokes mansion, the father asked the protagonist if he really burned the maid so that not even the body remained. The man said that he was great. He was proud of him. That's what it meant that he was his son. Mom also said that he had such great abilities in magic, after which she said that he was her joy. The main character was angry at that moment. He thought that they should have suspected him at least a little. He laughed out loud and said that this was really some big deal. He thought about how their son had just killed a woman and a child, and they were praising him so extravagantly. This gap between them could not be bridged in a lifetime. However, he had no such intention. The main character thought that they swallowed it all, and that's the main thing. We should be glad that the rescue plan went well. At that moment, the door to his room opened. There was a young guy there. He greeted Kazuki. The stranger asked what he was up to again, to which the latter replied that it was nothing to do with him. After that, he asked to close the door, calling the guy Zen. His friend said that he was so cold, and this was after that night that they spent together under the full moon. Although he spent most of it sitting on the cart. The main character told him to keep quiet. He remembers perfectly well what he was doing, but Zen should forget about it, unless, of course, he wants to become food for the monster fish. His friend agreed with him, calling him cute. The latter thought that he should give him a break. Zen thought that today he was no longer driving him away. That was good. Zen thought about who he was and who the main character was, but it seemed that the latter didn't care about the difference in status. He meant that today he even spoke to him. remembered his name. However, the main character didn't care about the guy's presence in his room. He was deep in his thoughts, thinking about the effectiveness of his actions. Zen looked at him and smiled. I looked into his notes and asked him what the carriers, Bruns and Groots, meant, and whether he had really decided to do some gardening. To which Kazuki suggested cutting open his stomach and sewing them inside, along with the pot. Zen thanked him and said that he would manage somehow. Then he asked what kind of whim it was, and that they were growing somehow haphazardly. The main character explained that he fertilized some, didn't fertilize some, and diluted some with water. The guy recognized the bottle as a life potion. He had never heard of vegetables being watered with any alchemy, to which Kazuki said that they act on the plant better than any fertilizer. Yes, in fact, Macte, this is fertilizer. Only those where the potions are not mixed with water at all dry up before they can bear fruit. So he looks for the right ratio of water to get something like this. He threw the object right into Zen's hands and told him to eat it. The latter was surprised that he really had to eat it raw. Then Kazuki said that he himself had stuck his head in the lion's mouth. Therefore, he could curse his carelessness. The guy said that he would die of dysentery, then took a bite. After chewing a bit, he said that it was worth it. They were much sweeter and insanely tastier. It was amazing. The protagonist thought that it turned out a little differently than in the game, but he did not expect that the so-called ZZH method of farming would work here at all. He thinks that he should now take advantage of this advantage. There have been several natural disasters in the villages. Many farmers are suffering from low harvests and high taxes. If it weren't for Norman, he wouldn't even know about it. He suspected that his family was squeezing all the juices out of their subjects. The main character thought to himself that he didn't care how this family would end when the population revolted, but it would be desirable to avoid reprisals against himself personally. Kazuki turned to the guy and told him to stop eating, but he should take it to the cooks so that they could also evaluate the taste and compare it with regular food. Also, so that they could say how it would sell. Sought. The guy agreed. And also the main character asked about what if someone comes up to him and asks whose orders he is following, what should he answer? To which Zen asked if it was really a big secret, and then added that he would be as silent as a grave. The guy said that he ran, after which he slammed the door behind him. Kazuki wondered if he was really stupid. Where did all this enthusiasm come from? After some time, the main character went outside the estate. He took the sword in his hands. Closing his eyes, he began to try various techniques. Kazuki thought that he had already become quite skilled at this, and now that he was in Harold's body, he became interested in what his characteristics were. He thought that the latter, of course, was still a bad person, but one of the strongest fighting characters. Fighting against him was still a torment. The main character thought that he was still far from it, but there was still time to pump up his magic and fencing. Depending on his efforts, his original story could become no less epic. Kazuki thought that fighting was important for survival in this world of swords and magic. He no longer says that it would be impossible for someone like Harold to avoid fighting in the game. At this time, in another place, a man was talking to a dark-haired girl. He said something about the Stokes family's son, after which he apologized to Erica. To which the girl said that her father does not need to apologize. She knows that this is being done for the sake of saving their people. Protecting them is her direct responsibility as the daughter of the Sumeragi family. The man explained that the miasma continues to spread. It has already covered a third of the mountain, and they are getting new outbreaks of the disease among the population. The father added that if the corruption spread further, they would eventually lose their forest production and would not be able to properly support the Sumeragi people. The other woman sighed. The man said that it was sad, but they had no choice but to sacrifice their daughter to support their economy. Another girl called out to her, to which Erica said that everything was fine, calling her Juno. She asked to be left alone. The girl agreed. Erica thought that it was inevitable. After all, it was the only thing she could do for her people. At this time, in the Stokes estate, a fair-haired man with glasses sat and studied papers. The protagonist said that this was a copy of the income and expense statement that he had compiled. Norman and Zen stood behind him. He asked if there were any serious errors in the application, to which Kazuki replied that there weren't any, after which he asked him not to worry. He didn't call him to cause him trouble or anything like that. The man was surprised by his words. Kazuki said that in the last few years, the Stokes family's finances have been getting worse. The biggest reason is the extravagance of his parents, who spend everything on clothes and jewelry. They compensate with family inheritance and high taxes, but this will not last long either. This increases the burden on citizens. The protagonist asked the man if he agreed with him. At first he was silent, but then he said that he acknowledged that such a tendency exists. He said that people had to close their farms due to financial difficulties, and the number of immigrants from the nomadic territory was growing. The main character scratched his chin and said that it was urgent, but it wasn't that bad. But at this rate, the family would collapse sooner or later. Kazuki laughed and said that he thought that breaking up the Stokes family would be beneficial. The man asked him not to say that, in case someone was listening in. They might misinterpret it as an intention to rebel. To which the main character said that, according to his estimates, the population, in particular the agricultural sector, if they do not increase the return on them, then he is afraid that they will go bankrupt. It was for this reason that he called the man, calling him Jake. He said that such a bad person like him was their inspector in the agricultural sector, to which the latter asked what he meant. A basket of groceries appeared in front of him. Jake was surprised by this. He asked if he really needed to eat it. To which Zen said that he needed to do it right now. He shouldn't say anything. Just enjoy the red grotto created by Harold. The main character at that moment seemed to attack him and told him to eat, or he would become fertilizer. Jake looked at the food and wondered if Harold had really created this. The man picked up one product and then bit off a small piece. After swallowing it, he began to shout that it was delicious. Zen agreed with him with a smile. Kazuki asked what the hell he was proud of. Then he turned to Jake and said that it was a crop that he had grown using his own technique. Kazuki said that he wanted to spread his technique, so he asked the man for help. The man was surprised by his words and asked if he really needed help. The protagonist said that it would be worth all the expenses. Depending on the situation, they would need special equipment. So he decided that a person like him, familiar with the family's finances and land, would be ideal. Kazuki asked Jack if he could determine whether a certain piece of equipment could be installed and calculate the cost. Jack continued to stare at the product. Jake said that if it was possible to improve their current situation, he would like to help to the best of his ability, but then the main character interrupted him and said that he clearly needed to hear the whole story. Kazuki said that if it were his father, Jake would probably anger him, and in the worst case, he would be sent to prison. The man immediately became frightened by his words, while the servants laughed at him. The protagonist said that this was a natural reaction, because otherwise it would be like a new Zen, and there would be more worries. Zen asked him what he meant, to which he replied that he should work his head a little. Then Kazuki took out a bottle of fertilizer, and said that if Jake wanted, he would tell him. He showed him this bottle and said that it was the key. It's a method of growing that involves adding life potion to your crops. For now, he suggested calling it the ZZH method. They will share this with a few farmers and start testing it in the fields. The biggest reason for them to follow this system is to reduce any financial risk. Small, if luck turns out to be fatal, they will help farmers who cannot allocate more land for the ZZ farming method. And even if the method is successful, they will try to limit the spread of economic inequality between farmers as much as possible. They will also merge several farms together, since the family's stock of potions should be sufficient. Also, the biggest feature of the ZZ method is its growth rate. Each type of planting has differences in size and taste, but now the growth rate is abnormally fast. Jake immediately jumped up from his seat. He was shocked and asked if they could really harvest in just 5 days. To which Kazuki said that because of this speed, they can't let it go to the masses. He fears that if cheap, high-quality goods appear on the market, it will undermine it. Farming outside their land needs to be destroyed. The protagonist was thinking that if they found out that he had invented a method for growing ZZ, they would definitely be offended at him. His safety was above all else. At that moment, he was called by name. Kazuki said that he originally wanted to start after he had assembled a team, but if his father heard about this, he would try to monopolize the ZZ method. So they should start small, with a limited harvest. If they gradually gain economic flexibility, they will later have the opportunity to try other crops. Everyone present looked at him sharply. He asked them if they really liked to gawk. Jack said that he sincerely apologized. He was just a little surprised by the details he shared. Norman said that he had heard some of it beforehand, but he found it admirable how the gentleman had planned everything. The protagonist thought that at best he offered ideas, the rest he wanted to leave to his servants. He said out loud that he did not need unfinished business. If they felt that something was going wrong, they would give him advice without delay. Jake thought that at such a young age he had discovered a revolutionary method of cultivation, and also made a clear plan. And all this was happening, no doubt, on pure ambition, showing no mercy to itself. Norman thought that he does not pay attention to the money and honor that he could get. He is tuned to these strong feelings. In the desire to help the population, he has deep compassion. Harold has what it takes to be a leader. He asked if Jake would be his hands and feet. The man said that he would use all his power for him, to which Kazuki said that if he wanted to be useful to him, he should not use it for him, but for the population there. If they did not do what he said, they would not be able to survive. After some time in the Stokes family mansion, Father said that the main character's marriage union had already been arranged. The latter was shocked by his words. Kazuki asked who she was, to which Hayden said that she was the daughter of the Sumeragi family. This would allow the Stokes family to further strengthen their bloodline. Mom said that it was wonderful. The Sumeragi family is one of the noble families that helped create this country. Even now, they have deep ties to the ruling house. By joining them, their family will gain additional prestige and a few extra drops of blue blood. They are forced to give away their beloved daughter to improve their financial situation. This is a big blow for an aristocratic family, to whom the non-aristocrat is not a person at all. The main character thought that there was no concern. He just thought that he could relax and entrust all the preparations for the implementation of the ZZH farms to Jake and Norman. Kazuki wondered how he could talk about an engagement at such a tender age. Maybe it meant that Sumeragi's domain was already being affected by the miasma right now. He thought that if he wanted to avoid all his death flags, he couldn't act in a way that would catch the eye of the Stokes family. The head of the Sumeragi family is Tasuku Sumeragi. He has compassion and understanding of the beautiful connection. If he can get him on his side, everything will be much simpler. That way, he can better support the main character Rainer and others while remaining in the shadows. Zen addressed him by name and asked what he was doing. Was he really inventing fruits the size of a house this time? Maybe he could help him with something. To which the main character said that it did not concern him, and then asked what he was doing here. He should get back to work. To which the guy said that today was his day off. After these words, Kazuki kicked the guy out of his room and asked him what the hell he was doing there. After that, he wrote a lot, trained with a sword, and slept. After some time, the main character and his family headed towards his future bride. They called him by name to wake him up, and also told him that their estate was already in sight. A little more, and they reached the Sumeragi family. They were met by a blonde woman who said that they were very glad that they had arrived, after which she said that the master and mistress were waiting for them. When they entered the house, Hayden said that it really bothered him that he had to take off his shoes and put on these sandals. To which the woman explained that it was part of their culture. She hoped he could somehow show respect. Then they reached the door, and the woman said that she had brought them in, to which the head of the family said that they should come in. When the doors opened, the main character saw Erika, her father and mother, sitting on the floor. He looked at the girl and thought that the daughter of the Sumeragi family, Erika, is Reiner's comrade, and she is the one he should be careful with. The girl has a very sensitive nature, but she treats everyone indiscriminately. Even she sheds tears for monsters. Harold is the only one she hates. But, feeling obligated for the Stokes' financial support, she did not turn away from him until the very end. He wondered what would happen if Erika, in addition to her amazing kindness, acquired common sense, and agreed to an engagement with Harold, who is no longer on the path of evil. Is all that happens? Then it's okay. But if because of this she doesn't become a comrade of the main character Reiner, it will be a problem, since she is an invaluable healer for the team of heroes. They need her. Without her, it will be difficult. Even if Kazuki avoids every death flag, they won't defeat the final boss and the world will be destroyed. He can't let that happen. All that remains for him is to leave the most negative impression of himself. Then his conscience will torment him, but he thinks he will be able to say nasty things. At this point, the head of the Sumeragi family spoke up. He introduced himself and said that his wife's name was Koyomi and his daughter's name was Erika. The main character said that his name was Harold Stokes. He was pleased to meet them. He thought to himself that this mouth could say something respectful. Hayden asked the girl what she thought. Was it true that Harold was beautiful? to which she melancholically agreed with him. Kazuki thought that her eyes were completely lifeless. He had never seen such in the game. The protagonist thought about how to get the message across to the girl. At that moment, Koyomi suggested to her husband that they leave Erika and Harold alone so that they could open their hearts to each other. Kazuki thought that this was his chance. Hayden agreed with the girl's parents and said that it sounded fun. The father asked the girl to give Harold a short tour, but they must be back for dinner. Erika agreed with him. The girl turned to the protagonist and told him to follow her, to which Kazuki replied that it was a great honor for him to have Erika as an escort. To himself, he thought that he had to do this or die. After some time, they went outside the house, stopped opposite each other. The girl said that now she would introduce herself to him. Again, she is the daughter of Tasugu Sumeragi. Her name is Erika, to which the main character said his name. After that, the girl said that this tree is called a blossoming sakura. Its flowers are the symbol of the Sumeragi family. Kazuki said that it was different from the cherry blossom that he recognized, to which the girl asked if he really knew about this tree. The main character hesitated and said that, most likely, it was just something similar to her, and in general, he is not interested in all sorts of flowers. To which the girl asked whether this meant that he was not interested in the Sumeragi family either. Kazuki got angry and said that she should understand it as she wanted. He didn't care. He thought to himself that she was, as always, impeccably and extremely polite, and it was driving him crazy, although he simply tried to change the subject. Erika continued and said that all he needed was the noble name of Sumeragi. He thought that it would be better if she hated him. So he asked out loud what was so noble about him. Kazuki said that he thinks that the Stokes family is much more noble. At least they don't go around with their hand out and beg from others. Erika immediately got angry at him for these words. She asked about what he just said. The protagonist thought to himself that this was already like a blood insult. This could interfere with his original plans. Kazuki took an envelope out of his pocket and handed it to the girl. She asked what it was, to which he replied that she should shut up and take it when they returned. Then she should give it to her father. Erika is here. She turned around to walk away. She said that she refused to do this, to which the guy laughed and said that if she wanted to see how their people died in agony, then she should go and not turn around. Then the girl turned back and asked if he really wanted to say that their salvation was inside this envelope, to which he answered veiledly and said that she would not know until she opened it. In any case, she had nothing to lose. Erika decided to accept the envelope. She said that this did not mean that she believed his words, to which he replied that there was no need to believe words. She had to believe what she saw with her own eyes. The main character returned home. Norman greeted him and said that he was probably very tired from the road. He should rest and gain strength, to which the guy asked how things were going with them, to which the man said that everything was very good. They explained everything to their farmers right away, and he also managed to protect their arable fields without any problems. He thinks they can start testing in 10 days. To which the protagonist said that this was excellent news. He should continue to listen to Jake's reports. The butler said that he would do as he wished. Kazuki thought that he was glad that everything was going smoothly. Norman seemed to be good at operating from the shadows too. It didn't seem like his parents were suspicious of anything. He would like to know how Sumeragi is doing. Knowing Erika's compassion, there is no doubt that she will not miss the chance to help people suffering from miasma. She will definitely pass on the letter to her father. The protagonist simply wrote down a recipe for an antibiotic and the range of miasma infection that he estimated from the dungeon map. This will not solve the problem itself, but this will prompt Erika to eventually join the team of heroes to work together to figure things out. He doesn't know if Tasuku will believe some absurd letter written by a 10-year-old boy, or if he will make the medicine. He will remember it anyway when the antidote will already be used everywhere. A few days later, the main character asked if he was really making fun of him, if he had ever tried to hit him. He asked if he had invited him to train or to dance, to which the knight said that he was wrong, he was trying. Kazuki said that either he would hit him, then he would get off with a couple of scratches, or he would seriously get acquainted with his sword. He must act if he valued his life, or let him prepare for death right away. After some time, the knight lay unconscious. The protagonist thought that it was not worth enrolling soldiers as instructors. They were afraid to hurt him, that they hardly defended themselves. He thought about how he could then learn worthwhile combat techniques. He was thinking that maybe he should ask his father to bring a swordsman from overseas. Although it was unlikely that this parent, who was blowing dust off his beloved child, was capable of choosing a worthy teacher. At that moment, he was called out. The main character turned around and asked what was going on there, to which the man explained that he had a guest. Kazuki wondered who had been brought to him. Did he really have any friends? When the protagonist approached the gate, he saw a girl standing under an umbrella. It turned out to be Erika Sumeragi herself. The main character thought about what the girl was doing here, and this was right before the launch of the ZZ Farms. He needed to calm down and understand why she came here, and why it was necessary to send the girl as a messenger. Kazuki approached her and asked her why she had come here, to which Erika asked that shouldn't she start with the phrase that he should apologize for the wait, to which the guy replied that he had no free time, unlike some hamamishita. She could thank him for coming at all. The girl said that she was, of course, to blame for the fact that he had appeared so suddenly. The protagonist sighed irritably. He asked the maid to leave them, after which he turned to Erika and asked why she came. She should hurry before his patience ran out. To which the girl said that she would like to express her gratitude on behalf of her family. They managed to save many of their residents, so they are sincerely grateful. The protagonist thought that this meant that they saved them. It turns out that Tasuku created antibiotics. They turned out to be effective. He acted much faster than he expected. Kazuki said about clinging to every straw. Their family seems to be really driven into a corner. To which Erika said that it is, as he said, her family has no other choice now. The main character said that in this case he would expect a lot from his generosity, but everything he advised was only a temporary remedy. It would not solve the problem, and could also lead to side effects. To which she asked whether the medicines really do not cure completely. He replied that only if the symptom is mild, then perhaps, but not for those in serious condition. And he had no intention of worrying much about them. Erika thought that they were engaged for political reasons, material assistance in money and goods in exchange for prestige, position, and reputation. But still, Kazuki went further. He created a medicine for them. She wondered when he had done it, before or after the engagement. She wondered how they could develop a cure in a few days. Was there really an outbreak somewhere else? And this, despite the fact that they had not been able to find a solution. Erika was wondering how he could do that at all. At that moment, Kazuki asked her why she was there. She said that she was entrusted to deliver a letter from her father. The protagonist thought that they had made her a messenger after all. Perhaps Tasuku decided that this way the letter would seem more sincere. In it, he thanked him for the medicine recipes he had provided. The man also expressed his gratitude. He is sincerely grateful for what he has done to help their people. He is so grateful that it is not permissible to express it only in a letter. There were no side effects yet, but they would be watching patients closely who took the medication in large doses and for long periods of time. Kazuki thought that the contents did not surprise him. As the protagonist knows, Simaragi's domain is currently in an unstable situation. He does not know whether any unforeseen circumstances of insurmountable force may occur. Therefore, he has a request for him. He wants to ask him to take care of Erika temporarily at the Stokes estate. It is probably not appropriate for him to show such personal feelings as the head of the family, but as a loving father worried about his only daughter. Erika pretended to be worried. She said that it would cause such inconvenience, even though they were engaged, but she would burden so many people if she lived with him under the same roof. However, she had already sent the carriage. The girl said that now she could only count on Kazuki's mercy. He cursed at her, to which she asked with a smile what he had said. He asked if she was really that brave, to which she thanked him. The protagonist slammed his hand on the table and said that he was not going to accept this impudent, one-sided demand. Erika said that he was so cold, he had saved so many people, but he could not show even a bit of kindness to his fiancée, to which Kazuki said that it was because he expected a lot in exchange for his generosity. However, his compensation so far has not been very encouraging. The girl said that she completely agreed with him. Erika began to stand up and said that in this case, she simply did not dare to ask the main character for more. She once again thanked him with all her heart. The girl said that she hoped that he could forgive her. He began to wonder to himself what she was talking about, whether it was just a turn of phrase and nothing more. In any case, she left too quickly. After some time, the Stokes carriage headed along the city streets. The residents, seeing it, thought that this was not a good sign. It was not for nothing that they had a bad feeling since the morning. The main character was thinking about what he was doing in this carriage. It all happened a couple of hours later, as Erika left so hastily. Hayden informed him that from today the girl would live in the house. Kazuki said that he was not going to live with anyone. It all smelled very suspicious. To which his father said that he should not be so modest, their families officially approved of their relationship, so he should act. Hayden said that she should arrive at the eastern gate of their estate, so he should take a carriage and meet her personally. The main character thought that a one-way trip would take a week. It is clear that she planned it in advance, and even foresaw his refusal. And his father, like a stupid person, swallowed it. Kazuki thought that Erika had come here to spy, and then he broke away. However, he wondered what other intentions he might have. What's worse is that this development never happened in the original story, all because of this letter. Basically, he's reaping what he sowed. After some time, Erika appeared in front of him. She said that it was a great honor for her to be met personally by Harold himself. At the same time, another girl was standing next to her. Kazuki was surprised by this. The girl said that her companion, Juno, had come with her. She had been taking care of her since childhood and had never left her. The new girl said hello and said that she was pleased to meet him. Erika had told her a lot about him. The main character wondered who this girl was. He had enough problems with just Erika. He wondered if it was someone from the Sumeragi family, although he couldn't remember. He thought about how this was a new event with Erika, and an unfamiliar character to boot. He needed to stay as far away from them as possible, otherwise he wouldn't notice when he got to the death flag. He said that he didn't have time to they care. The main character said that they could stay, but they shouldn't get in his way. The girls agreed with him with a smile. He thought to himself that if they understood everything, then why shouldn't they go back home? At that moment, Hayden came out to them, introduced Erika to the others, and said that she was the fiancée of the Stokes heir. And also with her was her companion Juno. Kazuki was surprised by his words. The father continued to talk about how the servants should treat them with all hospitality, otherwise they might suffer. The protagonist was thinking about what kind of public execution he had arranged here. At that moment, the father called out to him. The man said that to show his gratitude for the warm welcome they had given him, he should give Erika a tour of the city tomorrow. After all, being able to accompany a woman was a necessary skill for a nobleman. Erika said that she would wait for their walk. She asked to take care of her. Kazuki thought that it turned out that he had no choice from the very beginning. At the same time, in the Sumeragi estate, Tasuku handed the woman a letter from the protagonist and asked Kiryu what she thought, to which she replied that he was so open and said everything that she found it suspicious. The man said that he thought so too, but there was no benefit to the Stokes family. On the other hand, the letter hinted at the Stokes' decline. Kiryu said that if that was the case, then it was possible that someone was controlling him. At least she couldn't imagine that the letter was written by a boy. Tasuku suggested that he was simply used as a messenger. The question is, who really wrote the letter? The man said that if he wanted to help their family, then why did you choose such a dubious method? Perhaps it was the hand of someone who wanted to harm the Stokes. Tasuku said that it could be someone close to them, as well as someone who can give Harold what he needs. Or perhaps he is freely manipulating him. It's all happening as if he was completely subjugated to his will. Or is it a way to test them, Sumeragi, in a critical situation? Kiryu said that there is a very high risk of losing everything if they try to find out anything. They are now in such a position that they can disappear without help from the outside. If the writer wanted this, he should have just watched. However, this unknown does not want them to die, and this means that, with a high probability, everything written in the letter is true. Tasuku turned to the woman and told her to immediately prepare everything necessary and use it only with the consent of the patients, explaining to them all the risks. She said that she understood everything. Meanwhile, at the Stokes mansion, Hayden said that there was no need to be modest. It was made from the finest ingredients, grown and harvested with love on their lands, all for the delight of their hearts. Mom, noticing that the main character was not reacting in any way, asked what had happened to him, to which he replied that nothing had happened. At that moment, the woman started touching him and asked if he was sick by any chance. Juno and Erika watched in shock. Kazuki told her to stop, not to do that in front of the guests. The woman laughed and said that she understood that he felt awkward when she caressed him in front of his fiancée. She apologized to him. Hayden said that Harold had always been so shy. Kazuki wondered why they were talking as if he was the only one whose reputation would suffer. He wondered if they themselves were ashamed of all this ooh. The main character started eating quickly and carelessly because he wanted to disappear from here as soon as possible. He cursed his relatives in his thoughts. His mother told him that it was disgusting. After some time, Erika and Juno went to their room. The latter said that she had heard of such a thing before, but he turned out to be a rather naughty child. Erika said that he could be manipulated. Juno said that, judging by Harold's character, he is not the type to calmly listen to what is said to him. And as for the subjugation of the mind, the girl tried to test it, but nothing came of it. Erika said that until they fully figured out his intentions, they would not be able to get rid of the threat hanging over the Sumeragi family. Juno agreed with her and said that this was the reason she was here. The girl turned to her maid and told her to be careful, to which the latter replied with a smile that she had absolutely nothing to worry about. For an agent like her, solving secret affairs was a pleasure. Juno looked out the window and thought that if all his behavior was an act, and he really was connected to mysterious outside forces, it would be unwise to just sit back and do nothing. Tasuku thought about it and sent Erika here to distract him during the daytime, to confuse him. She is nothing more than a decoy. And the main striking force is she. While the head of the family is busy with everyday affairs, she will strike her blow. But it could all be in vain. The opposite side has not yet shown itself in any way, although they have given enough reasons for this. Therefore, the elimination of their puppet will give absolutely nothing. Juno thought that, judging by Harold's behavior, there was a very high probability that he was being mind-controlled. Tasuku claimed this, but she wonders if it is really true. If it is true, then she will have to act. She took out a small, sharp blade and thought that she would have to work hard, and her face became ominous. Juno went to the villages to ask her opinion about the Stokes family. One of the men said that if she didn't like something, then you had to endure it, or be damned. All people except aristocrats were worthless trash to them. The woman said that everyone pays such huge taxes that they can barely make ends meet. The young guy said that the Stokes are crazy about weapons, they have a huge army. They can't rebel, because they will simply be killed. Juno realized what the queen's situation was like here. She asked one of the guys, to which he apologized and said that he couldn't talk about it, to which she replied that she just wanted to know what the city was talking about. Nothing more. This guy hinted that recently their son Harold, but he immediately explained that if anything, he didn't say anything to this girl, after which he whispered this information in her ear. Juno said that this couldn't be, that it was some kind of mistake. The guy explained that he himself hadn't seen it, but he'd heard it from a neighbor who worked near the mansion. If we were talking about Harold, then the rumor was probably understated, rather than exaggerated. At this time, the main character and Erika were walking along the streets of the city. People, having just touched them from afar, immediately ran into their houses, after which they slammed their doors. Kazuki looked around and wondered where all those merchants had gone. The girl next to him just walked silently. The main character knows nothing about the city, it hardly appeared in the game, and there were no maps of it. He had to ask his subordinates. Then he saw the merchants and called out to him. The latter greeted him. Kazuki told the man to give him everything valuable he had. He would get the money later. The merchant said that he understood them, after which, I stutter, he told them to take the goods. Erika was clearly uncomfortable. Her hands were shaking. She thanked him for the gift. The protagonist thought that he simply had a good reputation. Everyone was amazed by his kindness. Kazuki thought that when he spread the rumor about Clara's murder, he never thought about what it would ultimately lead to. He wondered if this was what the soldier had said, or if some careless servant had let it slip. Clara and Colette's safety was his top priority, so that their parents wouldn't start looking for them with torches and dogs. The main character turned to Erika and said that he had enough and was not coming back. The girl agreed with him. Juno was watching them at that moment. After some time, Kazuki returned to the estate and met with Norman and Jake. He asked about how their plants were growing, to which the latter replied that everything was growing well. The harvest was planned, as they thought. The main character said that he wanted to expand production, to which Jake said that they did not have enough workers. Norman added that if farmers were not controlled, they would grow so much that they would collapse prices on the market. Kazuki asked decisively that they really couldn't bother anyone else. Why was there such a gigantic staff of servants in this mansion anyway? Norman thought about it and said that the situation was complicated. Ario and Moxon could be transferred as guards. They were on the hook for their participation in a well-known case. To which the main character said that this really meant tearing off the assignment of service and sending to the village. This is completely impossible. He suggested that he could hire some strangers, whom no one knows. Norman asked if he was really suggesting taking in strangers. To which Kazuki said that he would ask his father, Lai. The main thing was to somehow enslave them so that they wouldn't run away. Jake said that with his permission, he would finish the report. To which the main character asked him again. The man added that it concerned the soil. He said that no effect of the use of ZZ was observed on the depleted soil. In total, 7 harvests were taken with a rich red, 6 with an oversaturated color, and 11 with a blue color. The man also said that the chefs constantly taste them, and so far no one has noticed a difference. The protagonist said that this was good news, but it was not enough to say that there were no problems. He asked him to continue to observe and report on everything until they were ready for the next step. At this time, Erica was sitting in her room. Juno asked her if they had already returned. It was fast. The girl said that she had heard that Stokes had low public support, but she did not think it was that bad. She also recalled the behavior of the service yesterday. She thought about how sad it was, why she got such a man as a groom. Juno said that such hatred is not for their nobility, as far as she found out. Erica said that in such a situation, it would be stupid not to try to find out everything. To which her interlocutor said that here the thing is, it is worth shaking the first 10 skeletons in the closet as another 20 come pouring out. Juno also added that among them there are such skeletons that even skeletons as such are not left. She does not even know how to tell her such a thing. The girls said that quite recently, Mr. Harold had a servant, whom he burned with his magic along with her entire family. A woman named Clara and her daughter Koretsuto, 9 years old, were killed. Erica said how this is possible, why does she believe this ridiculous rumor, it's all untrue. To which Juno said that it was not impossible. That was all they were talking about in the city, and outside the city, and the servants almost swear by it too. It didn't look like a groundless rumor at all. Erica began to tremble with fear. The girl thought that the main character talks dirty, looks tall, and has a warning, but he gave them hope and saved the people of Sumeragi. So she thought that he was a different person, not like his parents. She really thought so. Juno said that she would not take her eyes off him, but Erica should also try not to be alone with him. It was scary to imagine what else could happen. Erica, trembling with fear, said that she understood everything. Her servant came up to her, began to stroke her, and then told her not to worry, as she would protect her. Juno continued to stroke Erica and say that everything would be fine. The girl was very scared. At that moment, the main character was sitting with his servants and saying that there should be no problems. The maids were discussing among themselves that Mrs. Sumeragi doesn't even leave her room after a walk. It's been 2 weeks already. They're so worried about her. Erica herself was sitting in the room and looking out the window. The protagonist went outside the estate again to practice with the sword. He thought that it would be better to do it here than where he allegedly burned Clara. There would be fewer curious eyes. Kazuki smirked and thought that he could give it his all here. He then raised his sword, which was already emitting strong energy. He swung his sword and used his Thousand Thunder and Lightning skill. He slashed the sword into the ground and a huge energy strike appeared. The protagonist thought that this was no longer the same mosquito squeak, but it was still not enough for him. He sighed tiredly. He told himself that if he were to match his strength in the game, he would be able to do everything much better. At this time, Juno was behind the tree. She was watching the main character. The girl said that it couldn't be what she just saw. Kazuki swings a sword as big as himself, like it weighs nothing with the speed of a swordsman. And he can use magic too. No wonder he keeps it a secret. She doesn't know if he's a threat to them, but she won't know until she talks to him. Only now she's in trouble. What if she says something he doesn't like? Does she have a chance to stay alive after that? At least she can disappear into the shadows at any moment. If something goes wrong, she will disappear before his eyes. However, at that moment she heard a strange sound. Peering out from behind the tree a little, she saw that a sword had flown into its trunk. Her body began to tremble. The main character asked about the bad person there. He told her to stop rustling in the bushes and get out. Juno thought that she was finished. The girl thought about what she should do. Maybe she should try to escape. However, she dismissed these thoughts, since she would not be able to do it. Kazuki has seen all her secret movements from the very beginning. He is only 10 years old, but he already has such talents that he can easily detect her. The main character at that moment was worried and thought that his hand slipped. It was not on purpose. But he does not know who is there and why they are hiding. He came to a secluded place where there are no people, and as a result, he ran into someone. Kazuki saw that this person was Juno. She apologized to him and said that it was her fault because she was following him. He thought to himself about what she was doing here. Was she really that interested in watching a child play with a sword? At least it didn't hurt her. He is glad that she was not hurt, but she must remain in sight so that he cannot hurt her. He said out loud that this was impudence. She should know her place. Next time he will not let her get away with it. Juno was happy with his words. She thought that everything would be over with her, but the main character decided to forgive her. Kazuki warned her that if she stumbled again, she would be in trouble. But there wouldn't be another time. The hint was clear as day. She couldn't even imagine that he would expose her so easily. It was good that the tree stood in the way of the sword. How could she protect Erika from someone who could surpass her so easily? Such an overwhelming difference in abilities that there would be no battle. The main character is not only strong, but also devilishly inventive. She will not be able to compare with him. It is not humanly possible. It is a complete defeat. Kazuki asked her how Erika was doing, to which the girl replied that she was still not feeling well. She was very depressed because of the move and the unfamiliar surroundings. Then the main character asked if she was so homesick. Why don't they get out of here while it's still safe and sound? Juno said that he is so cold. Erika is his fiancée. What will he lose if he finds at least a little warmth in his heart? Kazuki said that she was naive, since their relationship was doomed from the start, and he had no intention of tying himself to such a stupid relationship. He thought to himself that his tongue was a cursed artifact. Juno asked him what he wanted to say. It dawned on the protagonist that he seemed to have said too much. He cursed. Kazuki thought about how he couldn't let anyone know that he was going to break off the engagement. He said out loud that he didn't have to explain anything to her, and then turned around to leave. He wondered if Erika had gotten sick. He didn't remember her getting sick in the original story. There was no such parameter as illness there. At this time, Erika was still in her room. The window was open. She leaned out to look at the sky. There was sadness in her eyes. When the main character reached the estate, he suddenly remembered that he had lost his sword in the forest. There was panic on his face. He thought that he shouldn't throw weapons around like that because they cost a fortune. He needed to get them before the moon went behind some cloud. Then he saw Erika in the distance. The main character stopped and, looking at her, thought about whether everything was okay with her, what she was doing here in the middle of the night. The girl, hearing the noise, turned around sharply. Kazuki thought that she was sick. He didn't think it was a good idea to breathe the cool night air in her condition. He didn't know what to do. He couldn't help her in any way, only if he took her to her room. The main character asked her what she was doing here. At such a time, she was sick. Only someone like her could walk here at night, although she herself could not stand on her feet. It would be better if she returned to the room. He thought that he had insulted her in vain. However, Erika did not react to his words. Then Kazuki asked her if she had really taken water into her mouth, after which he told her to answer when she was spoken to. He thought to himself that at that age, when you encounter a bully who insults you endlessly, you can lose your gift out of surprise. It would be better for him to call one of the servants to see her out. Erika still didn't answer. Then Kazuki said that if her condition worsened, then she should blame herself. He didn't care at all. To which the girl asked him to wait. It was obvious that she was worried. She said that she wanted to ask him something. To which the main character asked what she was mumbling. Erika said that she had heard outrageous rumors that he had burned one of his maids alive. She asked if it was true. Kazuki understood why she was so worried. Since no one was making a big secret out of it, it was even interesting when the rumors would reach her. Perhaps he should clear up the misunderstanding. The main character said that it was not true. The girl immediately became happy and asked if it was really not true. Kazuki said with a grin that he burned not only the maid, but also her daughter. since she was interested in the exact number of people he killed. Erika asked him how he could, why he did it, to which the main character said that some reason was really needed. They themselves asked for it by their existence. For him, all these people are just talking animals. He kills if he wants, or doesn't if he wants. Exclusively at his own whim and desire. Erika asked him to stop. Kazuki said that now none of them would be lonely, so let them say thank you for killing them both. In the end, they are just lower creatures. They are only needed for him to eat them for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Erika was very angry at his words. She raised her hand and hit him hard on the cheek. Fire and resentment burned in her eyes. Tears appeared in her eyes, and the girl shouted that there was no one worse than the main character. To which Kazuki asked what the big deal was. Erika said that she had nothing more to talk about with him, to which he said that this was wonderful news. The girl said that she was asking for forgiveness, after which she turned around and headed towards the house. After some time, the main character also returned home. He was standing at his door when Zen called out to him and greeted him. The guy asked Kazuki if he really went to practice today. He was there some time ago, and now he came to play a little. Then he asked him what happened. Zen asked if something serious had happened. Maybe he could help with something, to which the main character said that he was tired, so that he wouldn't bother him. He left and closed the door from the other side. His friend immediately asked how this was possible. He was not a magician. He couldn't do it. Then Kazuki pushed him out of the room from behind. After that, he abruptly slammed the door behind him. Zen, looking at this, said that now everything was clear to him. At that moment, the main character sat down on the floor, leaning his back against the door, and thought that thinking about this as a reward was somehow not working. Kazuki remembered Erika's anger and tears and thought that those were indeed harsh words. He said them to make her leave him alone, but they were too much for her that she couldn't stand it. The main character thought that he should not flinch. If he does not get used to at least this, then it will be simply impossible to endure what awaits him in the future. Солнце светит в окно. Главный герой распахивает глаза. Гарольд смотрит на часы и вздыхает. Мальчик думает о том, что много проспал, ведь кажется, что уже полдень. Он качает головой и вздыхает. Он продолжает вспоминать вчерашний день и думать о том, что до сих пор ощущает боль, но моральную. По его мнению, какой-нибудь фанат игры сказал бы «Вау» и пересмотрел бы этот эпизод несколько раз, чтобы насладиться эстетикой момента. Герой просит фанатов его простить, ведь он не такой плохой, чтобы это переживать снова. Тут у него бурчит в животе, Гарольд расслабляется и понимает, что стоит пойти в столовую. В столовую вбегает дворецкий Норман. Он обращается к господину Гарольду и спрашивает, не звали ли его. Мальчик обращается к Норману, он рад, ведь наконец соблаговолил прийти. Дворецкий в ответ сказал, что слышал, как господин поздно встал, а затем поинтересовался, возможно, это накапливается усталость. Герой ответил, что с ним все нормально, он просто не мог уснуть. Дворецкий был рад это услышать, ведь тогда все в порядке, однако есть еще один вопрос. Мужчина говорит, что сейчас главнее всего проблемы южферм, которые им принадлежат. Главный герой на это отвечает, что уже обсуждал с Норманом общую секретность и нехватку рабочих рук. Дворецкий это подтверждает, ведь тогда они решили нанимать совершенно посторонних, не из их земель, при условии, что они как-то добьются их лояльности. Мальчик именно об этом и хотел сейчас поговорить. Он предлагает найти какую-нибудь гильдию, заставить ее купить права на же метод, а потом, как нормальные феодалы, жить на эти проценты. В этом случае уже гильдия будет разбираться с фермерами, батраками или кто там у них есть. Мужчина удивляется и переспрашивает, правильно ли он услышал про торговую гильдию. Его господин подтверждает, что именно так он и сказал. Гарольд говорит, что схема простая, до нее бы и ребенок додумался. Они продают торговцам, торговцы фермерам, все живут припеваючи. Герой за это получил бы долю за изобретение и ни о чем бы не волновался. Но есть одна проблема, это теория. Но где взять такую гильдию, которая не кинет и не уйдет к другому феодалу позговорчивее? Норман тоже задумывается в самом деле, где бы им взять такую гильдию. Гарольд тяжело вздыхает и отвечает, что это он его спрашивает, поэтому Дворецкого и вызвали. Герой хотел посоветоваться с ним и с Джеком. Дворецкий отвечает, что у них нет надежных связей. Есть, конечно, авторитет определенного свойства, но его все же недостаточно для устрашения крупных гильдий, а всякая мелкая шушера не справится с возложенным на них делом. Герой говорит, что у его родителей, наверное, и связи есть, и авторитета больше, но он не может посвящать их в тайны метода. Мужчина начинает улыбаться и говорит, что тем не менее считает, что господин Гарольд предложил гениальную идею. Он бы никогда не додумался заставить работать торговцев, а самим ничего не делать. Мальчик говорит, что толку до этой гениальной идеи, если они не могут ее использовать. В любом случае дворецкий должен просветить Джейка, пусть тот тоже подумает. Норман непременно все сделает. Тут в спальне Гарольда раздается стук в дверь. Зен подошел к ней с другой стороны и начал звать господина Гарольда. Парень переспросил там, ли герой, а затем пообещал, что зайдет, хочет этого господин или нет. Зен не слышит ничего в ответ. Парень открывает поскрипывающую дверь, заглядывает в комнату и понимает, что там и правда никого нет. Он цыкает от досады и рассуждает, что господин опять, наверное, тренируется, поэтому он зайдет к нему попозже. Тут он что-то замечает. На диване сидит девушка. Он приглядывается к ней, а затем радостно окликает и приветствует леди Эрику. Девушка здоровается в ответ и спрашивает, кто он. Парень представляется и говорит, что его здесь все знают, а затем интересуется, куда подевалась ее компаньонка, госпожа Джуно. Эрика отвечает, что у той появились дела. Зену теперь все понятно, только что здесь делает сама леди Эрика. Он пытается угадать и предполагает, что нас ждет господина Гарольда, только того сейчас нет на месте. Девушка очень сильно удивляется, она не ожидала услышать такого. Зен вопросительно на нее смотрит и говорит, что уже все проверил, он же говорил ей, что запросто может зайти в этом доме туда, куда захочет. Парень вздыхает, он переживает за господина, ведь тот в последнее время так много работает и так сильно занят. Он боится, как бы тот не перетрудился, бедняжка. Девушка в этот момент очень странно на него смотрит. Зен это замечает и спрашивает, что с ней случилось. Эрика сильно сжимает руки в кулаки и прерывающимся голосов начала говорить, что тот, наверное, и не знает кое о чем. Парень удивленно спрашивает, что же он не знает. Разве он ей не говорил, что здесь знает побольше многих? Эрика заканчивает свою реплику, объявляя, что господин Гарольд убивает магией слуг по малейшей прихоти. Зен понял, что ей нужно. Он смеется и говорит, что это просто нелепые слухи, ведь у Стоксов такая зловещая репутация, что люди начинают всякое выдумывать. Он им не верит, и она не должна, кто ей вообще это рассказал. Эрика говорит, что спросила господина Гарольда, и тот все подтвердил. Зен должен знать убитую, поскольку та тут работала, неужели он ничего не заподозрил? Парень не находит, что сказать. Он понял, что все плохо. Девушка начинает спрашивать, как тут может, а потом себя останавливает и говорит, как она может так же слепо следовать за господином Гарольдом. Парень не может найти нужных слов, а Эрика продолжает. Она не понимает, как может принять своего жениха таким. Как ей простить Гарольда за то, что он кого-то убил? Зен может лишь повторять имя леди Эрики. Девушка продолжает говорить. Хотя она невеста Гарольда, хотя она здесь для того, чтобы спасти свой народ, и хотя это единственное, чем она может быть полезна для семьи Сумираги. Эрика начинает плакать и сквозь слезы с постоянными перерывами говорит, что даже если эти чувства ей мешают, она не может заставить себя отрешиться от них. Она кричит, что ни за что не сможет подавить себе эти чувства, никакая благая цель ее не заставит. Зен удивлен, что она так показала ему свои чувства, а девушка все продолжает, ведь то, о чем она рассказала, единственное, о чем она может сейчас думать. Парень в ответ говорит, что искренне извиняется перед ней. Эрика прикрывает рукой лицо и говорит, что показала себя в неприглядном виде. Она просит ее простить и стремительно убегает. Зен думает о том, что отчаяние, в котором утонула леди Эрика, всего лишь иллюзия. Мир, который ее ждет, очень добр. Господин Гарольд, чтобы спасти женщину и ребенка, не побоялся прослыть безумным убийцей. И девочка, что ради семьи и народа пытается пожертвовать своими истинными чувствами. По мнению Зена, эти двое так похожи. Будучи молодыми, они держатся своих принципов, своей морали. Он спрашивает, Так неужели правильнее будет разминуться, утонуть во вражде и недопонимании? А затем в мыслях отвечает, что все это совершенно неправильно. Они оба обладают силой и добротой. Поэтому обязаны открыть друг другу настоящих себя и идти повсюду вместе. Парень окликает девушку и просит пройти с ним кое-куда. Леди Эрика не понимает, что от нее хотят. Зен в мыслях просит господина Гарольда простить его. Парень в самом деле боится, что душа господина когда-нибудь разлетится на куски, хотя он страшится его гнева. Все равно он не может этого допустить. Если отвернуться от света, что может растопить шипы, пронзающие сердце Гарольда, отвернуться от этих блестящих глаз, Зен потеряет его каким-нибудь жутким образом и, конечно, пожалеет о том моменте, когда мог его спасти. Парень говорит себе, что никогда не простит себя за то, что не попытался спасти господина Гарольда. И пусть он неумелый и ни на что не годен, пусть даже господин не захочет его видеть. Потому что леди Эрика, по мнению Зена, так-то нужен господину. Парень уже вслух просит Эрику уделить ему минуту, ведь она должна кое-что услышать. Эрика смотрит на него, а затем спрашивает, куда им нужно идти. Зен хватает леди и говорит, что в эту сторону. Девушка удивляется такому обращению. Они подходят к комнате главного героя. Зен заводит девушку внутрь, говоря, что он вхож во все двери. Девушка удивлена, что они заходят без разрешения. Она спрашивает, зачем Зен-сан ее сюда притащил. Парень просит вести себя тише, кажется, что господин Гарольд идет. Девушка обдумывает слова. Затем она удивленно переспрашивает, правильно ли услышала. Эрика продолжает спрашивать, что делает Зен-сан. Тот продолжает извиняться и просить вести себя тише, пока господин Гарольд их не засек. Открывается дверь, и заходит герой. Зен начинает кричать. Гарольд цыкает, он очень зол. Зен встает в боевую стойку и, заикаясь, пытается произнести имя господина. Мальчик называет парня псом и спрашивает, что тот забыл в его комнате. Зен оправдывается, что постучался, но никто не ответил, это было странно, вот он и зашел. Гарольд его отчитывает, ведь если никто не отвечает, значит никого и нет. Он удивлен, что можно быть таким глупым. Эрика в шкафу думает, как она здесь очутилась. Все было так неожиданно, что она и опомниться не успела. О чем думал Зен-сан? Это неуважительно. Закрывать гостя своего хозяина в тайном месте. Тут она себя осекает. Сейчас не время об этом думать. Зен продолжает спрашивать, где был его господин. Парень говорит, что пришел не просто так, а с докладом. Гарольд переспрашивает и просит доложить, только быстро. Зен рассказывает, что ему не просто это говорить, но, кажется, слухи о Кларе уже переходят все границы. На рынке только об этом и говорят торговцы, горожане, не говоря уже про известных личностей в замке. Эти люди его умоляли, угрожали, но он ничего не сказал. Он говорит, что он немее всех немых, но надо что-то делать, пока репутация господина окончательно не опустилась. Зен слышал, что эти люди выдумывают всякие нехорошие штуки. Гарольд говорит, что ему как раз было интересно, что парень об этом думает, ведь от такого бесполезного балабола никогда ничего умного не дождешься. Зен обращается к господину и пытается ему что-то сказать в оправдание. Мальчик повторяет его слова. Герой говорит, может, тот предлагает послать глашатая во всеуслышание объявить, что Клара и Калет благополучно скрылись в деревне Блуше и что все желающие могут туда съездить. Эрика очень удивилась. Зен же начал махать руками и отрицать, он не дурак, чтобы такое предлагать. Гарольд посоветовал прекратить думать о бесполезных вещах, если его родители каким-то образом узнают, что они живы, конечно, в этом заподозрят его, он уже не говорит, что им снова будет угрожать опасность, поэтому это свершившийся факт. Зен это понимает, но нужно рассказать хотя бы леди Эрике, ведь она невероятно подавлена этими слухами. Гарольд сурово посмотрел на парня и говорит, что ни за что не расскажет. Зен пугается этого, она, Эрика тоже не понимает этого. Парень все еще не понимает, почему нельзя рассказать. Герой про себя повторяет эти слова. Он не может рассказать ей, ему нужно, чтобы Эрика ненавидела его, как в оригинальной истории, иначе не избежать флага смерти. Доброта Зена, конечно, очень помогает, но она же может привести Гарольда к гибели. Герою нужно придумать подходящую причину, чтобы у него в мыслях не возникло ей проболтаться. Мальчик вслух сказал, что она разревелась, как девчонка. Он не знает, это были слезы по нему, что он кого-то убил, или слезы сочувствия невинно убиенным, но это не важно, в любом случае это слезы по кому-то другому. И добавляет, что после этого ее можно считать только наивной и глупой. Гарольд говорит, что она слишком добрая, но это доброта слабого, который ничего не может. По его мнению, если такой человек будет идти с ним под руку, получит лишь страдание длинную в жизнь. Зен понимающе спрашивает. Так поэтому ее держат на расстоянии. Господин волнуется о леди Эрике. Мальчик отвечает, что это не только ради нее, но и ради их обоих, будто он может жениться на надоедливой плаксе, которая воет по любому поводу. Слуга говорит, что это значит, что господин не имеет намерения жениться на леди. Гарольд с сарказмом замечает, какой тот догадливый, и спрашивает, к чему тогда эта помолвка, а затем начинает объяснять, чтобы даже такой человек понял. Он говорит, что это просто помолвка, купленная за деньги. Несколько лет назад из-за миазмов, заразивших леса, земли Сумираги быстро пришли в упадок. Он рассказывает, что катастрофа была беспрецедентна для всего континента, что другие не спешили им помочь, заняв выжидательную позицию, ведь могли утянуть и их, и только Стоксы ради вожделенного для родословной брака ни о чем не задумывались. Парень удивляется, не будет ли фатальным для Сумираги такой разрыв помолвки. Гарольд отвечает, что если это беспокоит Зена, то он уже принял меры. Ведь мальчик, когда они были во владениях Сумираги, попросил Эрику передать письмо для Тасуки Сумираги. Девушка вспомнила это. Зен спросил, какое письмо. Герой отвечает утвердительно и спрашивает, чего Зен, как попка, переспрашивает. В письме он описал все методы защиты от миазмов, хотя это больше предсказание о вероятных масштабах заражения. Он продолжает, если местность лишь слегка загрязнена с помощью лекарств, они могут восстановить лесное производство, к тому же герой хотел предложить им свой же метод. Правда, метод еще не прошел все испытания, так что в письме Гарольд написал расплывчато, что собирается поделиться технологиями, а также написал, что они готовы разорвать помолвку. Герой уверен, что с лекарством и же методом люди вполне способны пережить эпоху потрясений. К тому времени они восстановят лесную промышленность и не будут нуждаться в помощи, поэтому, даже если помолвка будет разорвана, они не пострадают. Эрика молча плачет. Гарольд спрашивает, понял ли Зен. Тот говорит, что в общих чертах, но ему непонятно, до какой степени все спланировано, если есть и лекарство, и письмо. Герой про себя удивляется, что парень все понял. А вслух хмыкает. Герой говорит, что раз его собеседник такой умный, хотелось бы его предупредить о его незавидном будущем. Эрика удивляется. Зен спрашивает, что тот имеет в виду. Гарольд обещает сказать, только надо подойти ближе. Он уже говорил о скором крахе Стоксов, пора бы парню подыскать хозяина побогаче, пока тот не превратился в нищего бродягу. Зен сильно удивляется, разве они не собирались это предотвратить чудо-фермами. Гарольд отвечает, что оттянуть можно, но нужно и что-то делать с разорительными налогами и бессмысленными тратами, почему вообще он должен за всех думать, пусть сами придумывают. Слуга волнуется, что же тогда будет с людьми? Герой не знает ответ, по крайней мере, все будет в порядке с Тасуку Сумираги. Девушка продолжает обдумывать это. Зен не понимает, при чем тут этот человек. Мальчик говорит, что в письме попросил позаботиться о беженцах в случае падения семьи Стоксов. Ведь если не позаботиться об этих слабаках, они с голоду умрут, ему больше всех надо, что ли? Тасуку может не выполнить просьбу, но ему продали столько услуг, так что герой в него верит. Гарольд страшно зыркает на парня и говорит, что вот такая вот здесь предыстория, но кое-кто уже слишком много знает, как же все это сохранить в тайне. Зен очень пугается. Парень говорит, что все понял, и никому, ни одной живой душе, он нем как рыба. Девушка в шкафу молчит. Герой просит слугу выйти вон, пока он не передумал. Зен на самом деле и мечтал это сделать, но есть проблема. Он спрашивает, что господин хочет делать дальше. Гарольд злится, ведь это не его дело, зачем тот к нему пристал. Зен пытается увести господина на фехтование. Гарольд не понимает, как парень с этим связан. Зен, сверкая, отвечает, что фехтование — его тайная страсть, поэтому он мечтает увидеть легендарное искусство и стиль господина, поэтому просит взять его с собой. Он будет просто стоять и смотреть. Гарольд сильно удивляется. Тут мальчик просит подождать. Герой представляет весы, где практику фехтования перевешивает идея познакомить болтуна с молнией. Гарольд говорит, что хорошо, что нашелся доброволец, ведь как раз нужно испытать секретную технику. Зен называет господина по имени, пытается привлечь внимание. Затем парень спрашивает, зачем герою два меча эта специальная техника боя, не собирается же тот ставить слугу своим спарринг-партнером. Мальчик тащит парня и просит не дергаться, не будут его резать, это совсем не интересно, ему нужно лишь бежать как можно скорее, если он не хочет умереть, потому что движение — жизнь. Зен пугается, неужели господин решил превратить его в мишень? Герой просит парня заткнуться и перестать верещать. Слуга просит быть с ним помягче. В спальне шуршит дверь. Из шкафа выходит Эрика. Она идет по коридору и вспоминает слова героя о предложении послать глашатая и объявить, что Клара и Калет благополучно скрылись в деревне Буше. Девушка останавливается и разворачивается. Она бежит к Джуно и кричит, здесь ли та находится. Джуно приветствует госпожу Эрику. Эрика, запыхавшись, повторяет имя компаньонки и говорит, что ей срочно нужно кое в чем убедиться. Сердце Эрики кричало, что все это правда. Гарольд в это время наказывал Зена. Эрика все рассказала Джуно и теперь говорит, что все звучит убедительно, особенно в месте, касающемся лекарства. Поэтому она хочет, чтобы компаньонка подтвердила, правда ли это. Джуно отвечает, что создать лекарство за несколько дней невозможно, это неизвестное заражение, которое еще не изучили. Не хочет ли девушка сказать? Затем продолжает, что господин Гарольд обладает даром предвидения и смог предсказать кризис Сумираги до того, как тот случился. Черноволосая девушка говорит, что на что-то такое он и намекал, но пока они могут быть уверены лишь в том, что он разработал лекарство, чтобы спасти Сумираги. И на это должно было уйти много времени. Джуно молчит. Она думает, что это все очень странно. У него такие феноменальные способности, что он увидел ее даже за деревом и после этого не заметил никого в комнате. Джуно предполагает, что, может, он хотел, чтобы его услышали, но зачем это ему? Однако придумать такой план в таком возрасте, каким же он будет, когда вырастет, ее уже трясет от возбуждения. Девушка называет Гарольда своим мальчиком и думает, что, к сожалению, вряд ли их роману суждено состояться, потому что враги в таком возрасте, внушающие безграничный ужас, должны навсегда оставаться детьми. Герой вздыхает и рассуждает, что уже 3 недели, как его ударили по морде, и месяц с начала их визита, как-то это все подозрительно. Он ждет, когда девушки уже наконец свалят. Впрочем, пусть делают, что хотят. Ему нужно найти гильдию, которую можно будет потом доить. На его лице видна занятость. Тут стучат в дверь и спрашивают, тут ли господин Гарольд. Мальчик про себя говорит, что ему мешают думать, а вслух просит войти. Дворецкий просит простить за вторжение. Герой спрашивает, что тот хотел. Норман объявляет, что его светлость лорд Хайден срочно требует Гарольда к себе. Герой сильно удивляется этому. Лорд говорит, что, как мальчик, наверное, знает, состояние здоровья леди Эрики оставляет желать лучшего, поэтому он и внял настойчивым мольбам и решил отпустить их во владение Сумираги. Герой улыбается и спрашивает, в самом ли это деле, ему так жаль и так не хочется с ней расставаться, а сам в мыслях ее скорее провожает. Отец отвечает, что тому и не придется расставаться, ведь он тоже едет. Гарольд сильно удивляется. Лорд продолжает, что мальчик ненадолго останется, нужно укрепить их отношения. Герой пытается найти правильные слова и спрашивает, почему он должен ехать. Мужчина говорит, что леди Эрика – важнейшая жемчужина во владениях Сумираги, его сын же хочет заполучить жемчужину. Он должен быть к ней внимателен и не забывать. Она его будущая жена и мать его детей. Надо ее расположить и очаровать. Гарольд злится, когда слышит слово «очаровать», ведь лорд просто хочет показать всем вокруг, что брак – дело решенное. Хуже не придумаешь, ему ведь нужно держаться от нее подальше, а поехать в ее логово – все равно, что самому наступить на мину. Хотя это может быть прекрасной возможностью распространить заезжий метод. Герой сможет провести переговоры с Сумираги и продать им технологию от лица Стоксов. Он так и планировал после всех экспериментов. Время сейчас неподходящее, но раз уж он будет в гостях у Тасуку Сумираги. Мальчик понимает, что все решено, он едет. Встреча сейчас важнее всего. Это лучший вариант, другой возможности не будет. Он все ставит, что Тасуку согласится. Вслух герой говорит, что все понял и прямо сейчас отправится готовиться к поездке. Лорд начинает смеяться. Веселый папаша, счастливая семья. Мужчина говорит, что у сына все схвачено, как он поглядит. Раз за нее так волнуются, значит их отношения углубились. Гарольд мысленно желает поскорее свалить, желательно навсегда. Виднеется гористая местность. Это деревня Блуша. К ней приближается человек. Он здоровается с жителем деревни и уточняет, можно ли у того кое-что узнать. Мужчина говорит, что, конечно же, можно. Светловолосый парень говорит, что на самом деле идет одну женщину по имени Клара Эмерел. Таинственный незнакомец ищет Клару, то ли еще будет. Вдалеке виднеется маленький домик, окруженный небольшими холмами. Рядом с ним развешивает белье девушка. Она что-то напевает. Клара развешивает последнее, она рада, что с бельем, кажется, управилась. Женщина идет с корзинкой к дому. Ее волосы сильно развивает ветер. Женщина думает, какой это приятный ветерок. Затем она замолкает, а потом вспоминает, что с того момента прошло уже 5 месяцев, а ей все кажется, что она в каком-то сне. В тот день ее должен был казнить феодальный лорд, и она навсегда бы покинула этот мир. Но неожиданно ей протянул руку мальчик, что лишь на год старше ее дочери. Клара думает о господине Гарольде, ей интересно, как он там, все ли с ним в порядке, есть ли у нее возможность послать весточку и разузнать. Но тут она сильно мотает головой и говорит себе даже не думать об этом. Ведь ей никогда нельзя связываться с семьей Стоксов. Если их с дочерью обнаружат, это господину Гарольду доставит лишь страдания, она не может отплатить ему злом. Тут кто-то желает Кларе доброго утра. Она удивленно смотрит в сторону звука. Это Леона. Клара желает доброго утра в ответ. Знакомая спрашивает, не видела ли женщина, куда ее Райнер с утра запропастился. Клара отвечает, что не вместе с Колет пошли за молоком на ферму. Леона говорит, что ей теперь понятно, она так и думала. Клара извиняется перед Райнером, ведь он приносит и их молоко тоже. Она пыталась говорить Колет, чтобы он этого не делал, но ее не послушались. Леона смеется и говорит, что все в порядке. Он хочет стать рыцарем, пусть тренируется. Она продолжает, что ее сына можно нагружать, и нужно быть с ним построже. Леона продолжает смеяться и прощается. Клара соглашается и тоже прощается. Женщина улыбается. Она понимает, что тогда, возможно, ей стоит испечь печенье к приходу этих двоих. За ее спиной появляется человек в плаще. Светловолосый мужчина просит его простить и спрашивает, она ли Клара Эмерел. Он продолжает молча улыбаться. Женщина разворачивается и подтверждает его предположение. Человек перестает улыбаться и просит позволить перейти сразу к делу. Ему интересно, знает ли она что-нибудь о мальчике по имени Harold Stokes. Женщина очень удивляется и пугается. Клара не знает, что ответить. Мужчина продолжает говорить, что во владениях Стоксов ходят слухи, что этот мальчик убил слугу. Он спрашивает, подтвердит она это или опровергнет. Женщина молчит и обдумывает, что ответить. Она не знает этого человека и не понимает, почему он спрашивает ее. Она предполагает, что его подослали Стоксы. Но в этом случае он бы сразу на нее напал, как только услышал имя. Она сжимает руки и думает, что и в любом другом случае не лучше. Клара говорит, что не знает, о чем он говорит, и просит оставить ее в покое. Мужчина говорит, что уйдет, но вернется снова. Женщина опять стоит одна. Она продолжает обдумывать этот случай. Вдруг у феодального лорда действительно возникли подозрения, что тогда будет с господином Гарольдом. Она сильно складывает руки и молит Бога о помощи. Она просит его защитить господина Гарольда. Сам герой направляется к поместью своей невесты. Тасуку выходит, чтобы поприветствовать и поздравить с возвращением домой Эрику и Джуно. Затем он приветствует Гарольда Куна. Мужчина предполагает, что все устали с дороги, он распорядится, чтобы их провели в комнаты. Затем он желает всем приятного отдыха. Тут Гарольд окликает Тасуку. Он говорит, что у него есть важный разговор к такому неудачнику, так что мужчина должен найти время в своем расписании и поживее. Про себя мальчик сгорает от досады. Неужели он может говорить вежливо только в присутствии родителей? Он вспоминает, как смеялся лорд Стоксов. Гарольд думает, что Тасуку сейчас точно разозлится, ведь любой бы разозлился. Мужчина же говорит, что, конечно же, освободит, только сегодня у него еще есть дела. Он интересуется, могут ли они встретиться завтра. Мальчик вежливо соглашается. Тасуку уходит. Герой все еще удивлен, что тот не разозлился, хотя это ведь Тасуку. Он такой же хладнокровный, как и в оригинальной истории. Джуна молча смотрит на мальчика. Девушка окликает Тасуку сама. Мужчина поворачивается и спрашивает, что она от него хочет. Джуна протягивает конверт и говорит, что это доклад о положении дел во владениях Стоксов и о Гарольде. Тасуку благодарит ее, он прочтет это позже, она очень хорошо поработала. Девушка кланяется на прощание, а затем смотрит на улицу. Она думает, что успехи не такие уж выдающиеся. Трое приближенных Гарольда молчат, будто воды в рот набрали. Зен мямлит, Норман задает вопросы о том, все ли ее устраивает, мужчина в очках говорит, что очень торопится. Впрочем, ей удалось добыть немного информации у Зена. Все это показывает, что Гарольд безупречно контролирует информацию. Ее шпионы выяснили, что Зен, как доверенное лицо Гарольда, часто посещает фермы и поля, но для чего ее люди так и не смогли узнать. Эти фермеры — крайне подозрительные люди, недоверчивые ко всем пришлым. Джуна рассуждает, что для них нужно больше средств и времени. Как это ни прискорбно, но отсюда что-то выяснить будет еще сложнее. Она начинает обдумывать дальнейший план, но тут ее кто-то окликает. Девушка про себя говорит, что вот и сам дьявол пришел. Вслух она радуется, что мужчина быстро вернулся. Она спрашивает, узнал ли он что-нибудь. Человек подтверждает это, он говорит, что женщина, называющая себя Клара Эмерел, действительно живет в деревне Блуше. Джуна повторяет его слова о женщине, называющей себя. Неужели у него не получилось с ней встретиться? Мужчина говорит, что встретился, только она с ним не разговаривала, но он уверен, что она точно знает Харолда Стокса. Джуна недоверчиво переспрашивает. Она начинает улыбаться и говорит, что, похоже, им не оставляют другого выхода. В таком случае ей придется самостоятельно наведаться к Кларе. Судьба Гарольда теперь в руках Джуна? Герой пьет зеленый чай. Он наклоняет чашку и думает, что Тасуку задерживается. Мальчик берет в руки доклад о его методе земледелия. Изначально с его помощью он думал замедлить падение семьи Стоксов. Какое это было бы подспорье для семьи Сумираги, если бы эта технология попала к ним задолго до старта игровых событий, ведь только спустя год после начала Райнер и другие найдут спасение от миазмов. Однако сейчас, если Тасуку будет на стороне героя, у них будет больше возможностей поддержать команду героев, а самому Гарольду легче избежать главаов смерти. Поэтому он и написал то письмо для Тасуку. Герой думает, что нужно рискнуть и пойти по пути, которого не было в игре. Конечно, здесь действие зелий жизни не такое, как в игре, поэтому для продажи Тасуку нужно было сделать больше прототипов. Им все еще нужно улучшать качество технологий. Гарольд верит, что до сих пор они все делали правильно, но сейчас они не могут двигаться дальше из-за нехватки рабочей силы. Они не могут распространить G-метод, как бы ни старались, а когда запустится сценарий, Тасуку им помогать не будет. Единственный способ избежать глава о смерти — решить это здесь и сейчас. Это самое главное, поэтому герой должен сделать все, чтобы внедрить его G-метод. Тут кто-то двигает дверь, и в комнату заходит Тасуку. Мужчина просит его простить, что пришлось его ждать. Его работа немного затянулась. Гарольд усмехается и говорит в ответ, что, похоже, проблемами мужчина завален полностью. Тот в ответ говорит, что, хотя это так выглядит, сейчас ему легче все благодаря лекарству, что создал герой. Он склоняет голову, искренне благодарит и говорит спасибо Гарольду. Мальчик просит поднять голову и не паясничать, ведь он это делал не ради какой-то бесполезной благодарности. Тасуку не может не благодарить, он не знает, о чем герой думал, когда решил им помочь, но все же непоколебимая правда в том, что благодаря ему ситуация изменилась к лучшему. Гарольд качает головой и фукая, говорит, что это полное ничтожество, докатиться до того, чтобы кланяться ребенку, постыдился бы. Про себя герой злится, он пытается остановить свой грубый тон. Мужчина отвечает, что ему нечего на это сказать. Что касается Тасуку, он счастлив, что познакомился со столь молодым человеком, чье будущее полно растущих ожиданий. Герой в ответ переспрашивает, та ли это, и просит тогда продолжать вилять хвостиком, а заодно и посодействовать ему. Мужчина спрашивает, та ли это причина, по которой они встретились. Не слишком ли герой поспешно переходит к делу, без всех положенных предисловий? Мальчик отвечает, что ему некогда разводить тут чайные церемонии, он протягивает документ и просит сперва прочитать его. Мужчина удивленно поднимает листы и зачитывает название «ЗЖ метод земледелия». Тасуку про себя продолжает читать. Это доклад о прототипах возвращенных культур с помощью зелий жизни. Далее он рассматривает график сравнения объемов урожая. Мужчина сильно удивляется, он не может поверить, что урожай возрастает вдвое по сравнению с традиционными методами земледелия. Гарольд видит его интерес и хмыкает от радости. Тасуку кладет документ, поднимает голову и, пытаясь подобрать слова, говорит, что содержание слишком невероятное. Мальчик переспрашивает и говорит, что это невероятно, но это все-таки факт. Мужчина понимает, что, кажется, герой предполагал, что собеседник будет удивляться. Гарольд спрашивает, кажется ли это сомнительным, почему бы просто не сказать, что ему не верят. Глава дома говорит, что так категорично утверждать и на этом закончить переговоры, так поступать слишком нелепо. Он должен выслушать все доводы. В конце концов, перед ним человек, спасший Сумираги, когда научил их делать лекарства. Герой говорит, что правда это или нет, прослушивание бесплатное. Мужчина это безусловно понимает, но что мальчик хочет получить, если показывает этот документ с этими огромными урожаями? Гарольд отвечает, что если он хочет, мужчина может забрать его себе, это просто копия. Мальчик спокойно пьет чай, мужчина молчит. Он вспоминает, как Джуна передавала ему доклад о Гарольде. В соответствии с докладом он не чья-то марионетка и высока вероятность, что он действует по своей воле. Невозможно манипулировать человеком до такой степени. Он понял это, когда лично столкнулся с героем. Мужчина вслух говорит, что все же что-то не так. Он вспоминает слова, что можно забрать доклад. Тасуку продолжает думать, что тем не менее это игра Гарольда. Мужчина может прямо сейчас сказать, что не верит и остановить переговоры, а потом запустить зир-метод на основании подсказок. И зная это, мальчик все равно отдает ему инициативу в ведении переговоров. Глава предполагает, что это первый акт, прелюдия перед основным действием. А может, с методом что-то не так? Поэтому герою нужна инициатива от Сумираги. В таком случае слишком опасно отказываться от переговоров, ведь возможный урон Сумираги должен быть устранен. Мужчина принимает решение выслушать главное предложение Гарольда, а потом постараться точнее понять его истинные мотивы. Тасуку вслух говорит, что тогда просит выслушать предложение героя. Гарольд выдыхает и отвечает, что, конечно, позволит. В другом случае переговоры никуда не продвинутся. Глава интересуется, в чем же оно заключается. Герой просит предположить, что все написанное в документе правда, то тогда будет об этом думать мужчина. Глава говорит, что это удивительное открытие, и после его внедрения, если не возникнет особых проблем, можно перевести все угодья на работу по такому методу. После этого он позволит распространиться ему по всей стране. Гарольд спрашивает, хочет ли глава монополизировать метод. Мужчина этого не хочет, ведь если ограниченное число людей монополизирует ресурсы, это неизменно вызовет споры в будущем. Он не настолько глуп, чтобы окружать себя врагами ради сиюминутной прибыли. Мальчик скрипит зубами и тихо спрашивает, кем этот человек себя возомнил, хотя он проходит. Громче Гарольд говорит, что тоже так думает, нет ничего плохого в том, чтобы разбогатеть на же методе, но быть для всех врагом — настоящая морока. Итак, герой пришел сюда, чтобы сделать предложение. Тасуку просит позволить его услышать. Гарольд показывает пальцем на мужчину. Он объявляет, что Тосоку и станет его соразработчиком, а потом добавляет, что неудачнику сильно повезло. А теперь дай руку Тосоку. Гарольд опять показывает пальцем на мужчину и говорит, что такого неудачника он собирается записать в свои соразработчики. Мужчина не понимает, в каком это смысле, ведь он не участвовал ни в каких разработках. Герой говорит, что ключевое слово «пока» теперь они везде будут использовать имя Сумираги, поэтому проблемы будет решать именно эта семья. Тосоку не понимает, почему именно Сумираги, чем герою не нравится имя Стоксов. Хотя, если подумать, при разговоре наедине поведение героя, на взгляд мужчины, полностью меняется. Он предполагает, что мальчик скрывает свои способности от родителей. Если бы глава Стоксов и его жена знали о мастерстве Гарольда, при заключении помолвки они не преминули бы об этом повалиться в письме или при личной встрече. А еще он вспоминает те подробности о семье Стоксов, намекающие на их скорый крах, о которых написал сам герой в письме, которое он передал через Эрику. Мужчина обращается к герою по имени. А затем спрашивает, считает ли тот, что его родители лучше не знать о Ж-методе. Герой говорит, что нужно понимать природу его родителей, если они про это узнают. Случится то, о чем они говорили, Ж-метод монополизирует. А ему самому не хватает пешек, чтобы все провернуть. Если они увеличат количество фермеров, то потеряют контроль, и Ж-метод уже не будет им принадлежать. Тосоку, понимающе кивает. Но теперь глава не понимает, почему пришли к нему, ведь с такой прибылью кто угодно зацепился бы за эту идею. Гарольд отвечает, что из всех неудачников вокруг с ним иметь дела проще всего, хотя если тот откажется, герой легко найдет второго и третьего такого же, как и он. Затем мальчик добавляет, что думает, это не понадобится. Мужчина удивлен этой уверенности. Герой говорит, что у главы нет выбора. Тосоку размышляет. Какая уверенность заставляет мальчика так думать? Он не верит, чтобы такая позиция была без всякого основания. Скорее перед ним человек, который, используя логику, заранее отрезает оппоненту путь к отступлению. Но мужчина не понимает, когда с ним такое сделали. Тут он вспоминает то самое письмо, лекарство, линию защиты от миазмов. Он не может поверить. Гарольд смеется, неужели Тосоку еще не догадался? Некоторое время назад глава читал письмо. В этом послании герой обращался к Тосоку Сумираги Дано и говорил, что из них двоих для мужчины эта помолвка более болезненна, потому что он жертвует своей дочерью ради экономической поддержки. Между тем, семья Гарольда обложила население своих земель расточительными налогами, чтобы самим жить в роскоши. Не за горами бунт во владениях Стоксов. Поэтому герой предоставляет единственный шанс вырвать дочь из семьи, прочно вставшей на путь разрушения. Во-первых, антибиотик, описанный на отдельной странице, его нужно использовать для лечения больных, зараженных миазмами. Во-вторых, нужно создать линию защиты, основываясь на карте распространения болезни. В-третьих, необходимо воспользоваться технологией, которую Гарольд предложит в ближайшее время, чтобы возродить экономику Сумираги. Если семья так поступит, то сможет восстановить свои владения без поддержки Стоксов. Это и есть 3 важных условия. От них зависит разрыв помолвки с Эрикой Сумираги. Тосоку понимает, что Ж-метод и есть та технология, о которой было написано в письме. Он удивляется, что мальчик так далеко просчитал ситуацию. Герой спрашивает, какое это имеет значение, ведь ответ не поменяется от этого. Мужчина это подтверждает, ему очень хочется ухватиться за возможность, не раздумывая. Но у него все еще остался вопрос о причине такого беспокойства о семье Сумираги. Гарольд хмыкает и говорит, что даже если б он попытался рассказать, потом отрицает все и продолжает, что никому кроме него самого не постичь сути происходящего. Тосоку смотрит вопросительно. Герой возвращается к теме. Ему интересно, что все-таки решил мужчина, ведь если тот не может довериться, то разговор на этом должен быть закончен. Глава задумывается, что несмотря на то, что герой зашел так далеко, он все равно предоставляет право решать ему. Если мужчина примет это предложение, семью Сумираги, людей Сумираги и будущее Эрики можно будет спасти. Однако, если Тосоку откажется, ему придется принять помолвку, и семья Сумираги все равно получит поддержку Стоксов. Если глава это сделает, то Гарольд проиграет, и все его усилия по распространению же-метода ни к чему не приведут. Несмотря на это, мальчик строго придерживается формы переговоров, он предоставляет Сумираги выбор, который не оставит их в невыгодном положении. Мужчина понимает, что это нелегко постичь. Тосука объявляет, что принимает предложение Гарольда Куна. Герой и не сомневался, он говорит, что, пожалуй, мужчину надо и похвалить за столь быстрое решение. Теперь нужно готовить поля и людей Сумираги. В ближайшее время он вобьет в их головы ноу-хау. Герой считает, что на первых порах этого будет достаточно. Однако в будущем ему понадобится торговая компания или целая гильдия с большим охватом и полностью подконтрольная. Этот вопрос он оставляет неудачнику. Тосуку отвечает, что все понял. Они используют компанию для захвата других рынков и продвижения технологий, так они постепенно распространят влияние на всю страну и континент. Гарольд рад, что у Тосуку больше мозгов, чем у остальных шестерок. Мужчина встает и говорит, что если мальчику больше ничего не надо, герой его прерывает, он не понимает, что имеется в виду. Тосуку заканчивает, что если Гарольду что-то понадобится, он сделает все возможное, чтобы это приготовить, поэтому им можно пользоваться без всяких ограничений. Гарольд задумывается и молчит, а затем объявляет, что тот должен найти ему инструктора посильнее, чтобы пока герой здесь находится, он мог получить больше боевого опыта. Горячие источники. Гарольд наслаждается тем, что наконец-то начинает оживать. Единственный момент высочайшего блаженства он может испытать только во владениях Сумираги. У Стоксов, как известно, нет такой культуры омовения. Герой рад, что ему так легко удалось договориться с Тосуку. Похоже, тот еще быстро нашел ему спарринг-партнера. Дела идут так хорошо, что он не может перестать улыбаться. Тут на воду шлепается лепесток. Мальчик удивляется лепестку сакуры, по его мнению, это очень эстетично. В это время в доме кто-то предлагает начать. Тосуку говорит, что, кажется, у Джуны есть о чем можно доложить. Девушка это подтверждает. По приказу госпожи Эрики она долгое время наблюдала за господином Гарольдом. Глава переспрашивает, правильно ли он услышал имя Гарольда. Эрика просит у отца прощения за самовольное использование их шпионов. Однако было кое-что, что она должна была, несмотря ни на что, проверить. Тосуку спрашивает, что же это было. Девушка спрашивает, известны ли отцу слухи о том, что господин Гарольд якобы убил служанку и ее ребенка. Глава говорит, что слышал, ведь в отчете отмечалось, что такие слухи гуляют по рынкам и улицам их города. Эрика и хотела убедиться, что эти слухи неверны. Отец удивлен. Что они неверны, неужели она утверждает, что родитель и ребенок живы? Эрика объясняет, что для выяснения истины она заручилась поддержкой Джуна и ее команды. Она просит Джуна дополнить. Компаньонка кивает и говорит, что распространитель слухов оказались неточны. Служанка Клара и ее дочь Калет в настоящее время живут в небольшой деревушке Блуше, за пределами владения Стоксов. Женщина не меняла своего имени, поэтому найти ее оказалось нетрудно. Однако та отказалась разговаривать об инциденте. После этого Джуна сама к ней отправилась. Воспоминания о поездке в Блуше. Девушка стучится в дверь, она просит прощения, и спрашивает, дом ли это госпожи Эсмерел. Ей открывает Клара, она уточняет, кто перед ней и что ей надо. Джуна еще раз искренне просит прощения за столь неожиданный визит. Она представляется и говорит, что является представителем семьи Сумираги. Она хочет кое-что уточнить. Клара не может найти слов. Девушка говорит, что женщина уже, наверное, догадалась, даже если бы этого не упомянули, что это касается господина Харольда Стокса. Клара догадывается, что это их человек приходил ранее. Джуна это подтверждает и просит прощения за подчиненного, который мог повести себя невежливо. Девушка переходит к делу. Она говорит, что в данный момент Эрика из семьи Сумираги и Харольд Стокс готовится к свадьбе, однако из-за возможной причастности господина Харольда к убийству многие в семье Сумираги выражают опасения. Женщина кричит, что господин Харольд не делал. Затем она осекается и замолкает, так как выдала тайну. Джуна говорит, что лично она не верит, что господин Харольд способен на такое, ведь перед ней живая и здоровая служанка. Проблема в том, что господин сам распространяет эти слухи. Клара удивляется этому. Компаньонка объясняет, что герой взял на себя клеймо убийцы и лично признал себя виновным в подобном деянии, терпя ненависть и презрение крестьян и горожан. Хотя господин этого не показывает, он очень измучен. Клара не ожидала этого. Девушка объявляет, что у нее нет намерения всем раскрывать истину, однако, если ей все расскажут, господин Гарольд в ее лице получит в ее лице ценного сторонника. Она спрашивает, не могла бы женщина помочь ей спасти молодого человека. Клара начинает плакать. Она вспоминает, как выглядел господин Гарольд на последней встрече. Она понимает, что все из-за нее, поэтому падает на колени и начинает рыдать. Джуно говорит, что может приблизительно понять, что произошло, понимает, что женщина, скорее всего, не решится поделиться правдой, однако они могут поговорить и так. Девушка берет собеседницу за руки и заканчивает, что даже если в конечном итоге это ей навредит, она все равно сделает все, что сможет, чтобы помочь господину Гарольду и госпоже Эрика. Клара начинает говорить, что все, что она может. Затем она замолкает и продолжает, что понимает, Джуно просит пойти ее с собой, ведь об этом нельзя говорить на крыльце. Она тоже, даже если она просто так-то нуждается в помощи, сделает все, чтобы помочь господину Гарольду. Джуно продолжает рассказывать, что все началось, когда Клара чуть не ранила господина Гарольда. После этого служанку хотели казнить, и чтобы освободить ее от мести господина Хайдена, главы семьи, господин Гарольд сказал, что хочет использовать ее в качестве подопытной в магических экспериментах. Затем он запер ее в темнице, а сам выиграл время для подготовки плана побега. Наконец он вывез ее вместе с дочкой. Похоже, экипаж, дом на новом месте, предметы быта и деньги на первое время тоже были предоставлены господином Гарольдом. Девушка заканчивает рассказ тем, что господин Гарольд несет на себе клеймо убийцы, даже сейчас беспокоясь о судьбе Клары и ее дочери. Джуно считает, что он этот сделал только ради их защиты. Все молчат и обдумывают услышанное. Эрика встает и куда-то идет. Отец окликает ее и спрашивает, куда та собралась. Дочь отвечает, что должна извиниться перед господином Гарольдом. Она ничего не знала и не пыталась узнать, и просто выплеснула на героя свои чувства, даже подняла на него руку. Эрика боится, что Гарольд никогда ее не простит. Но даже в таком случае она. Тут ее прерывает Тасуку, мужчина говорит, что не может этого допустить. Девушка сильно удивляется. Глава объясняет, что герой так сильно рискует, чтобы защитить их, поэтому теперь, когда они узнали его тайну, они должны хранить ее, а не разглашать. Он продолжает, что если Гарольд узнает, что подробности переданы тому, кому он пока не может доверять, он станет еще более осторожен и оттолкнет от себя даже больше, чем он уже это сделал. Эрика расстраивается и молча кивает. Отец понимает, это нормально, что она хочет извиниться. Однако он не понимает, правда ли это от того, что она его обидела. Может ли девушка торжественно поклясться, что извиняется не для того, чтобы себя утешить? Девушка начинает дрожать. Она не понимает, что ей тогда делать. Она кричит, что ей делать, если она не может исправить свою ошибку и даже склонить голову, чтобы извиниться. Тасуку трогает ее голову, он говорит, что его Эрика может стать человеком, который во всем поддерживает Гарольд-куна. Глава считает мальчика исключительным, но вместе с тем слишком исключительным, а это часто отталкивает. Если девушка хочет искупить свои поступки, она должна не молить о прощении, а постараться сблизиться с ним. Отец просит ее следить за тем, что герой пытается достичь, доверять ему и стать тем, кто пытается его понять. Девушка продолжает тихо плакать и повторяет слова, что ей нужно сблизиться с ним и стать тем, кто пытается его понять. Тасуку продолжает, что это определенно непростая задача, ведь Гарольд настолько блистает, что хотя ему и понадобятся союзники, наверное, у него не останется места для друзей и даже для Эрики, его невесты. Девушка опять удивляется. Мужчина считает, что как бы она ни посвящала себя герою, исключения не будет, и их сердцам, возможно, никогда не суждено встретиться. Отец твердо спрашивает, есть ли у девушки решимость верить в такого человека и следовать за ним. Девушку задевают эти слова, она не знает, что ответить. Тасуку говорит, что ей не нужно отвечать сейчас, она может решить, что ей делать, когда будет наблюдать за Гарольдом. После этих слов он поднимает голову и говорит, что теперь Эрика может извиниться за то, что подняла на героя руку. Девушка разворачивается, говорит, что так и сделает, а потом хлопает дверью. Ее мама выдыхает и говорит, что после того, как они объявили о помолвке, дочь была сильно подавлена, а теперь ее настроение точно такое же, если не хуже, только причина противоположная. Тасуку поддакивает, ведь именно так и вырастают дети. Женщина смеется, что мужчина говорит так, будто они в первый раз наблюдают за взрослением своего ребенка. Отец тоже посмеивается, ведь при взгляде на любимую дочь человек терзается этими чувствами намного сильнее. В это время Джуно бежит за Эрикой. Раздается скрип колес и цокот копыт. Карета приближается к пункту назначения. Гарольд объявляет, что они наконец-то прибыли. Тасуку показывает и рассказывает, что перед ними крупнейший храм боевых искусств во владениях Сумираги. Дети и взрослые здесь тренируются каждый день, чтобы научиться боевым искусствам, стрельбе из лука, фехтованию, магии. Гарольд это понимает. Мальчик показывает на Эрику и спрашивает, зачем они с собой привезли эту девчонку. Глава говорит, что взял ее, потому что на этом настаивал будущий противник героя. Мальчик продолжает смотреть на девушку, он в самом деле ничего не понимает, но оставляет им все, ведь ему все равно. Девушка сконфуженно молчит, Гарольд выходит в костюме для тренировок. Тасуку удивляется, что герою удалось без проблем его надеть. Мужчина припоминает, что юкату герой тоже надел самостоятельно, он спрашивает, где тот этому научился. Гарольд гордо отвечает, что можно подумать, это большое дело. Его больше интересует противник. Тасуку просит не волноваться, тот уже здесь. Мужчина окликает человека по имени Ицуки. Мальчик поворачивает голову, восклицает, и пока Тасуку просит простить его, ведь Ицуки вернулся только сегодня утром, шмыгает мимо. Он обнимает Эрику, причитая, что так давно ее не видел, а она стала такой красивой. Он спрашивает, скучала ли она по нему, должна была, он сам так скучал, что уснуть не мог, хорошо ли она кушает. Он приготовил ей кучу сувениров, ждет не дождется, чтобы вручить. Девушка пытается вырваться, просит ее отпустить, она не может дышать. На все это молча смотрит Гарольд. Затем он спрашивает у Тасуку, шутка ли это, неужели это его противник. Глава понимает его сомнения, но сила этого человека абсолютна. Герой продолжает злиться. Он точно помнит, что велел найти кого-то выдающегося, а с какой стороны это чудо ни крути, является лишь ребенком. Ицуки в ответ спрашивает, не относится ли тоже к герою. Затем он поднимает голову и с улыбкой говорит, что сначала хочет представиться. Он Ицуки Сумираги, старший брат Эрики. Гарольд про себя повторяет слова, что это старший брат. Ицуки называет Гарольда полным именем. Он приближается к герою, пол скрипит под его ногами. Мальчик спрашивает, все ли это, не упустили ли они важную деталь. Затем Ицуки хватает Гарольда за плечи и гневно спрашивает, является ли тот женихом его сестры. Его лицо приближается все ближе, а пламя сзади кипит и пышет все больше. Ицуки медленно произносит, что перед ним жених его чудесной маленькой сестренки. Мальчик продолжает трясти героя. Отец просит его прекратить, Эрика не знает, что сказать. Гарольд злится все сильнее. Он не понимает, что это законченный сестролюб. Гайд, как отличить Гарольда от Ицуки. 1. У Ицуки родинка под правым глазом. 2. У Гарольда пробор волос буквой «П», у Ицуки треугольником. 3. Гарольд в бою почти всегда слева. 4. Гарольд меньше ростом и корчит страшные рожи. Вокруг один шум и гам. Один из мальчиков привлекает внимание, он говорит, что там внизу сейчас бой между Ицуки и женихом госпожи Эрики. Другие удивляются этому. Один говорит, что это такой шанс посмотреть на легендарное искусство фехтования Ицуки. Другой предлагает бежать, третий соглашается. Раздается топот их ног. Ицуки продолжает держать Гарольда за плечи. Он злится, ведь до него дошли слухи, поэтому сейчас самое время для поединка. Гарольд злится еще сильнее, он просит этот кусок дерьма его отпустить. На самом деле он вежливо просит отпустить, ведь ему больно. Ицуки радуется, ведь противник уже горит от нетерпения, им пора доставать оружие, пока пыл не угас. Мальчик начинает искать бамбуковые палочки. Гарольд думает, что перед ним значит старший брат Эрики. Тот в это время радуется, что сестра принесла их для него. Он спрашивает, знает ли Эрика, что она просто ангел. Герой теперь понимает, что это за чучело. В игре о нем только вскользь упоминали другие персонажи, поэтому он его не знал. На фоне Ицуки радостно говорит, что ради сестры выложится на полную, поэтому она должна его поддержать изо всех сил. Гарольд думает, какой это геморрой, нигде не говорилось, что брат Эрики такой сискончик. Ицуки швыряет герою палку. Тот ее хватает и спрашивает, неужели они на таких специализируются. Гарольд несколько раз машет этим инструментом, меч издает свистящие и шуршащие звуки. Ицуки удивляется увиденному. Герой в это время рассматривает предмет и говорит, что это просто палка. Она кажется такой легкой. Он не понимает, из-за того ли, что он все это время тренировался с остальным мечом или из-за игровых характеристик персонажа. Люди занимают трибуны. Гарольду это не нравится, ведь это не спектакль, его нервы и так на пределе. Мальчик зыркает на противника. Ицуки Сумираги, хоть он и не появлялся в оригинальной истории, все Equals такие — это мир меча и магии, а еще куча монстров в придачу. Среди всех кандидатов он был выбран Тосуку в качестве его оппонента, наверное, он не должен быть слабым. Герой вспоминает бой с оригинальным Гарольдом и начинает чувствовать некую неуверенность. Это завораживающая скорость, это потрясающая чудо-техника, все эти сильные стороны теперь принадлежат ему. А еще он много тренировался, поэтому знает, как управляться с этим телом. Гарольд сжимает меч. Так, что он все равно не проиграет. Тосуку начинает объяснять правила. Бамбуковые мечи — единственное оружие, которое можно использовать, нельзя атаковать жизненно важные органы, включая голову и лицо, использовать магию запрещено. По времени ограничений нет. Победитель будет определен, как только один из них больше не сможет сражаться. В остальном это не будет отличаться от настоящего боя. Глава уточняет, нет ли с этим проблем. Ицуки отвечает, что никаких. Гарольд хочет сказать, что возражений нет, но вслух восклицает, неужели они тут в игрушки играют? Он не может это остановить. Тосуку продолжает, что даже если есть возражения, он любой ценой хочет избежать травм и серьезных увечий. Он бы не стал налагать таких ограничений, если бы они носили защиту. Гарольд отвечает, что на сегодня согласится с этими глупыми правилами. Про себя она радуется, что смог согласиться. Ицуки думает о том, что это естественно, что отец так поступил. Он сражался уже со взрослыми бойцами, он достаточно силен, чтобы оставить сверстников позади. Это прискорбно, ведь он думал, что сможет хоть раз повеселиться за все это время. Однако соперник всего лишь юный сынок аристократа. Ему нельзя сделать больно, иначе у отца будут проблемы. Это значит, что ему нельзя драться по-настоящему. Ицуки говорит, что в таком случае предоставит сопернику некоторые преимущества. Герой удивляется, когда это слышит. Преимущество — право первого удара. Он просит показать лучшую атаку. Гарольд злится. Тосуку просит бойцов приготовиться. Все встают в боевые стойки. Глава машет рукой и кричит о начале боя. Гарольд стремительно выполняет атаку. Ицуки не ожидал, что она будет такой быстрой. Герой настроен очень серьезно. Слышен свист. Противник не смог понять, что произошло, лицо героя скрыто за волосами. Бамбуковый меч Ицуки переворачивается в воздухе и со стуком падает на пол. Тот молчит в потрясении. Люди вокруг шепчутся, они не понимают, что произошло, видел ли кто-нибудь что-нибудь. Это было так быстро, что никто ничего не заметил. Ицуки смотрит на Гарольда. Герой спрашивает, если бы это был настоящий бой, тот бы был уже мертвее трупа. Мальчик со злорадством продолжает говорить. Писается ли соперник штанишки от радости, пока за него еще не взялись всерьез. Ицуки через некоторое время отвечает, что не думал, что противник столь силен. Он думает, что от неожиданности не успел защититься, однако Гарольд просчитал его движение и в последний момент изменил траекторию удара. Он мог его поразить, но сознательно выбил меч, словно просил сражаться по-настоящему. Ицуки теперь понял именно этого героя и искал на этой арене. Они оба искали соперника, с кем можно сражаться в полную силу. Вслух мальчик говорит, что герой прав, он просит прощения за то, что смотрел свысока. Не хочет ли Гарольд устроить с ним серьезный бой? Герой спрашивает в ответ, не умственно отстал или то, ведь именно ради боя с ним они и ехали за 3-9 земель. Ицуки кивает, разумеется, это так. Он взмахивает мечом и говорит, что на этот раз первый удар за ним. Гарольд посмеивается и просит укусить его, если тот, конечно, так быстро, как хвастается. Противники стоят друг напротив друга. Кеха, кеха или твоя хулен, кеха или твоя или силет. Метурит йора и герис, млогу йоре. Глава обращается к Ицуки по имени. Тот смотрит на отца. Он думает, что нельзя волноваться, он сможет выполнить данное отцом обещание, а может и больше. Мальчик сжимает меч. Он будет серьезен. Кричат о начале. Ицуки срывается с места. Гарольд стремительно прыгает с места. Слышен звук вихря. Ицуки оценивает, что герой действительно быстр. По скорости он превосходит, однако все не так просто. Герой продолжает наносить удары, мечи с громким стуком скрещиваются. Гарольд раздражен. Ицуки с торжеством говорит, что раскусил его. Он отталкивает мальчика, тот теряет стойку. Гарольд пытается защититься от ударов. Ицуки понимает, что все происходит так, как он и ожидал, теперь он посмотрит, сколько противник продержится. Человек на трибунах замечает, что Ицуки прогрессирует. Другой отвечает, что видит это. Мальчик определенно быстр, но это, похоже, все, чем он располагает. Девочка на заднем плане держит плакат с надписью «Я люблю Ицуки». Мужчина продолжает говорить, что если Ицуки не даст использовать скорость, действия противника станут предсказуемы, сила ударов упадет, и отбить их не составит большого труда. Тем более мальчик не обладает навыками реального боя и бросается на каждый финт, который господин Ицуки ему дает. Собеседник спрашивает, неужели он пытается отбить каждый удар. Он понимает, что это означает. Второй прерывает и подтверждает это предположение. Уровень владения мечом героя не отличается от любительского. Таким образом, он не сможет прочитать лучшие атаки своего соперника. Мужчина говорит, что хотя это пока компенсируется за счет скорости, долго он не продержится благодаря своему опыту, Ицуки постоянно перехватывает инициативу. Вопрос времени, когда у мальчика кончится выносливость. Поединок закончится. Победа будет за Ицуки. Гарольд яростно отбивается. Брат Эрики спрашивает, в чем дело, неужели он перешел в глухую оборону? Герой просит перестать болтать, ведь у того самого дыхания. Как у загнанной клячи. Ицуки отвечает тем же. Он отталкивает соперника, Гарольд начинает падать назад. Все ахают от удивления. Ицуки кричит, что соперник попался. Герой пытается защититься, он не верит, что уже конец. Гарольд дает выбить меч из своих рук. Ицуки удивлен. Неужели соперник выпустил свой бамбуковый меч в момент его удара? Герой стукает ногой о пол и сжимает руку. Противник чертыхается, он понимает, что сейчас что-то будет. Мальчик совершает сильный удар ладонью. Противник с громким хлопком начинает падать. Ицуки больно ударяется, а пол он кряхтит, когда пытается встать. Тут в него тыкает меч. Гарольд цыкает и еле дышит. Тасуку взмахивает рукой и объявляет о конце поединка. Мальчики очень тяжело дышат. Герой отходит, давая противнику возможность встать. Ицуки хватается за плечо, он раздосадован, что проиграл мальчишке, что на 3 года его младше. Он смеется, кажется, перед ним противник, который прогрессирует в течение одного товарищеского боя. Парень говорит, что хотя и проиграл, он ни капли не расстроен. Это было потрясающе, они должны это как-нибудь повторить. Гарольд хмыкает и отвечает, что в следующий раз он не проиграет. Ицуки не понимает, что ему хотят сказать. Герой улыбается и спрашивает, неужели он такой глупый, им же ясно сказали, что оружием является бамбуковый меч. Мальчик и не думал, что следующий глава дома Сумираги обладает такими куриными мозгами, что даже не может усвоить правила поединка, или он подумал, что его сбил с ног удар меча. Ицуки смеется, герой не понимает, что здесь смешного. Тот отвечает, что ничего, он просто подумал, что соперник очень силен. Гарольд вслух грозится за такой сарказм вырвать язык, а про себя задается вопросом, зачем тот об этом говорит. Ицуки просит не говорить такие ужасные вещи. Он кивает и размышляет, что Гарольд-куна иметь в качестве соперника и зятя будет неплохим будущим. Гарольд разворачивается и хмыкает. Парень шутливо спрашивает, куда тот идет, называя его маленьким зятьком и братиком. Герой кричит, что это волновать не должно, а про себя думает, что надо остыть. Ицуки решает, что он слишком много шутил. Дорога скрипит под ногами Гарольда. Он размышляет о том, какой это был странный пацан. Его дружелюбие слишком внезапное, даже несмотря на всю враждебность со стороны героя. Только победил и сразу стал звать братюня. Мальчик думает, что легко сказать, что его не одолеть. В реальном бою он ничего не мог противопоставить последней атаке. Проиграть ребенку из-за дисквалификации хуже, чем проиграть обычно. Он понимает, что нужно больше тренироваться. Гарольд подходит к ограде, ветер свистит вокруг. Он глядит вперед и ахает. Перед ним раскинулась целая деревня, окруженная горами. Он оглядывает домики и думает, что вокруг нет ни одного навязчивого торговца. Но это все равно так напоминает родную Японию. Он замолкает и с грустью произносит, что это не Япония. Прошло уже 5 месяцев с тех пор, как он тут очутился в роли местного антагониста. Он погибнет через 8 лет. Вот судьба, что его ждет. Он жил, постоянно терзаясь от неопределенности. Он задается вопросом, найдет ли его смерть раньше, чем герой расскажет свою историю. Даже если тот победит последнего босса и спасет мир, сможет ли сам герой вернуться домой? Или же он просто забудет, кем были и что делал, и в конечном итоге проведет жизнь в этом мире в роли Гарольда. Герой начинает рыдать от осознания этого. Вслух он говорит, что не может сдаться. Он мысленно смеется, ведь настоящий Гарольд ни за что бы не стал плакать. Это просто позор. Тут сзади слышится стук туфель, его окликает Эрика. Герой испуган, он не ожидал, что она придет. Гарольд смотрит на свою руку и смеется, ведь настоящий Гарольд ни за что бы не стал плакать, это позор. Его окликает девушка. Он поворачивает голову и видит перед собой Эрику. Девушка вспоминает, что произошло в зале. Ее брат посмеивается. Может, он слишком рано назвал героя братом, хотя было бы там из-за чего смущаться. Отец говорит, что это все из-за того, что тот слишком много его дразнил. Он отчитывает сына, чтобы тот в следующий раз думал. Ицуки просит прощения. Девушка молча это слушает, а затем думает, что должна извиниться за то, что ударила жениха. Тут брат спрашивает, не хочет ли она пойти за Гарольдом. Она удивляется вопросу. Ицуки объясняет, что герой кажется расстроен, она могла бы проявить немного сочувствия, как его невеста. Она спрашивает, так ли это. Воспоминания заканчиваются. Девушка размышляет. Неужели Гарольд нуждается в сочувствии? Она об этом никогда не думала. Она ищет героя, ведь уверена, что он пошел в эту сторону. Эрика его замечает и пытается позвать по имени. Тут она слышит последние слова героя о том, что он не может сдаться. Девушка видит, как он трет заплаканные глаза. Она вспоминает слова отца о том, что герой исключительный, вместе с тем и слишком исключительный, а эта сила часто отталкивает от себя. Эрика наблюдает за Гарольдом, мысленно к нему обращаясь по имени. Она размышляет, неужели тот всегда сражался вот так в одиночку? В какое бы затруднительное положение ни попадал Гарольд, он всегда встречал трудности с открытым лицом. Эрика считала его таким человеком, который с легкостью все преодолеет, а его высокомерие было для нее показателем его уверенности. Но она, наверное, ошиблась. Не бывает такого, чтобы люди обладали только одной силой, однако у Гарольда никогда не было того, перед кем он мог проявить свою слабость. Даже раи тех, кого он взялся защищать, Гарольд стимулировал свою гордость и высокомерие и полностью изолировал себя. Девушка сильно сжимает руки, сцепленные в замок. Она прикладывает их к груди и думает, что, вероятно, это то самое желание стать тем, кто понимает Гарольда, о котором ей говорил отец. Эрика опять зовет Гарольда. Девушка не может больше колебаться. Даже если она пока мало может, даже если ей много не хватает. Она искренне смотрит на героя и обещает, что когда-нибудь обязательно станет тем, кто поможет ему нести его бремя. Гарольд со злостью на нее смотрит. Эрика с улыбкой начинает говорить, что это был завораживающий поединок. Даже для нее, совершенно незнакомой с фехтованием, было понятно, что Гарольд сама очень силен. Девушка полагает, что его прием можно было назвать «проиграть битву, чтобы выиграть войну». Гарольд отвечает с усмешкой. Он только подумал, для чего она пришла, неужели поиздеваться? Он думает, что проиграл и битву, и войну из-за обмана. Эрика смеется и просит прощения, кажется, она сказала лишнее. Мальчик продолжает прожигать ее взглядом. Он не понимает, что она задумала, как она может так мило общаться с человеком, которого ненавидит. Это все так подозрительно, он не хочет с ней иметь ничего общего. Гарольд разворачивается и идет в ее сторону, она стоит у него на пути. Он приказывает ее пойти прочь, ведь ему не досуг с ней возиться. Она уточняет, означает ли это, что ей нельзя с ним общаться. Он зло на нее смотрит и подтверждает эти слова, это было бы для него удобно. Эрика отвечает, что, к сожалению, не может себе этого позволить и просит уделить ей немного времени. Герой продолжает на нее зыркать. Он цыкает и просит выкладывать все, но быстрее. Девушка его благодарит, а затем говорит, что ей жаль, что она так поступила в ту ночь. Она не только вышла из себя, но и жестоко его оскорбила и даже подняла на него руку, что было ужасным поступком. Она кланяется и просит позволить ей принести ему искренние извинения. Гарольд спрашивает, неужели она явилась сюда только этим? Это же бессмыслица. Он думает, что умышленно разозлил тогда Эрику, так что ее раздражение было вполне естественным. Девушка продолжает стоять со склоненной головой. Однако он бы сказал, что ее основное достоинство в том, что она может все переосмыслить и извиниться. Он знает, что именно за это все игроки ею любили. Но что сейчас? Он мысленно ее спрашивает, неужели она решила всю неземную доброту излить на него? Герой начинает трястись и просит прекратить. Его глаза распахиваются, он видит за спиной Эрики, как герой заносит над ней меч. Гарольд пугается. Он чувствует, как меч разрезает его руку и кричит, чтобы к нему не приближались. Гарольд говорит Эрике, что ее слова для него ничего не значат, она просто выглядит идиоткой, когда блеет что-то маловразумительное, да еще на одном дыхании. Он кричит, что никому не сдалась ее обманчивая доброта. Его уже тошнит от ее показного дружелюбия. Герой приказывает ей пойти поиграть со служанкой и не сметь стоять у него на пути, чтобы его глаза ее больше не видели. Он со страшным лицом говорит, что она, как бельмо на глазу, маячит тут. Что она просто отвратительное создание. Эрика в ответ на это только ниже склоняет голову, герой еще сильнее злится и, хмыкая, проходит мимо. Он понимает, что до конца перегнул эту палку, что вылил на нее все накопившиеся раздражения. Девушка права, хуже него действительно никого нет. Эрика смотрит вслед герою. Она вспоминает его слова, что ее доброта никому не сдалась. Она говорит, что ей и правда слишком многого не хватает. Сил, чтобы бороться с ударами судьбы и доброты, чтобы отругать слабого. Девушка понимает, что для его же блага доброта отказать, внимательно наблюдать, и доброта бездействовать тоже существует. Она должна это принять, если она не может этого сделать, сколько бы оскорблений ей не бросали. Эрика уверена, они являются наилучшим для нее способом, чтобы понять Гарольда и стать тем, кто сможет его поддержать. Она смотрит вдаль и говорит, что не будет просить ее ждать, но сама обязательно его догонит. Она ни за что не оставит героя одного, эта решимость исходит из ее сердца. Где-то на плато Бина по полю разносится гул, рыцари сражаются с монстром. Одни кричат, чтобы не лезли под ноги, другой приказывает окружить и заходить с тыла. Один из мужчин пугается. Он просит не подходить мимо, ведь это опасно. Тот, к кому обращаются, спрашивает, сколько они еще собираются сражаться. Они только напрасно теряют время. Он просит всех отойти. Оружие позвякивает в руках. Рыцарь кричит, что господин не должен. Он продолжает звать господина Гарольда. Его собеседник — 13-летний Harold Stokes, который раньше был Хирасавой Казуки. Герой молча смотрит на монстра. Животное начинает истошно орать. Мальчик цыкает и говорит, что зверь ревет больше, чем бодает, по крайней мере, так говорили. Монстр мчится, слышен только его топот. Гарольд готовится к атаке. Он стремительно подлетает к зверю и наносит тому удар. Животное успевает только открыть пасть. С неприятным звуком отваливаются куски плоти и огромный рог. Рыцари орут от ужаса. Гарольд предполагает, что кузнецы слетятся на этот рог, как мухи на мед. Он говорит, что это мелочь, но все равно просит поднять. Монстр встает и с громким ревом опять пытается напасть. На земле появляется пентаграмма. Рыцари не понимают, что это, они не могут поверить, что монстр читает заклинание. Зверь ударяет лапами и читает заклинание «Палач земли», из-за которого земля трескается на две половины, вокруг этого летят молнии. Перед героем со странным звуком разверзается земля. Гарольд прыгает. Он бежит по осколку земли, а за ним свистят молнии. Мальчик с шумом подбегает к монстру и прыгает. Герой подпрыгивает очень высоко над землей и начинает читать заклинание. Меч светится и трещит. Гарольд говорит противнику, что на этом его бесполезная борьба окончена, он убьет его одним ударом. Звучит заклинание «Буревестник». Столб пламени ударяет в монстра, раздается оглушительный взрыв. Герой приземляется в тот момент, когда зверя с шипением полностью охватывает пламя. Гарольд смотрит в сторону поверженного противника. Рыцари в шоке. Они не могут поверить, этого не может быть. Как герой в одиночку мог сразить Головорога, ведь тот был монстром среднего класса. Мальчик спрашивает, долго ли они будут стоять столбом. Он приказывает скорее расчистить дорогу. Рыцарь, заикаясь, принимает приказ. Мужчина кричит остальным. Он приказывает первому отряду принести рог, остальным тащить тушу. Он всех поторапливает, ведь они больше ни на что не годны. Все остальное господин Гарольд сможет сделать самостоятельно. Рыцари обсуждают случившееся. Один спрашивает, неужели господин всегда был таким сильным? Другой отвечает на это утвердительно. Тот еще новичок и не знает всего. Парень рассказывает, что почти 3 года назад господин Гарольд начал кампанию покорения. Он тогда был довольно могущественным, но сейчас вообще никаких сравнений. Новичок не может в это поверить. Он говорит, что хотя слабый или сильный господин, все-таки остается наследником Стоксов. Он пытается сказать про ранение, но второй его прерывает. Он отвечает, что лорд и госпожа, конечно, были против этой идеи. Однако тем пришлось согласиться после того, как господин Гарольд продемонстрировал свое мастерство. Парень припоминает, что в самом начале героя действительно ранили, если об этом узнают капитан и несколько парней в буквальном смысле познакомиться с топором. Собеседник начинает трястись и говорит, что у них тут весело. Рыцарь просит его не трястись, ведь такого никогда не произойдет. Он уверен, что новичок скоро сам все поймет. 3 года назад в Сумираге лил дождь. Капитан и темноволосый рыцарь с громким стуком ворвались в ворота. Они удерживали раненого Гарольда и криками звали на помощь. Первой их увидела Джуно. Она закричала: «Что же во имя неба произошло с господином Гарольдом?» Капитан ответил, что того ранил монстр в кампании покорения. Джуно удивилась, услышав про кампанию, что нашло на героя в таком возрасте. Мужчина на это отвечает, что на все вопросы ответит позже. Он просит быстрее показать комнату и позвать врача или кого-то, владеющего магией исцеления. Рыцарь плачет, он просит простить его, ведь это все его вина. Он говорит, что господин Гарольд защитил его во время атаки монстра. Джуно удивленно смотрит на героя. Гарольд называет парня неблагодарным ублюдком. Неужели тот думает, что его не стоило спасать? Рыцарь начинает отнекиваться, он не это имел в виду. Герой его прерывает и говорит, чтобы тот не смотрел на него как на ребенка, они все сражаются хуже мертвецов, а если такая оценка не нравится, пусть в следующий раз лучше машут своими мечами. Парень еще раз искренне просит прощения. Герой говорит, что причитаний на сегодня хватит, а затем просит оставить его. Мальчик обращается к Джуно с требованием, чтобы о его ранении не узнала ни одна живая душа. Если весть дойдет до его родителей, все кампании для него закончатся. А затем просит убедиться, что все солдаты это хорошо уяснили. Рыцари отвечают, что все поняли. Молодой человек замолкает. Ему до сих пор стыдно быть защищенным тем, кого он сам поклялся защищать. Он обязан ему не только этим, ведь господин Гарольд спас их и от наказания, что уготовил бы им жестокий лорд. Какая досада, если бы он только был сильнее. Рыцари, выполняя приказ, несут рог монстра. Парень продолжает размышлять, что обязательно таким и станет. Станет таким сильным, чтобы защитить господина. Гарольд в это время размышляет о том, что уже накопил достаточно опыта, вырезая всех монстров в округе. Хотя еще остались монстры, которых он никогда не видел и не встречал, дальше не нужно углубляться в такие дебри, рискуя потерять людей. Его солдатам тогда будет еще труднее его поддерживать. Затем герой вспоминает о Тасуку, он думает, смог ли мужчина добиться каких-нибудь успехов в их деле. Гарольд смотрит на бесконечное поле впереди и размышляет, что, возможно, ему стоит остановиться в поместье Сумираги. Показывается, как герой вырос за эти 3 года. Harold was met at the door by a guy in a long suit. He told the hero that he had heard that he had handled the campaign superbly this time too. In response, Harold asked how the negotiations with Hayden had gone. The guy who met him said that the exemption of farms from fees and the reimbursement of taxes on crops went smoothly. The Stokes family will be able to use the new method of farming, and they will finally be able to spread it everywhere. The hero chuckled and said that it would be much better to agree on joint management and a complete merger. To which his interlocutor replied that they had decided to wait until the two officially got married. Harold, chuckling to himself again, thought that he was even interested to see his reaction when he finally found out that the engagement would be called off. Stopping on the bridge, the guy in the suit asked the hero if he was hurt, because this time he was fighting a thug. To which the hero replied that after each campaign, each of them asks him the same thing. The interlocutor said that even if he said so, he had seen him return here many times with serious injuries, so he couldn't help but worry. The hero, angry, asked if he meant to say that the young man would allow some monster to hurt him, and advised him to think first and then speak. The interlocutor was surprised that Harold would say such words at such a young age. The hero told him to take better care of his son. This made the boy laugh, and he hoped to see the hero fight again someday. Suddenly, the guy in the suit says that he completely forgot that he has a message for the hero. Harold asks what the message is. The guy asks why the hero doesn't take part in the fighting tournament in Delphi. He explains that the participants are divided by age, so he won't be able to fight Itsuki, but he thinks the experience will be useful for him. He asks him what he thinks. The hero asks again about the combat tournament, and reflects on the fact that he will have to fight other people there, but at least not to the death. After which he says that it is tempting. He will participate. The interlocutor said that he would inform Itsuki about this, and now he had to get back to work. Harold said goodbye until the next meeting, and, left alone on the bridge, thought about the fighting tournament. He assumed that he might encounter powerful opponents there that he didn't even know about. It was very difficult to find out about them now. In the end, it was the right choice to deepen his relationship with the Sumeragi family. Continuing to think, he adds that he has been staying away from the Erika minefield for 3 years. They avoid each other and talk only when necessary. He has not managed to improve his impression of himself, which pleases him. Clenching his fist and getting serious, he says that he has mountains of problems in the future. 5 years before the start of the main story, he will uproot all the shoots of death before they have sprouted. Rainer is amazed by the huge houses and the number of people in the port city of Delphi, and that they even have ships made of metal. He was amazed by the bronze statue of the ship. He is the stupidest of his sons. And at that moment the hero's father came up to him and pressed his hand on his head. The ladies who had reinforced this laughed, and Colette called Rainer. And she said that he was being too noisy. Even she felt awkward. He should hurry up and sign up for his tournament before it was too late. But Rainer started running away, saying that there would always be time for that. They had finally gotten out of the village, and he wanted to see everything. To which the girl sighed. Orbel, clutching his head with his hand, says that his son cannot calm down even for a minute, to which the girl says that she will run and bring Rainer back. The gentleman apologizes to Colette for these problems. Anna says that he will apply for the tournament on behalf of his son. He adds that they will meet later near the fountains, where he pointed his finger. The girl understood. The girl was looking for Rainer. Looking around, she couldn't understand where this guy had gone. Hurrying, she turned the corner, where a man was walking towards her. In the following minutes, the heroine crashed into a guy and fell to the ground. That guy told Colette to watch where she was going. The girl apologized, and almost immediately she heard someone nearby ask if she was badly hurt. The one who inquired about her situation turned out to be a beautiful lady in a long kimono and with her hair down, with a flower-shaped hairpin between her hair. This lovely woman turned out to be Erika Sumeragi. Colette opened her mouth at Erika's beauty. At the same time, she noticed that the heroine had hurt her knee, and suggested that she go somewhere less crowded and do it faster. Colette, confused, said that she did not want to disturb the lady. The lady asked him not to think that it bothered her. He was not one to close his eyes to such things. Colette thanked him. Then Erika asked her name. The girl introduced herself as Colette Emerelle. Erika continued to look at the heroine and her wound, after which she put her hand to the wound and began to heal. After the girl sat down, and Colette asked if this meant that the gentleman could use healing magic. Erika replied that she was still learning, so she was not experienced enough. The heroine asked again and clarified that the lady had also come there to participate in the tournament. Both of them did not understand each other for a minute, after which Erika said that she was there only as support. It became clear to Colette. Erika asked her interlocutor what about her. The girl answered that the same thing happened to her, so she supports that bully. Both smiling, they kept up the conversation. The lady said that it seemed he had a wonderful dream. The heroine confirmed it and added that he was stronger than all the boys from Blue Sheen, and even the adults. Erika was surprised by what she heard. Then I asked if they lived in the village of Boucher. The girl answered positively and explained that due to various circumstances, she and her mother moved there 3 years ago. The lady muttered under her breath that she was exactly as she had imagined. But the heroine did not hear it and asked to repeat what Erika had said. Erika said that it was not worth paying attention to, after which Colette noticed how the wound had healed. She immediately began to thank the lady and say that she had to repay her somehow. The lady asked not to worry about it and asked, because she still needed to find her friend. And she continued to say that if their meeting formed a strong thread, they would definitely see each other again. And then they would definitely become friends. The heroine was shocked by what was said about friends. The mistress, seeing Colette's reaction, asked if she wanted it. The girl, confused and with her head down, said that it was not about that. She simply did not know if someone like her would suit the mistress. The lady encouraging the girl said that if they managed to meet again, it will be proof that their connection is real. And isn't it natural to become friends in that case? Colette thought about these words and agreed. And Erika asked her to keep the feelings that the girl now had in her heart until their next meeting. Colette firmly answered yes. Afterwards, Erika stood up and began to say goodbye. And the heroine, calling the lady after her, shouted that she would be impatiently awaiting their meeting. Erika smiled sweetly back. She met her assistant who had been looking for her everywhere. Harold was sitting on the couch, and a guy in a kimono appears in the room, asking the hero for forgiveness for waiting. And he said that he finished the register, so now they can have a snack. The boys entered the dining room, and the guy in the kimono immediately turned to Erika and apologized for being a little late. Harold winced, and Erika looked at the boys questioningly. Harold didn't understand why Erika was there. The girl's face changed, and she turned to Itsuki, her older brother, and she asked, because he said that they would have lunch together. Her brother answered her, how about having lunch with Harold sometimes? But if he was in their way, he could leave. Harold and Erika turned sharply to him and screamed at him to stay put. Harold thought angrily that it would be a shame to stay away with Erika, and the girl said sadly that it would be disrespectful to leave. But she didn't want to cause Harold trouble. Already sitting at the table, the guy in the kimono told Harold that he could get injured at the tournament. So he thought that he needed someone with healing magic, so he asked Erika, since the rest of the family did not have time. Harold indignantly said that nothing would happen to him and that he had set it up on purpose, to which Erika's brother said that it was better to be safe than sorry. Therefore, Eri was ready to accompany them. At this point, Erika intervened in the conversation, reminding them of their agreement that she would not contact Harold unless absolutely necessary. The brother turned to her with a smile and said that he thought such a meeting was simply necessary because if something went wrong, they wouldn't have to waste time explaining. The hero thought about it, and he came to the conclusion that his interlocutor was probably right about something. After lunch, the guys and Eri went their separate ways. Erika, walking down the corridor, bumped into Juno, who asked if Harold had lunch with her. Aries said yes, although they agreed that he would only know of her presence if he was injured. Juno asked again if the lady had told Harold that she had seen Colette, to which Erica replied that she would keep it a secret. Juno then asked if they still couldn't tell him everything. Erica confirmed and added that in his eyes they did not know who she was or any other details. After that, Juno bowed and left. Erica, left alone, went to the window. Looking at the moon, she was lost in her thoughts. After which, she decided that until Harold personally opened up to her, she would not show that she knew about his secret. And she added that she did not lie about what Colette said then. Because Colette is the one who knows the whole truth about Harold, she can become one of his allies. She was sure that the moment they met again, Harold would not be able to hide the truth from her any longer. After which Eerie fell silent, remembering one thing. Colette could become more than just an ally. And she wasn't surprised, because whoever in her place would be attracted to Harold. These thoughts made Erica squeeze her hand and imagine what would happen if the hero confessed to her. The girl smiled warmly. She thought that such a sweet and loving rival could suit her. She might not be against it. If Colette makes Harold happy, Eerie won't mind. At this time, Harold came to the tournament venue, and he thought it was really great to see it in person. On one of the streets, two guys grabbed each other by the clothes and were about to fight. One of them asked if he wanted to fight. And the second, calling his opponent a shorty, provoked him to show what he was capable of. Harold, entering this street, wondered if the taverns there opened right at dawn. Noticing the heated fight and the men supporting this event nearby, the hero decided that this was probably in honor of the holiday. Suddenly, one of the guys ended up punching his opponent in the face. The victim flew past a passing and frightened girl. But falling to the ground, he almost hit Harold, who was passing by. But at that moment, the main character managed to grab the falling man by the collar and shoved his head into a jug of water standing nearby. Seeing this, the guy who hit him pulled his opponent out of the jug. And the man standing next to him turned to Harold with insulting words and asked what he was doing. To which the hero asks if he is too drunk to notice, and if he also needs to take a dip in cold water. And it is naive to think that he could initially be of sound mind. The man was angry at these words and called the hero names again, and said that he would deal with him, and would not even care that he was still a brat. And the people gathered in a crowd and watched what was happening. From the crowd emerged the boys of the Royal Order unit. They informed those present of their arrival. They said that they had come to protect the peace. One of the guards who arrived expressed unpleasantly about those who had caused the disorder, and added that they could not get drunk and not start to row. Meanwhile, the angry man started rushing at Harold and threatening him. The lieutenants who arrived shouted at the hero to run away, and the dark-haired lieutenant ran to Harold to protect him, but he didn't have time. But Harold stood waiting. And when the man approached and attacked the hero, he deftly fought him off with his elbow and threw his opponent to the ground. The lieutenant who ran to help threw his hand behind his head and, smiling, said that it was a great reception, and admitted that he was stunned. After which he asked the guy to answer what happened there. Harold started to tell that some drunks were fighting. One of them was thrown away, and he thought that he was going to crash into him, and he was forced to intervene. The guard was even more surprised and said how interesting, but the hero immediately started to leave after what he said. But the lieutenant who was listening to him ordered him to stand. After Harold turned around, the guard asked if he was hurt. After all, if any scratch became inflamed, then it would be gone. To which the hero replied, everything was fine. That man was no good for him, even as a warm-up. The lieutenant, smiling, did many exercises with his hands and asked if it was true, and added that he should not neglect it, otherwise he would sprain something. The hero frowned and said that he was tired of him, and if he really wanted to, he could ask the onlookers. Or else he was going to continue wasting his time. At this point, the partner asked the lieutenant what to do with the man lying down. The answer was to interrogate him when he came to. Turning around, the guard noticed that the hero was gone and did not understand where he had gone. Afterwards, the guard added that he had not even asked the hero's name. Harold, who had walked away from the lieutenant, stopped and thought about how confused he was, and why Cody had appeared there. Cody's full name is Cody Luzial. He is a former knight of the Holy Royal Order, and the leader of the mercenary gang, Fury, consisting of vagabonds, adventurers, and other collection. Sometimes entered into an alliance with the hero's group, but more often he simply used, and through, running away with the loot. Then he added that Cody is just a minor character, not as evil as some. The hero just didn't expect him to pop up so early. Come to think of it, meeting Cody would probably make Harold's life easier in the future. After all, he would be accompanying Reiner and the others, so he could learn about the state of affairs in the team through him, and most likely, he missed this opportunity. Already at the tournament venue, Erika's brother said what a wonderful day it was for a tournament. Turning to the hero, he said that he had registered him under a pseudonym, and asked if he was okay with it. Most of the participants are ordinary citizens, so Erika's brother thought that Harold's parent would be against him showing his face in such a place. To which the hero, smiling, said that most likely his parents would be happy and shout for their son to beat up the enemy. And the hero doesn't care under what name to do it. Itsuki was glad to hear this, and Erika simply remained silent. The tournament began with the presentation of the first fight in the 13 and younger group. The participants were asked to bring glory to their hometown. The first participant in the arena was introduced, Malik Makuya. Next up was Harold, wearing a mask and introduced as Lord Master. Before entering the arena, the hero asked Itsuki, who was standing nearby, what all this meant. Erika's brother replied that since he was going out under a pseudonym, he thought it would be better to hide his face away from prying eyes. Harold, angry, hit the ground with his sword and said he didn't give a damn about it, and Itsuki, keeping calm, said, "Be careful with things." The audience, expecting a new participant, shouted his name. The hero came out, but without a mask. Hearing his nickname, he wondered when Itsuki had become a joker. He didn't like both the mask and the nickname. Itsuki would remember this. One time, Malik, who saw the hero gloomy, did not understand why he was angry, and Harold was already fed up with everything, and it was all because of Itsuki. Among the spectators was Colette. Seeing Harold, she stood up and watched the guy sympathetically. The hero noticed her too. Noticing Colette, the hero turned his back on her, and thought if he had known, he would have stayed in that mask. It could even become popular. To hide the identity and cause merriment, what is not the greatest artifact in the world. Suddenly it dawned on him what was happening. But his thoughts were interrupted as the start of the battle was announced. As lightning struck right next to him, this blow was delivered by Malik Makuya. But the hero, quickly gathering himself, parried the enemy's next blow, threw his sword aside and brought his own to his neck. Malik immediately surrendered. Lord Master was declared the winner. And the heroes immediately left, and began to think that if Colette was there was a high probability that he was there too. He was referring to Braveheart's protagonist, Rainer Griffith, who would become his arch-enemy 5 years later, and he had no business meeting him right there. Harold really hoped that Rainer would just sit in the audience. The announcements for the next fight began, and they introduced a new participant to the arena who came straight from the village of Bluche. It turned out to be Rainer Griffith. At this point, Harold was dumbfounded. He didn't understand what made Rainer come here, and he wondered if he didn't first get to Delphic at the beginning of the game. He even delivered a whole monologue there when he saw the ship on the pier. The hero kept thinking whether he should drop out of the tournament before they met, although he acts as he did in the morning. He tries with all his might to avoid meeting the game characters. Rainer's hatred of Harold in the original story arose because of the murder of Clara, but he has already dealt with the Clara problem, and from now on, he plans to lead a quiet, respectable life. The hero thought, so now Rainer has no reason to hate him, until he managed to open his mouth, and he avoided Cody because he was a game character. But it would be wiser to be friends with him. The guy decided to meet Rainer there and assess his current strength. Maybe he could even gain his trust. And there, with his knowledge of the original game, he will be able to give him advice, direct, control. He will go where he sends and level up faster. And then, lo and behold, he saves the world earlier than it was in the game. The hero decided that such a chance could not be missed. At this time, Rainer's fight ended, where he turned out to be the winner. There was noise and shouts from fans all around. The hero was still thinking and decided that it was high time to put the plan into action, and he wondered how he should address Rainer. At that moment, Rainer passed by him. The hero watched him with a mental grin. Hearing something, Rainer turned around and recognized the hero. He approached Harold and asked if he was the fast hand at the tournament, and he continued to talk about how he did it. Finally, he asked if he could learn it. Adding this trick is wonderful, that Harold should reveal its secret, and if he can't, then at least tell what technique he trains in. Because he ran with weights, but still can't move like a hero. All this irritated Harold. The hero imagined how he angrily covers his mouth with his hand and tells him to stop talking first. Returning to reality, Rainer realized that he had not yet introduced himself. And holding out his hand, he said his name. Harold also introduced himself and shook his hand, telling him that he could call him whatever he wanted. In response, Rainer smiled amiably and said that he hoped they would get along, and the hero told his interlocutor that he seemed capable of something. No comparison with all these weaklings, meaning the other participants who were not far behind. Rainer thanked him for these words, Harold continuing to say that he was not going to explain anything. If he wanted to know his trick, let him study it on himself, and adding, if he doesn't fly out, of course, in the next round. To which his interlocutor, blinking an eye, confidently said that the challenge was accepted, and he hoped that the Lord Master would not lose either until he met him. But the hero began to speak rudely. Let him think about who he is talking to. The only thing he can understand is that the difference between them is like the difference between heaven and dirt. Rainer was indignant, after which he got ready and said that he could think as he wanted. And with that, he said goodbye until we meet in the arena. The hero, noticing the gaze of those around him, thought that they seemed to have stirred up the entire area, because they were talking, regardless of faces and opinions. Now their aggression would spill out on them in the upcoming fights. Looking at Rainer, the guy was sure that he would easily overcome something like this, because he was the main character of the game. After all, Rainer is the one who will save the world in the end. That's what makes fighting him so fun. He clenched his fist as he said this. Harold stood ready to enter the arena. The announcer announced that the moment they had all been waiting for had arrived. The entire crowd began to roar. The next match in the group would be between Lord Master and Rainer Griffith. There were screams and shouts all around in anticipation of this match. Colette was also sitting on the spectator bench, and she was anxiously watching the participants, pinching her hand. The boys stood in the arena facing each other. Rainer said that, as promised, he got to the duel with him. Harold replied that he could see it anyway. Now he would see if he was as strong as he said. The host told the participants to get ready because the duel was starting. After the start, Rainer immediately started running with his sword towards Harold, and he prepared to defend himself. Rainer began to attack the enemy with his sword, but the hero calmly fought back without much effort. Seeing these weak blows of Rainer, he thought that this is the hero who will save the world. The audience did not understand what Lord was doing and why he did not attack at all. They asked to fight more seriously, while Rainer wondered why he couldn't hit his opponent. The hero said what a disappointment it was, and what a tragedy it was for the world. Rainer asked angrily what he meant. Harold asked in response, if this is not true, then the attacks of the savior of the world are not able to touch him. Everything is hopeless, no matter how much he attacks. Rainer, in response, said, why then does Harold himself not attack him? The hero called his opponent a name. He lunged forward and smashed his opponent's weapon with his sword. Rainer's sword shattered into pieces. Rainer looked at his sword in shock and couldn't understand how his opponent could do this, since he had the exact same training sword as him. Afterwards, the hero said that those who can't even react to something like that only cause him contempt. These words touched Rainer, so much so that his face changed. He fell to his knees and thought how offensive it was. After all, he always endured all the training, and endlessly practiced with his father and his friends, former adventurers. Rainer said that he had never lost to anyone except adults. He was annoyed that some kid could beat him. The opponent couldn't understand how the young man could do it so easily. And then the leader waves the flag and is about to announce the winner, when suddenly he hears a question addressed to him about what he is doing. It was Lord Master who approached the presenter. The hero, holding his sword to the announcer's neck, asks why he is stopping the duel when his opponent has not yet admitted defeat. The frightened host began to explain the reason for the end of the duel, but Harold interrupted him, saying that there was no other sword around. And the hero turned around, going backstage, and the host began to shout after him. Harold, having come to the other participants, began to take the sword from one of them, but that participant showed his resistance. To which the hero says, does he know what will happen if he refuses to give up the sword? At this time, everyone in the arena was tense. And then the spectator saw Lord Master returning. He was carrying a sword, which he threw to his opponent. After which he told Rainer that if he still had the will to fight, then let him stand up and pick up the sword. The hero asked Rainer why a bast-clothed man like him wanted power. Rainer flinched at the question. The main character of the game began to remember how it all began. He always admired knights and wanted to become like them. However, he himself did not know the reason. Rainer thought that by becoming a strong knight, he could save many lives. Rainer began to remember events from his childhood, how two bullies took a pendant from a girl. They teased her and made fun of her. The girl whose pendant was taken was Colette. One of the bullies mocked her name, and the second lisped and teased her to run and call her savior Rainer. Colette couldn't take it anymore and slapped one of the guys and told him to stop. The guys got angry at this action and started yelling at the girl, pulling her hair. At that moment, Rainer arrived. Cursing angrily, he addressed the hooligans. He asked how they were not ashamed to offend those who were younger than them. The girl was very happy to see her friend. The bullies also noticed him and began to tease him, calling him a hero of justice in sparkling pants. They were already tired of watching him play knights. Rainer got angry at them and indignantly asked again, to which the guys answered that anyone can say that he is a knight, and then run and cry to his mother. The hero said that today would be different. In response, the bully clenched his fist and pointed it at little Rainer. He said that if he wanted to get hit on the head so much, he could help him with it. The bully hit him and wounded him. Colette, applying a handkerchief to the wound, apologized to Rainer for what he was getting because of her. The hero said that there was no need to apologize. He probably looked pathetic that he was constantly beaten when he tried to save her. Then, winking, he says contentedly that he was able to return her pendant after all. The girl, smiling, agreed. Continuing to sit under the tree, the hero added that his friend could rest assured that he would always protect her. He may be weak now, but he will train and become strong. And then the day will come when he will become a knight and save Colette and everyone else who is in trouble. The heroine, having listened to her friend, called him. After which, taking off her pendant, she put it on the neck of her dear Rainer. The boy didn't understand it. Colette said that then the pendant was meant especially for him. The decoration would strengthen his promise to become a knight and protect him. And she would be there to watch him chase his dream. At this point, the memories ended, and Rainer, having come to his senses, took the sword and stood up. Seriously preparing for the fight, he remembered that there are people he must protect. If he wants to do this, he must become stronger. Harold asked his opponent if he thought he was a hero. Rainer replied that he wasn't one yet, but he wanted to be one. Harold chuckled, because he wasn't interested anyway. He still wasn't sure that Rainer had the strength to achieve this goal. Harold's words hurt his opponent. He shouted that if he wanted to see his power so much he could see it. The protagonist's sword flashed with a bright light. Rainer himself was surprised by his changes. He felt incredible lightness in his body and his movements. Watching the change in his opponent, Harold could not believe it. He assumed that the character had entered courage mode. Rainer noticed that it was so different from anything he had felt before. It was as if the power was flowing through his entire body. After which, getting ready to attack the enemy, Rainer told him to prepare for a real fight. The battle began. Both guys were not inferior to each other. The audience noticed how incredible the guys were and how strong they both were. Rainer was hitting hard, but Harold wasn't giving up either. The main character, fighting off the blow, began to feel strange and tried to come to his senses. At that moment, the player began to press harder on the opponent. Rainer's consciousness began to float. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore. The hero, kneeling on one knee and leaning on his sword, felt as if his body was filled with lead. He suggested that he had returned to his normal state. In the end, it was inevitable. However, for Rainer himself, it was a push forward in his development as a warrior. Until today, he could not even imagine that he was capable of such a thing. So he was pleased with that. From under his armor appeared that same Colette pendant. Rainer admitted to himself that in the end, he was no match for Harold. Suddenly, a gift from a childhood friend falls next to him, which reminds him again that there is a person in his life who will believe in him until the end. And it was Colette. After which the guy immediately gets inspired and gets up from his seat, realizing that he has no right to complain now. He must win in this life and fight. Rainer's sword filled with magic. He looked at his opponent seriously and said that if he wanted to stop him, then let him try now. The young man swung his weapon, and a stream of flames headed towards the player. Harold, with his hand outstretched, uses the magic of the Nemesis Blade to defend himself. Lightning flashed in the sky. It struck straight to the ground, reflecting the flames. There was an explosion and a flash in the arena. When all the dust cleared, the young man saw Rainer, who was clearly exhausted. The protagonist loses consciousness, but Harold managed to hold him, preventing him from falling to the ground. He whispered to Rainer that he shouldn't have hidden his skills but used them at the beginning of the fight. The exhausted hero quietly laughed and said that he was merciless. Having lowered his opponent to the ground, Harold replayed what was happening and could not believe that he had used the Courage mode. Courage mode is an unstoppable state that increases attack and defense parameters for 4 turns. However, Harold did not think that the hero had fulfilled all the requirements for activation. But still, he thought that Rainer would be a worthy hero in this world. Harold thought that it seemed like he had spoken too quickly when he called his opponent a disappointment. Placing the pendant in Rainer's hand, the young man said that in the end, their forces would meet in a mortal battle, on which the fate of the world would depend. The host declared Lord Master the winner. Meanwhile, Commander Cody was watching the fight. The man had heard about the talented boy, but he didn't think he would exceed all his expectations. Colette tried to get through the crowd to Harold. While the shocked spectators were recovering from the battle, the girl managed to run to Harold. She ran through the crowd and ended up right in front of him. Looking at the young man, she called him hesitantly. He gave her a stern look and asked if it was she who had given her pendant to Rainer. Harold, without her answer, knew the truth. He frowned and reminded her that he had asked her to give the pendant to the one she wanted to be her protector. The girl remembered that. However, Harold asked Colette not to make him laugh and asked why she had chosen that weakling out of all of them, to which the girl began to defend her childhood friend. She assured that Rainer was not a weak person at all. He always saved her in difficult situations. Harold replied that if she needed such weak protection, then he didn't care. He added that, however, such a weakling as Rainier was to protect a timid girl, and added that the way continues to hang around his neck. Colette asked why he was saying such terrible things. Harold thought that the girl herself had already felt how helpless the weak were, but even after that, she chose the path of the weak, after which the young man left. The girl's eyes filled with tears at these words. She immediately began to wipe them away. Colette remembered that she had to go to Rainer. In the ward number 103, there was a young man. After some time, he woke up. Colette, who was sitting next to him, immediately noticed this, after which the guy remembered that he had lost and looked away from his friend. Colette began asking her wounded friend if everything was okay and if anything hurt. The guy answered that everything was fine because Harold had held back during the fight. And noticing his friend's gaze, Rainer asked if something had happened. But the friend only asked if he would always protect her. The friend replied that he would keep his promise. Delighted, Colette said that he was not weak. Although he had lost to Mr. Harold today, he would definitely win next time. Rainer interrupted the girl. He noticed how his friend called his rival. He asked how she knew this man. The heroine began to tell that Harold had saved her and her mother long ago. The knight's order pendant that she had given him, the girl had received from the master. After the girl's story, Rainer began to understand everything. He asked Colette if Harold was an aristocrat. The girl confirmed it and asked why he was asking about his rival. The friend had already assumed that his opponent in the fight was an unusual person. Rainer said that Harold was amazing. Not only did he have strong magic, but he was also an aristocrat. Rainer told the girl if she only knew how strict Harold could be. His face twisted in memory. He remembered how his opponent had called him a fool for not using his power from the very beginning of the fight. Colette asked if he was upset, to which Rainer replied positively. It was obvious from his expression that he was not happy with the situation. But at the same time, he had a strange feeling, as if his mother had scolded him. The girl had absolutely no idea what her friend was talking about. The guy clenched his fist and optimistically said that next time he would definitely win and surpass Harold. Colette stood up and said that she was going to call the doctor and Mr. Orbel. She advised her friend not to worry. Finally, the girl lamented how hard he had been hit. When Colette left the room and ran to the doctor, she could no longer hold back her tears. She admired how strong Rainer was. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Cody met Itsuki and Harold in the city. He asked the young man if he wanted to join the Order of Knights. Itsuki, covering his comrade, asked the stranger who he was. Harold explained from behind that he was a man from the Order. Itsuki was skeptical about this man. Cody laughed and said that although he looked unpresentable, he was a real knight. The lieutenant repeated that he wanted Harold to join their order. He added that he had seen the boy fight and it was simply incredible. The young man asked him with a smile how he knew that he would participate in the tournament. In fact, the hero was irritated by people who pestered him with their legal proposals. Cody explained that he had deduced that the only event that would interest Harold was the tournament. He added that, in the Order of Knights, the Lord would do well. Harold got excited when he heard the man call him by his name. He immediately insisted on being called by his name and not by his stupid nickname. Itsuki, hearing this, pretended to be upset that his friend didn't like the nickname he came up with. The hero, however, began to get irritated to the point that he expressed a desire to return Itsuki's neck. Cody pointed to a tavern and suggested they go in for a drink and a chat. The boys went in, ordered drinks, and explained that they had used a fake name to fool their parents. The lieutenant was amused. He asked why the young man needed to do this for some tournament. The hero replied that he wanted to test his strength, but with such weak opponents he was only wasting his time. The commander said that the situation was familiar to him. Everyone around was a helpless weakling, and you were the only worthy and strong person. He remembered Rainer and said that he was good enough. The man added that he had also invited him to join their order. Harold's expression changed immediately after hearing this. He was displeased and asked again what Cody had said. The lieutenant felt awkward. He asked the boy not to be offended, because Rainer had been there when the man had been looking for the young man. Harold frowned and fell silent. He seemed to be thinking about something. Cody noticed that no matter how the boy played indifferently, it was clear that he was interested in Rainer. The man noticed that Harold instantly defeated his enemies in all fights, but not his opponent in the tournament. It felt like the young man was teaching Rainer how to fight properly, and the hero, in turn, tried to adapt to him. At first, Cody thought that Harold was just messing with Rainer, not trying to use his speed, taking all the attacks and dodging. He thus cornered his opponent and forced him to release his true power. However, the man did not know why Harold needed this. Itsuki interrupted his train of thought and reminded the commander that the boy was still young for the order. Hilo admitted that he had forgotten about his age, adding that there were still exceptions to the rule. He said that he himself had a friend, Vincent, who joined the order at the age of 14. The man explained that this was a fairly rare occurrence, an exceptional case that confirmed the candidate's talent. Cody asked Harold what he thought and if he wanted to fight against the forces of evil, defend justice, and such. The young man brazenly replied that he did not care about the justice that Cody was bringing. The boy said that he himself was the real evil, but despite this, he welcomed the lieutenant's offer. In the carriage, Itsuki told Harold that the Knight's Order often went on more dangerous missions than conquest campaigns, but he did not think that his parents would so easily agree with his decision. The young man believed that there would be no problems. He said that Haidan also wanted to join the Order earlier, which is considered a much more prestigious army, since its venerable commander is the king himself, so his parents would not refuse such an opportunity. The comrade asked if the young man was going to join the Order for the sake of his family. He looked away and replied that he lived only for himself. The parents were happy to hear the news about the knightly order. Harold, with a satisfied smile, told how he had fought with some hooligans in Delphi, after which he was noticed by one of the knights, who invited him to the order. Jessica and Hayden hugged their son and praised him. The news was wonderful for them. They were proud of their child. When the young man got to his room, he changed into more formal clothes for the celebration. He informed his butler that he was leaving for the capital in a week to join the Holy Order of Knights. The boy added that he was leaving the farming to Sumeragi and ordered him to report the situation to him periodically, even if nothing special was happening. Zen was shocked by the news. He wanted to grab his master, when he was stopped by his hand. Norman thoughtfully noted that the capital was quite far away, and they would have to keep in touch by letter. Jake added that it would take some time to send. However, the young man didn't care. He said that if they needed to contact him immediately, they should contact Sumeragi. Zen asked the gentleman to wait a little with his decision, because he had heard that the knightly order often went to dangerous and hard-to-reach places. Harold didn't care about that. The assistant was indignant at such a dismissive tone. He reminded them that the young man was their only master, and asked what they would do if something happened to him. Harold, in turn, tried to quickly end the conversation and leave. He mentioned that he had walked the path of adventures before and killed monsters. Although the young man had been wounded a couple of times, he remained alive. However, Zen insisted on his own. He did not want to let the young man go. The assistant was sure that the Order's missions would be much more dangerous than what had happened. He had already begun to imagine a situation where the young master died when he received a slap on the back of the head from Harold. The hero was already irritated by his friend's whining. He gloomily suggested that Zen go first to the Order so that he would not have to witness the death of his master. This conversation was over. The young man motioned for everyone to return to work. Finally, Harold was able to return to his room. He sat down tiredly on the sofa. Although Zen was pretty annoying to him, the hero understood that he was a good guy, and sometimes even a good advisor. The young man remembered that according to the game's script, the villain was supposed to join the Knightly Order at the age of 16, but before that he had long been preparing for campaigns in dangerous lands. The hero simply sped up these events a little. He thought about why the character needed a Knightly Order at all. Harold thought that the organization itself was a symbol of strength and power, and assumed that the villain wanted to prove his strength. He did not admit his mistakes and failures. Having played Reiner twice, he was hungry for more, so he fell for Justice's persuasion, and then led himself to self-destruction. In other words, the character lived by fighting. He did not want to use force for good. Moreover, Harold was a low person. He wanted to get everything because of the drive and vanity. The hero's thoughts were interrupted by a servant who informed him that the preparations for the banquet were complete. He was asked to go into the hall. The young man stood up and went to the door, but before leaving, he glanced around the room. After the banquet, the parents came out to see their son off. Jessica hugged her child and cried before saying goodbye. After the carriage with the hero drove off, they waved to the young man. After some time, the hero arrived in the capital of Amajil. It was a large and beautiful city, which Harold admired. He was especially surprised by the skyships, which he had never seen before. Walking to the meeting place with the captain, he pulled out a piece of paper to check the address. At that moment, he noticed a knight who greeted him from afar. The man said with a smile that they had met earlier than the agreed time. Harold did not share his interlocutor's cheerful mood. He said that he had not come for a date, and hoped that the possibility of joining the Order was not just a conversation. The knight told the young man not to even think about it. The man winked and said that he could rest easy. Although he often joked, he kept his promises. Harold began to get irritated, because he knew what the lieutenant could be like. As the hero set out, Cody admitted that he never thought he would meet someone who would make history in the Order again. The young man asked if the man was talking about that talented and youngest knight in history. Cody confirmed. He found it strange that Harold had not heard of him, since his name was everywhere. This young man was Vincent van Westerfort, who was currently the current head of the Holy Order of Knights. At that moment, the man the heroes were talking about was sitting in his office and working. He leaned back tiredly in his chair, then stood up and walked to the window. His assistant noticed this and asked what had happened. He asked if there was supposed to be a group workout today. Shannon said there was nothing like that planned. Then the guy asked why Cody opened the door and got ready outside. At that moment, the lieutenant himself came to him. He greeted him in his usual manner and asked if Vincent was in the office. The guy asked his comrade what the noise was outside. The man happily replied that they were going to give the new recruit an entrance exam. Vincent was a little displeased that they were going to give him the tests now and asked them not to give him any more trouble. Cody was amused by this. He laughed and replied that he couldn't promise anything because everything depended on the candidate for entry into the Order. Vincent didn't understand why he said this. The lieutenant finally advised him to take a look at the training ground. He was sure that his comrade would like what he saw. When the man left, Shannon muttered that he was as noisy as usual. The gentleman replied that his friend could not be changed. The main thing for him was that there were no complaints from the townspeople. The girl adjusted her glasses and said that he was too lenient with Cody. Vincent agreed with her. However, he felt responsible for the fact that it was he who dragged Cody to the capital, a place unbearable and alien to his friend. But for Mr. Amigil himself, it was not his homeland. After meeting the lieutenant, Harold sat down on the stairs near the Order's mission and thought about Cody's story about an active captain who had achieved such status at the age of 14. He told himself that he shouldn't compare himself to him. Vincent was the protagonist of many folktales. This man was distinguished by his seriousness. But the player remembered that 4 years after the battle in the forest, the order would lose all its influence. The lieutenant will then leave and harbor a grudge against all law enforcement officers. At the end of the story, Vincent will lose to his best friend and die by his hand. Remembering the plot of the game, the young man thought. He looked around and noticed that even now, the lieutenant had left him and gone somewhere. The knight, seeing the boy, came up and asked what he was doing there. His comrades began to laugh, saying that the child could be from a royal family, so he should be treated more gently. The girls were touched by him. Harold did not understand why there were so many knights around him, Reizo. At that moment, Cody started to come down the stairs where the hero was sitting. Seeing him, the commanders and knights stood at attention and greeted him properly. Harold was angry at the man. Cody apologized and explained that he had to go somewhere. He told his soldiers that he was glad to see them. The soldiers asked the lieutenant who was standing next to him. They assumed that this was the commander's illegitimate son. Everyone started laughing and comparing their appearances. The man asked everyone to calm down and remembered where they were. Cody replied that it was Harold and that they were going to fight him now. The knights were surprised that the lieutenant was talking about him. Harold did not understand why the warriors were confused and looked at him strangely. Unable to contain himself, one of the knights exclaimed if this was the very promising youth that Cody had spoken of. He noted that the newcomer was too small for them. The man approached the hero and said that he was not as simple as he seemed at first glance. Harold, who thought that he would enter the order without exams, believed that he had already been enrolled. He didn't understand what exactly Cody wanted to see, because he had already shown everything. Although the young man was not against fighting a couple of knights, he was unhappy that he was not warned in advance. At that moment, the man gave him his sliding knife. The commander advised his soldiers to trust his choice and fight with all their might, and added that whoever beat Harold would receive a letter of recommendation for promotion and bonuses. However, the knights were not inspired. They did not understand what was happening at all. Seeing this, the man shouted that they should not tell him that they had lost their nerve in front of a 13-year-old boy. Cody smiled creepily and ordered the soldiers to show Harold the full power of the knights so that he would cry and crawl to his mother. The warriors looked at each other. The hero mentally assumed that the lieutenant's words had worked. The knights looked at the hero seriously. He felt that the commander's inspiring speech had worked. Their looks changed abruptly. However, this was to the young man's advantage. He was going to try everything he had failed at the tournament. Cody came up to Harold and whispered that he should not ruin his reputation during the exam. The young man called him names. He said that his gratitude knew no bounds. The man smiled and replied that she would do anything for Harold. The hero noticed that before him was an elite unit advancing towards the king. He began to feel a tingling sensation that he had not felt since meeting Itsuki. For him, the real pleasure was defeating someone stronger than himself. The reincarnated one had long ago realized that he could never take away the thirst for battle from this body. He extended his sword in front of him and told the knights to attack him if they wanted to lose. One of the warriors stepped forward. He asked the commander if everything he said was true. He answered affirmatively and wished him to try. The soldier thanked him for the opportunity. The rival apologized to the boy and warned that he would fight seriously, because they would not often have a chance to curry favor. He added that for Harold himself, this would serve as a great lesson, which would show how small his world was. The hero, who needed no advice, laughed and thanked the knight for his opinion. He said he would repay him by making him crawl away on his belly. Watching from the balcony, Cody shouted for them not to kill each other and announced the start of the duel. With that, the calm soldier turned into a furious warrior. He took out his weapon as he ran and jumped, intending to attack Harold in midair. However, the young man deftly dodged and struck the knight in the side with his sword, right into the iron armor. The blow sent the boy flying upward. The fight was over. The knight fell unconscious to the ground. His comrades were in shock. The hero was surprised that he was able to knock out the soldier with one blow, but he did not take responsibility or blame, because the soldier himself came out to fight him. The commander approached his fighter and shouted for the healer or the person who heals to come to the wounded or killed knight. Harold began to call the next opponent, and knight came out to him. Without wasting a second, the boy was the first to attack him, but he managed to defend himself with his sword. Both warriors tried to hit each other but deftly dodged. The soldier swung his sword, but Harold dodged it. His opponent was open, and it was a perfect moment to attack. The hero kicked the knight's exposed shoulder. Harold pushed off him and rolled backwards, putting more distance between them. He landed on the ground, exhaled, and slung his sword over his shoulder. Cody clicked his tongue, watching what the young master was doing. The knight groaned from the blow. Then he noticed that Harold had opened his arms, exposing his entire body to attack. The soldier was furious. He knew the boy was just making fun of him. He started shaking with anger. The boy wasn't going to lose to a newbie. He dealt blow after blow, but never hit the stamina and speed of Harold. The hero noticed that monsters and people in the game use special moves during battles. It seemed to him that they were programmed. Usually people are more varied in their techniques. Try to adapt to the situation and only then attack. But his opponent behaved as if from a computer game. Such a knight in brave at heart would only be in A rank. He remembered that many of them had fallen when they tried to hit the protagonist with the same type of moves. A mad passion was reflected in Harold's gaze, because he knew that victory was his. The knight noticed this and was taken aback. He stopped. The hero asked if he was tired and began to tease him. He thought that he was a tough warrior, and not a louse worthy of his attention. Harold asked cheekily if his rival would entertain him and paw him with his little paws for a laugh. There was a mockery on his face. The knight was not going to tolerate ridicule. He stuck his sword into the ground, around which a pentagram was drawn. The young man noticed that warriors always use magic in battles in the same way. At the moment, his opponent was using water magic. He knew that the knights used one water spell, so he was ready. The opponent used a water strike, shouted the name of the magic. Harold used it too. The two magics collided with each other. The knight didn't expect the boy to counter the magic with another magic. He knew it was possible, but to predict the opponent's moves in advance was another level of impossible. The warrior didn't want to think about how Harold could find out about his plans, so he decided that it was an accident. He was going to use a completely different spell, a fireball. However, the boy attacked him again with the same one. The confused soldier asked how he could predict his actions, but the young gentleman was about to answer him. He pressed him with the dog and advised him to think about what was new and his own, and not to follow his trainer. The young man added that he was disgusted to look at him. This offended the knight. He raised his sword and shouted that he would kill him. The man lunged at the boy, but the boy dodged and stabbed his opponent in the back with his weapon. Cody watched the fight closely when he caught himself, thinking that he saw a young Vincent in front of him. Harold turned to the knights and told them to have the entire elite squad attack him at once. Otherwise, he was bored. Vincent watched the test from the window in silence. Shannon remarked that the boy was incredible. The master agreed with her. The young man was not just incredible to him, but ideal. In such an unequal battle, he skillfully repelled all the attacks of the enemies and went on the attack in time. However, even seeing it with his own eyes, Vincent was not sure that such a youth could fight experienced knights without making a single mistake. The boy does not simply plot the movements of his opponents. He seems to know what they are going to do. Vincent knew that the soldiers had their own special fighting style, but he didn't understand how Harold had studied it so thoroughly. The boy interested him. He wanted to know if he had ever fought with soldiers from the Order, and how many times. Vincent had a bad feeling about the young talent. He assumed that Harold might belong to some hostile force. The boy was afraid that by infiltrating their ranks, the boy could destroy the Order. After thinking for a while, he turned to his assistant with a request. The master asked her to collect all the information about the bits of their order for the last 10 days, without missing the slightest detail. The girl asked by what date she should prepare everything, and warned that if she were to collect information about each knight, it would take a long time. For the gentleman, this body is of no importance. He suggested that he should take care of the big battles, and she should take care of the small skirmishes. Sharon nodded. Vincent glanced out the window again. Harold continued to defeat one knight after another with a smile. The master hoped that his suspicions and worries would turn out to be unfounded. A couple of days passed after the exam. Harold met Cody near the Order of Knights. The lieutenant greeted the newcomer and apologized for making him wait. The man explained that he had a couple of things to finish and added that first the boy needed to pay for the dorm. However, the hero had already done everything and showed the commander the check. He was pleasantly surprised. They entered the dining room. The man explained that he usually worked there for free, but if Harold wanted something unusual, he would have to pay for his special order. Afterwards, the lieutenant showed the training hall and the living room, which were not far from the dining room. He pointed to the large adjacent hall and said that there was a meeting hall there. They went out into the street to the barracks where the knights lived. Cody warned the recruit that the veterans' quarters were on the second floor and advised him not to get confused. They entered one of the rooms where he was greeted by soldiers. The lieutenant introduced them to their new neighbor from the 92nd Company. The hero gave his name and advised his new comrades not to set him up. The knights did not understand such unexpected impudence from the newcomer. Harold thought that he had already angered everyone. At that moment, a girl approached them. She was upset with the commander who forgot the uniform for the newcomer. Because of this, she had to wait for him. The man quickly apologized to her and thanked her for bringing the clothes. When he took the uniform from the girl, he saw two other knights behind her and asked why they had come. The commander said that if they had a lot of free time, they should return to their floor. The boys apologized to the lieutenant. They explained that they were simply curious about the new guy who was causing so much noise. Cody laughed. He wasn't surprised, though. The man motioned for them all to step out into the hallway. One of the knights wished he'd seen the battle that the new recruit, who thought he was a tough guy, had staged. Harold noted without much interest that the soldiers were doubting something, and added that if they got down on their knees and apologized, he would pretend that he had not heard anything. The young man was taken aback, and the girl was indignant and asked the boy to treat veterans with respect. Harold stubbornly turned away from her and said that he would not show formal respect if he did not really feel it for the person he was talking to. The hero asked what she would do to make him respect her. Seeing that the situation was getting heated, Cody asked the knights to stop and introduce himself to the newcomer first. The soldiers introduced themselves one by one: Robinson, Shibou, and Eileen. All three of them were from Commander Cody's squad. Upon learning their names, the former player froze. The lieutenant noticed this and asked what had happened. Still dissatisfied and offended, Eileen began to provoke Harold to explain his behavior to his elders. Shibou wanted to stop her and calm her down. The hero looked up and asked if he should now flatter them for being born a couple of years earlier. The girl was furious. She wanted to attack the boy, but the commander pulled her away. He told the others that it was time for them to go. Shibou and Robinson were also caught with the recruit. The blonde suggested that Harold have lunch together sometime. Left alone with his thoughts, the hero did not understand what his meeting with secondary characters who were soon to die meant. The young man remembered the plot of the game. When Cody leaves the Order of Knights and creates the gang Frieri, and the reason for this will be the battle in the Beltis Forest, where his entire squad will die. Left as the only survivor, the lieutenant will leave, and his final resting place will be the Frieri. In one of the game events, Cody will say the names of his fallen comrades, and these names were Robinson, Shibou, and Eileen. This was their only role in the entire story. No description of their character or appearance. Harold pondered whether he should save these characters. He remembered that the battle would take place 4 years before the game's events, so a year from now. Based on the commander's words, the newcomer would not be enrolled in the squad in such a short time, so the hero would not be able to intervene in the battle. The boy needed to find another way to present the events. However, this would be difficult, because he knew nothing about the guys. Harold remembered only one line from the game, which said that Cody's squad would die a year later in the Beltis Forest. The hero remembered Clark, but with her, everything was different, since he knew all the circumstances completely. The most important thing was that Cody would have no reason to leave the Order, and no Frieri would appear, but there were a lot of stories in the game that couldn't be completed without them. In other words, the gang was of great importance to the main storyline, which was the worst possible outcome. Harold didn't know what to do. He wasn't sure if he should ignore the boys and pretend he didn't know about their sad fate, or move away from the original and save them. At this point, Sharon had already prepared the records of all the fights, asked for something. Vincent thanked the girl for her help. The assistant also gave him the file of the newcomer, Harold Stokes. The man looked through the records of the hero's family. He thoughtfully read about the young man signing up for a cleanup mission as a volunteer. The commander asked his comrade why he was showing him these documents. Vincent replied that he wanted Harold to join his unit, so he called him to discuss the details. The lieutenant, who was lying on the couch, jumped up from this unexpected news. He reminded that the guy was still a recruit. First he had to undergo training, then take the oath, and only then would he join the squad. Vincent thought that Harold could skip school. Instead, the young man could take an accelerated 2-day course for a young knight. If he successfully completed the final test, he would join Cody's squad. The commander scratched his head in thought and agreed with his friend. The man was only worried that the older knights would take an interest in him and interfere. Vincent replied that Cody would therefore be responsible for Harold's training. He added that it was not surprising that attention would be paid to him, since the young man had already gained fame for joining the order at such a young age. Both senior knights understood the incredible power the new recruit possessed, so for his sake they would make an exception to the rule. Cody sighed and agreed with his friend with a smile. Vincent asked in surprise if he had finally convinced him. The lieutenant threw the documents on the table near the sofa and said that he still did not understand why his friend was doing this. Vincent glanced at the young man's file and saw a photo of Erika Sumeragi. He asked the commander what he thought of Harold's fighting style. The man replied that it was quite surprising. He had no idea that a rookie could fight so well. Vincent agreed with him. He added that they needed to find out who had taught and sent Harold. Cody glanced at his comrade, not understanding where he was going with this. He asked if the young man was from an aristocratic family. Vincent added that the young master had dealt with his servant's family with particular cruelty. They could not turn a blind eye to that. However, Cody saw knightly valor in the boy and did not want to judge everything by rumors. The lieutenant's comrade was once again asked to take responsibility for the recruit and to accept him into his unit. In this way, they would be able to see for themselves the nobility and humanity of the young man. Cody still didn't understand why they were being so strict with the boy. Vincent explained that they couldn't blindly trust someone just because of his aristocratic background, like what happened to Nohike 10 years ago when he betrayed them. Cody remembered everything. He was the king's bodyguard, spying for other kingdoms. Once Nohika's betrayal was revealed, the spy self-destructed, leaving them unable to find out anything. So now they must be doubly suspicious of all promising recruits. Vincent frowned. He asked his friend not to doubt himself. Cody patted his friend on the shoulder and said that he would do everything right. The guy apologized to him for the inconvenience. He just waved it off with a smile and advised his friend to be less serious. Vincent sighed. He replied, despite his desire, he had to be like this, because someone was being too careless. The guy grumbled about how, if his friend realized how hard it was for him to cope alone, Cody covered his ears, complaining of pain. When the lieutenant left and Vincent was alone, he smiled warmly, feeling gratitude towards his faithful comrade. Meanwhile, Harold finished hanging the clothes outside. Now that he was a new recruit to the knightly order, his schedule began with a 5 a.m. wake-up, followed by 2 hours of training, then breakfast, cleaning, laundry, and another training session after lunch. Overall, the young man didn't complain about the routine, but he hated that it took up so much of his time. He didn't even have a free minute for personal training. The young man was walking down the street carrying a basin of clothes when the elders appeared in front of him. They blocked his way and looked at the new recruit with insolence. The knights accosted Harold and promised to show him what happens to such arrogant newcomers. The young man sighed. He hadn't thought that the order recruited dubious characters, and he didn't understand where the commander was looking. The knights got angry. They started asking what exactly he had said. However, Harold was not going to waste time on them. He deftly jumped over them and ran on about his business. The elders tried to stop him with shouts, but the hero did not even think of obeying. As the young man hurried to his room, he mentally scolded Kolya for the fact that he had started a non-regulation relationship in his order. Harold could not wait to join the order, because he believed that then it would be easier for him. It was time for lunch. Everyone present looked at the boy, who was sitting and eating quietly. They were whispering, discussing the new recruit. However, Harold had expected such a reaction, so he tried not to pay attention to it. Robinson suddenly appeared in front of him, and then Shibou with Eileen. The guy sat down opposite the newcomer. The blonde ironically noted that Harold had already made friends for a long time. The young man was irritated by their company and asked what they needed. Shibou replied that they had simply decided to brighten up his loneliness, and added that taking care of newcomers was the responsibility of the elders. Harold cheekily noted that the blonde himself only communicated with 2 people. Shibou didn't agree with him, because he wasn't Robinson, who couldn't string 2 words together, and he had friends all over the order. The blonde's words hit the shy boy's heart hard. Robinson, with tears in his eyes, asked Shibou not to say that. because it was not his fault that everyone was afraid of him because of his frightening appearance. Eileen gave her friend a handkerchief and asked him not to cry. Harold noticed that the blonde did not even try to support the big guy. The hero decided to say something encouraging, but he did it in his own way. He said that people avoiding Robinson were afraid that he would accidentally crush them if he moved. The boy was touched. He took the boy's hands in his and confessed that no one had ever said such words to him. Robinson thanked him. Harold sarcastically noted that now he had an admirer who confessed his love to him. Shibou asked the new recruit if he was already used to sleeping in the barracks and doing the servants' tasks. He also noticed that the younger one could not make friends with the older ones. However, the young man did not care. The blonde said that friends should be there too. Shiloh understood that it was easier for an aristocrat to live with servants, and reminded him that Harold did not have any in the order. He added that the young man could turn to them, because they would always be there. The hero advised him never to say that again, because humans are not immortal, and noted that the guys were too noisy. Shibou laughed. However, despite his caustic words, Harold was not against their company. Eileen advised the new recruit not to be so self-confident, because he was not the nicest person on Earth. Otherwise, not only would he not make friends, but he would not even date anyone. Shibou burst out laughing. The girl immediately stabbed him in the eye with a fork. Harold found this funny. He said that he couldn't understand that, because he wasn't interested in anything romantic. Suddenly the commander's hand was on the young man's shoulder. The man sighed and agreed that he couldn't have any romance, since he was already engaged. However, there was an advantage to the situation. There was no need to waste time on dating. The knights were surprised. They exclaimed loudly. Harold was unhappy that he now knew everything about Erica. He asked who told Cody this. Shibou jumped up and asked the commander for details. The man said that she was the sweetest girl, who could be described by 2 words, elegance and beauty. The boy shouted at him to shut up, and asked how he knew about Erica. Harold wanted to follow Cody, but his hand was grabbed by Shibou, who was shocked. He said that at such a young age, a boy should think about sweet candies, not girls. The hero exclaimed that the knight should watch what he said. Eileen was determined that Harold, who was younger than her, already had his other half, but she did not. Cody, as if nothing had happened, said goodbye to his squad and advised them to return to work. The hero could not understand what the commander had planned. Harold came to the instructor's room. There he was told that he had to pass one more, but final, exam before being assigned to the order. The young man asked the worker if he himself did not find this strange, since he had only joined the order 2 weeks ago. They explained to him that he was a special case for them. The boy was too strong, so the management decided that further training was unnecessary. The hero smiled confidently. He realized that it was not yet time for the entrance exam, and the management noticed this not too late. The man's eye began to twitch from nerves. He said that the conversation was over and promised that he would pray for the recruit's success. Harold replied that he did not need to do this, because the result would be obvious. The worker began to get even more irritated. When the hero left the office, he breathed a sigh of relief. The boy clutched his heart. Because he thought it would jump out during the conversation, he was so nervous. The player understood that because of his character's manner of speech, he immediately had a huge number of enemies, so he would not be surprised if he was ever strangled in his sleep. Harold's future was covered in darkness even for himself. The young man noticed that the exam was assigned to him suddenly. Although he had already killed strong monsters, the hero was still worried about how he would pass the test. In the end, Harold decided to leave these thoughts and just try. The day of the exam came. The young man stood next to the commander, who was cheerful as usual. This irritated Harold. Both were dressed in knightly armor. The hero was told that the exam would be conducted by Lieutenant Sakras, Junior Commander Salim, Knight Lucas, and Instructor Tom. Harold was advised to try and show everything he was capable of. During the exam, the young man will go into a living area with Cody's squad. He will have a list of monsters that he must destroy, and the designations of their habitats. The hero was asked if he had any questions. He answered negatively. He was released and advised to start with preparing supplies for the road. Cody went first, calling the young man to follow him. Harold didn't understand why the commander was present during an exam that he could have handled himself anyway. The young man had his suspicions about what his lieutenant had in mind, but later he decided that he was dwelling on this problem too much. The knights set out. With carriages and horses, they walked through the forest. Shibou asked Harold how he felt, and if he was tired of walking for so long in heavy armor. The hero sarcastically replied that the boy could immediately call a doctor before he died from the heat. Cody came closer and noted that, judging by the way the young man spoke, it was clear that he had already participated in similar operations. Harold was annoyed that the commander knew so much about him and asked how he knew. The man pretended not to understand and moved on. The young man sternly told him not to act stupid and explained how he knew about Eric. Cody feigned surprise. This reaction infuriated the hero. Suddenly, one of the examiners reported that 2 threshing ants were approaching them. The trees were moving towards the people at high speed. They moved using their roots. The warriors did not understand where monsters of this kind came from in such a place. Watching their movements, they realized that they were the monster's target. The knights were ordered to prepare for battle, and the recruit was ordered to stay behind. However, Harold's look showed that he was not going to obey the order. Sakura explained that they had not expected to encounter threshing ants here, so they would have to postpone the boy's exam. The hero considered this reason stupid, because he thought that making emergency decisions was part of the test. Harold didn't care about the lieutenant's decision. He was going to fight. The young man said he would go right now and deal with the monsters. Sakura backed off and said they would help him anyway. He ordered Cody to take on one of the monsters. He already had his sword out and was ready. Lucas and Salim approached Harold. They gave the new recruit some advice, to go into battle boldly and, if there was danger, to run. The young man noticed that the group was pretending to care about him. It seemed strange to him, but even so, some gratitude was born in him. Harold stepped forward towards the monster. The mobile ant was approaching him and was very close. The young man confidently approached the monster. When he was too close, the tree attacked him with its branch, but the man managed to jump away. Lucas and Salim were getting nervous. They started yelling at the recruit to jump or roll. Even though Cody's squad was busy with another monster, they kept an eye on Harold. Watching him, the commander was pleased that everything was going according to plan. The monster swung its powerful branch, but the youth used a phoenix strike in midair. He struck the branch that the ant wanted to attack the man with. The monster's wooden arm was stuck in the ground due to the powerful blow. He couldn't get it out and didn't understand how this could happen. While the monster was immobilized, Harold took advantage of this and attacked with his sword. He jumped onto the tree trunk and stuck his weapon into the bark, after which he used the magic of the flame blade. Arrow burst into flames and instantly burned. After the party had dealt with the threshing ants, they moved on across the map. The exam continued. Harold fought monsters under the supervision of his comrades and instructors, and so the day passed. In the evening, they set up camp and decided to drink to the passing of the recruit's test. A disgruntled Harold asked what the guys were doing. The guys answered that they were celebrating his success. The young man was angered. He believed that the knights were ready to drink at any moment, just give them a reason. Harold reminded them that the exam would continue until they returned to the capital. However, the young knights remembered this. Shibou replied with a smile that they would drink just a little bit now, and when they returned they would arrange a real infusion of the new recruit into the squad. But the hero himself did not need such a celebration. Lieutenant Sakura was sitting not far from the boys. He looked at them thoughtfully, holding a pen and paper in his hands. The man wrote in his report that there was no doubt about Harold's strength. In 3 days, he was able to join Cody's squad and acted together with them. Sakura had heard of the young man before and thought the rumors were exaggerated, but when he saw how the young man quickly dealt with the ant, he realized that he was wrong. Even the lieutenant himself was not capable of dealing with the monster alone. He knew that Harold would become the strongest knight in the history of the order. The man assumed that the young man's arrogant behavior could be the result of self-confidence. However, Sakura noted that if the hero was truly like that, he wouldn't spend so much time with people he didn't like. He could see that the boy was different deep down. Meanwhile, Shibou tried to get the evil Harold drunk. The man thought that Cody's troop probably got along well with the boy, but not for weeks. He thought about it and concluded that he had no reason to fail Harold. The next day, the squad headed back to the capital. After a while, they already saw the city. The lieutenant warned that despite the fact that they were close to home, the knights should not relax. Lucas was surveying the area when he noticed something strange in the distance. Sakura asked what was going on. The boy pointed into the distance and said that something strange was black and puffing on the horizon. The sure mass was coming out of the ground. Someone suggested it was smoke, but it was wriggling too strangely. Lucas said it was probably just moving. No one knew what was in front of them. Eileen asked if it was some unknown kind of monster. Cody noticed that Harold had become noticeably quiet and asked what was wrong with him. The boy was watching the monster seriously and intently. It felt like the young man knew something. From the ground up to the sky, a cloud of red smoke or dust was visible. The knights stood and discussed the origin of the unfamiliar object. The squad leader clarified what was red in the distance and looked ahead. Another knight stood next to him and watched. There was discussion that it was smoke, but some strangely writhing. It had an unusual color and movements. Someone even asked if it could point to a treasure. One of the knights turned and looked at the ragged man, assuming that he might know what the smoke was. The knight asked the boy by his name, Harold. The commander of the Knights' Consolation, turning his face, also asked a question, but this time in detail. He asked the recruit Stokes, who was standing behind, whether he could have known what they had all encountered. The recruit irritably answered that he was not a know-it-all and warned, assuring that if they treated the anomaly with a yawning nose, then that unknown would roast them like chickens. The knight at the very end of the line asked the commander what they should do next, addressing him as the main one. The commander, walking forward, asked the guys to wait in line while he looked around the place. The recruit, looking ahead a little, was taken aback. Harold, with a furious face, rushed forward to the chief and, cursing, shouted at him to lie down. The commander turned around and asked, in confusion, not having time to really react. Opposite the commander, a cloud of red smoke was attacking in the air. The man froze in surprise, unable to move. The recruit grabbed the commander and pulled him down, thus allowing the boys to dodge the attack. One of the knights excitedly called out to the commander, watching the scene unfold. The man standing behind looked around and watched the smoke. The commander and the recruit managed to land safely and began to watch. The enemy moved away from his victims and flared up. The chief thanked the recruit Stokes for saving his life. Harold, with tension and some anger, told him to shove his thanks somewhere far away and warned him to always be on guard and not to turn away from the battlefield. The commander-in-chief, looking at the guy, confusedly agreed with his words. The commander stood next to the recruit, and the squad behind them, huddled together. They realized that they were surrounded by 6 magical enemies. The knights looked around in fear and confusion from the tension and covered each other's backs. The girl, unable to withstand the atmosphere, asked what kind of anomaly it was. Harold, preparing to attack, grabbed the sword from the swing. A dull ringing of metal was heard. The guy tried to cut the smoke with one lunge. The attempt was unsuccessful. The smoke first dispersed, but then gathered again in a heap and flared up. Harold tried again, but it was no use. The attack failed. The smoke gathered again in a heap, but did not attack. The knights were surprised by the impenetrability of their enemy. The guy returned to the commander and explained the situation with a completely calm face, told the knights that physical damage did not pass through them, and if they waved their swords, they would simply ruin their weapons for nothing. The hero added that they would not be able to defend themselves for so long, and the enemy's attack parameter was very high. The commander silently listened and reasoned about what the guy said. The girl knight, trembling with fear, looked down and repeated the guy's words that their attacks were not working and added that there was no way they could win. The other knights began to panic. One of the men standing behind asked if they could make a tactical retreat, hinting at an escape. Someone asked ironically where they should run since they were trapped. The commander looked at his squad and realized that things were bad, since panic was growing at the most inopportune time. The boy raised his hand and began to cast a spell. The recruit shouted at his comrades that they were cowardly pigs, and said that if they had time to babble in fear, they had better do something useful. He warned them that they had better get moving if they did not want to die right here and now. The knights shuddered at the newcomer's words. Harold conjured a thunder spear and threw it with a roar straight at the enemy. The knights saw a bright light in the direction of the enemy and silently watched what was happening. The smoke flared up again and attacked the recruit. The guy managed to dodge the attack and the shadow missed. The knights worriedly decided that magic did not affect the enemy either. The knight called out to the recruit. The guy looked back and saw a huge plume of smoke plowing behind him. The commander and one of the knights covered Harold's back, standing behind their partner. They said that they could not put everything on one recruit and made the verdict that the enemy was a very difficult opponent The knight joyfully raised his hand up and started using his magic, telling the ironic enemy how he would have to deal with his water strike. He attacked with a splash of water, and the smoke began to dissolve in the air until it was completely gone. The satisfied knight joyfully shouted bingo from his attack. The commander noticed that the monster was vulnerable to water magic, and attacks related to the element of water began. The commander-in-chief looked around and realized that this time, on another cloud of smoke, the attack with water had not been successful, and the enemy had again begun to gather in a heap. The commander asked, confused, why the attack hadn't worked this time. Harold stood there, lost in thought, and replied that perhaps each of them was different and had their own vulnerabilities to a particular element. The boy fell silent and looked down, lost in his thoughts. The knights nearby looked at the recruit in surprise, because the thought could be real. The knight who managed to destroy one of the enemies brought the boy back from his thoughts to the present and praised Harold, saying that this is what it means to have brains. The recruit irritably shouted at him to stop talking, because instead of wasting time, he should use magic. The man approved the boy's proposals and pulled the commander to act as well. The commander ordered one of his comrades named Lucas to support them with protective spells in case they were suddenly attacked, to which he received the consent of the subordinate. The two knights and the commander began to cast spells. The man made an air spear, the commander aimed a pillar of flame, and the recruit used the thunder spear again. 3 powerful magical attacks hit the enemies with a roar. The boys watched in anticipation, expecting the success of their attacks. All the clots of smoke disappeared, and the knights were left alone on the field, noting their victory. Harold only looked away in relief and sighed. The commander turned to the knights standing behind him and shouted that he saw no more enemies and asked if there were any wounded. The guys behind him answered that they were all safe and well now. The commander smiled with relief and mentally rejoiced at the unharmed men under his charge. The chief looked towards Harold and looked at his back, thinking that everything was thanks to the guy, and if it weren't for him, there definitely wouldn't have been any losses. He remembered how he saved him, because he was the commander, that is, he would have died if it weren't for him. The commander remembered the guy's words at the beginning of the battle and criticized himself for his carelessness, although he had been warned, but he still went after the monster. He considered himself a lousy commander. The chief turned to the recruit and tilted his head. The boy looked at the man. The commander thanked Harold again for saving him and apologized for the mess they got into because of him. The guy bowed his head slightly but did not look away, and replied that it was impossible to foresee everything, adding that he still should have been more careful. Harold turned around and, without waiting for an answer to his words, went ahead. The commander looked after him and said that he would remember this conversation and would charmingly listen to the advice. Harold did not know it, but he had once again earned the trust of another person. The knight and the commander discussed the monsters with each other. One said that he had never seen monsters like them, the other agreed, saying that someone should be assigned to check the archives. Maybe they will find something about the monsters. The boys were talking away from the other knights, but Harold heard and mentally talked to himself that he had to pretend that he was not aware of the monsters, and he was lucky that they quickly adapted to the situation and believed the deception. He recalled that they had encountered a cloud of darkness, a creature born from Justice's sinister plan to erode the entire continent. The guy wondered why this happened right now, because the cloud of darkness should have appeared closer to the middle of the game, but he met them, so to speak, in the prologue itself. It didn't matter to the guy anymore, because when he appeared in the original, the monster was always in this world, and Justice's plans only brought him to life. The guy looked at the ground and thought that the situation now couldn't be worse. The hero continued to reason that the events of the plot began to develop ahead of schedule, and it was not clear to him from what point the story turned in an unknown direction. He criticized, asking himself if he could have relaxed so much that he had not noticed something important. He recalled the plot where the elixir from miasma, which was created by one of the main character's criminals, and then the elixir was refined by the Sumergai family and became available to ordinary people. His entry into the order happened, and if he understood the game, many details were omitted, and he himself got ahead of all the events in advance. The guy closed his eyes and mentally stopped himself, because he was just thinking about assumptions and it was too early to panic. First, he needed to make sure that Justice's plan had come into action. The hero imagined the image of the villain and thought that the last boss of the game, Braveheart, was Yusimtis Freund, who was a scientist considered a genius, but for the sake of his experiments he was ready to go mad. The guy stood apart from everyone and kept thinking about how he could stop the antagonist. A night man with stubble and thick eyebrows, the same one who was able to destroy the monster with a water magic strike, approached Harold. The man asked the guy what he was thinking about and thus distracted the guy from his thoughts, drawing attention to himself. The knight smiled at the young man and said that those monsters were something else, but thanks to the boy they were able to show where the goblins live, he said jokingly. Having made up his mind, the man asked if the boy had met those monsters before. Harold, trying to hide the deception, asked who he was talking about, whether the man was talking about goblins. The knight laughed and noted that the recruit immediately realized where the monsters had a weak spot, hesitantly adding that they should be hit with magic. The man asked ironically if he had never seen them before. Harold, with a serious face, answered that it was a simple coincidence, saying that, after thinking about it, he decided that it was more useful to use magic than not to use it if they had it anyway. Fighting monsters is not just swinging iron. The man replied that you can't argue with such an argument and the youth has a well-developed intuition. The guy laughed, and in order to confirm his status, he told the man if he had forgotten who he was talking to, because he was an aristocrat, and the man was just a redneck, and as everyone knows, every aristocrat has more talent than the common people. In his mind, he understood that he could not tell his friend that he was from another world, and that the man himself was a game character. The man took the guy by the ears and laughing pulled, saying that he knew he would hear such words from the mouth of the pest. The guy was surprised by such actions. The guy screamed that he was in pain and threatened the men, ordering them to let him go, but the man refused because he deserved it. The commander asked what kind of non-statutory treatment the guy had, adding that now he was at the boy's gunpoint. The man replied that he had simply patted him behind the ear and waved his hand. The hero looked angrily at the culprit of his sore ears, insulting the man. The boy looked at the knights with fury and wondered what the hell had gotten into the man, and how he could treat him like that. He wasn't even a child. The boy understood that technically he was a child, but he still felt uncomfortable. The hero didn't understand how the man knew so much about the boy, but except for Eric, he kept quiet about the rest, although the other knights had long been suspicious of him. The knight turned to the boy and still understood that this was not a simple coincidence. Already in the kingdom, somewhere near the outskirts near old abandoned buildings, Harold held a sword in his hands. The guy jumped forward with a running start, and mentally said that he needed to do it again. The guy's plans were unsuccessful, and he fell down with a crash. The hero lay on the ground, gasping in pain. Resigned, he put his hands under his head and was angry that he had failed again, remembering that it was much easier to perform the trick in the game. The boy knew that with such success he would never catch up with Harold from the original. It seemed to him that time was passing so quickly, and he still had not found a way to get close to justice. The hero recalled that in the original, the villain's laboratory was in the capital, and in the game, Justice often visited the palace to report. In his mind, he imagined capturing the villain at the gates, because that was his only chance for success. The guy stopped the flow of thoughts, and understood that it was impossible. Having met the villain, he did not suppose what to do, because he would be killed immediately. The hero threw out options, thinking that catching him sleeping was also nonsense, because no one could stop justice except himself, and he had no reason to listen to the hero. Gerald couldn't think of anything, and resigned himself. A guy appeared against the sky. Gerald looked back at the boy. The young man leaned over and asked what the hero was doing in such a place. Gerald asked the boy the same question, mentally asking how long ago he had been there. The boy decided to be the first to answer that he understood that he was training with himself, but he didn't understand why he was in such a place. The hero answered rudely that he did not want to attract the attention of various fools, and mentally cursed that he was found anyway. A group of guys, one girl and two guys of different heights and ages, stood opposite. The hero asked why they needed these wooden swords. The guys looked at each other and nodded. A group of 3 men bowed sharply and shouted, asking Harold to teach them how to fight. The hero was taken aback by such a request, and opened his mouth in surprise. He came to his senses and mockingly asked if they had finally understood their place, answering that he was not going to teach them anyway. Harold mentally understood that this was the last thing he needed, and the guys still kept asking the hero for help. The boy began to say that the time they were attacked by a monster, he was unable to help them in any way. He furrowed his brows and replied that such behavior was completely unacceptable for a knight, and so he decided that he should learn from him. The girl also began to speak for herself, that she too simply stood and watched while the others fought. The guy at the end responded that he too was only thinking about how to escape from the battlefield, and he was ashamed of it. The boys again, almost tearfully, asked the hero about training. Harold looked at them in confusion and did not understand why him, because his strength was only in his knowledge of the game's plot, and he had nothing to teach them. The guy looked at the boys. The girl and the older boy were still bowing. The younger boy folded his palms. They all closed their eyes in anticipation of the hero's answer, who, knowing the plot, thought that they would die in a year anyway. It was hard for the hero, because he couldn't tell them about the plot. The guy didn't understand Harold's new feeling. He remembered how these three in their own way took care of him, and were always there. The guy gave his feelings a name: gratitude. He didn't know if he could save the squad at all, and if he could, whether it was worth doing. The guy decided that, whatever happens, his guy simply won't die and he will help them become stronger as best he can. The hero answered the guys by agreeing to their request, for which he received gratitude from everyone. Harold suggested that the guys attack him. Harold held out his sword and warned the boys with a terrifying tone that they should not even think about mercy, and he did not know how to spare, and if they wanted to become stronger, then they should be prepared to suffer, assuming that they would run away after the first bruises. One of the guys stepped forward, saying how self-confident his interlocutor was, threatening that he would get what he deserved. Meanwhile, a meeting was taking place at the headquarters of the Knight's Order. One of the men finished his report. The other stood up and handed over a roll of paper, beginning to speak. The man said that despite his young age, Harold was so strong that he could be put on par with the level of their lieutenant. He added that during the encounter with the unknown monster, they also found out that Gerald had leadership qualities, and they decided to enroll him in the squad in order to increase his experience not only in training, but also in combat operations. Everyone listened to the man silently. The old man, sitting at the head of the meeting, cleared his throat and replied that he had heard the man and agreed with his arguments and proposal. The old man was the Grand Master of the Order of the Holy Knights of Maelstrom. The master looked down and added that, on the other hand, weren't they too hasty with the boy, since Stokes was still a young man and from what he had heard, he had a hard time communicating with his fellow soldiers. He suggested leaving the boy in training and trying to instill some good manners. The man did not object, only adding that he had a detachment in mind that would be able to cope with the boy's upbringing better than any training school. The master asked to tell him the details. The man replied that perhaps he was not aware of this, but during the entrance exam, Harold dealt with all of his examiners, and since then, many had held a grudge against the guy and avoided him. The man added that there were reports that the boy was being bullied by his classmates, and in such a situation, there could be no talk of disciplining the newcomer. The old man understood the man and made a verdict out loud that he wanted to enroll Harold in a unit where he would not be treated with prejudice. The young man agreed and said that he wanted to add the boy to Cody's unit. The man began to talk about Cody's good qualities. As a knight, he was friendly and open, so he was perfect for this role, adding that it was he who brought Harold to the Order, and he should sort it all out. And some of his squad already freely communicated with the youth on idle topics. The young man finished. The guy sitting next to them thought about idle topics, remembering how they sat by the fire and chatted freely. The master was saddened. He understood that the boy had behaved arrogantly, but that did not give him the right to mock him. The man apologized and admitted that it was his fault. He warned that all the pranksters would be punished as soon as they were caught. The master agreed with him, promised not to interfere, and asked to return to the conversation. The old man began to reason that he wanted to enroll the guy in the squad so that he would gain wisdom and lose his aristocratic arrogance, asking if he understood everything correctly. The man agreed and asked not to be considered blunt, but he believed that this was the best way to develop raw talent. The men in the room began to whisper. The master asked if the boy had impressed him so much that he considered him a talented young man. The old man, resigned, agreed to the proposal. The man thanked everyone for their attention. Suddenly, a plump man in uniform entered the room. He was the military master, an observer of the Order's activities on behalf of the Royal Army. The man's name was Harrison. As he entered, he said that he had interrupted an important meeting and asked what kind of ambitious new recruit had appeared in the Order. The man turned to Harrison and gave a positive answer. The young man also asked the high-ranking person what business brought him. Harrison agreed and sat down on the chair. Already sitting, the man answered that he had learned the gist of the discussion and had also decided to listen to the verdict. He did not want to interfere, but he had been assigned to carry out an important mission. The interlocutor asked to tell about the mission in more detail. Harrison said that the mission was about guarding the borders. It was not difficult or dangerous, but they would have to travel a lot to the borders. The old man noted that for a capital man the task was not easy, and he suggested sending locals on the mission. Harrison replied that they had already asked for help due to lack of forces. The belt is forests lately, and they would like to explore everything, but the border guards themselves do not have enough people. The young man noted that he had not received any reports on this matter. Harrison was surprised to ask how this could have happened, and suggested that the letter might have been lost. The man began to remember that a race of star readers lived in the Beltis forests. The guy that the race was very small in number due to centuries of war, who closed themselves off from the world in order to somehow protect themselves from the corrupting influence. He believed that getting there was not an easy task. Harrison noted that negotiations were currently underway on this matter. Since they did not want to violate local customs at all, they would simply look after their own small mercantile interests, so no problems should arise. He added that he did not think of the locals as such stubborn people and wanted to send a new recruit there. The guy asked for what reason. He answered that there were many of them, and the first one was in that it was impossible for him to go on dangerous missions. Harrison added that this mission, as he had said, was not considered dangerous, but the reconnaissance would take a long time, and there was a chance for him and his comrades to get closer. Having argued his words, he said that the idea was perfect for a newbie's first mission. He was throwing out incorrect questions about the guy, like, why did he behave like that? What was on his mind? People sat and listened with condemnation, but silently. The old man stopped Harrison, saying that such questions were not acceptable at an official meeting. The man apologized. Harrison justified himself by saying that he respected the position of the master, but in his position he had the right to hand out such tasks, and already rudely said that they should also watch their language, so as not to damage the status of the order. The man turned to Vincent, asking him what he would say to that. The boy asked for time to think about it a little. Harrison replied that it should be as he wished, but asked to send the knights as they agreed with the star readers, and gave them a month to think about it. The man added that he had no idea what a service he was doing them. Vincent just looked ahead angrily. In the knight's quarters, in Harold's room, there was a letter lying on the table. The hero took the letter in his hands with interest, and realized that it was from Tasuku. The guy sat down and started reading it. He saw the graph of the effectiveness of the healthy lifestyle method, and with a sad smile noted how many numbers there were. After reading it, he reasoned that he wanted to inquire about the future of their farms. The guy was tense about such interactions with people, and for this reason he left all the questions to Tasuku. Now everyone thought that the ZZ method of farming was invented by the Sumeragi family, and was now simply sharing technology with the Stokes. The guy decided that he would write to him about signing as many contracts as possible before the other families interfered. Suddenly, the guy was approached. Harold wondered what it could be, and turned around. The guy handed the hero a folded piece of paper with the words that he was asked to pass on. The guy said that it might contain his latest exam results. The guy was surprised. Harold smiled sarcastically, and said that even such worthless creatures could be useful. The guy drooped, but thanked him as he left. The hero was happy. He had been waiting for the results for a whole month and asked why they were dragging it out with him. The guy understood that there was a possibility of enrollment in the squad, although he knew that hardly anyone would want to take someone like him. He calmed down and mentally scolded himself for worrying, because his calmness could be disturbed by expulsion, and began to tear open the envelope. The boy's expression changed to tense. He crumpled the edge of the paper. Cody congratulated the new guy with a happy expression, saying that he was now an integral part of his squad. The guys who asked to train with the hero were also in his squad, and also congratulated him with wishes to work together. The commander asked if Harold had forgotten his things and said that he would show him his place in the barracks. He ignored him and turned away. Someone was calling out to the guy while he was lost in his thoughts, imagining that it was all over and it was no wonder he had a bad feeling about the exam. Now the guy understood that he had to think not only how to save the promised guys, but also how to squeeze out in this detachment himself. He reassured himself that there was still a year, and he had time to prepare himself and them for the event in the Beltis Forest. The guy called out to everyone and warned that he had another announcement. The guys stood up and looked at him in surprise. The guy warned that the order would issue 5 leaves to some units next week, including them. The guys were happy, but didn't understand why and why it was taking so long. The guy replied that after that they would go on a hike, so they were given a good sigh. The girl was surprised and asked about the difficulty of the task. The commander said that the task was not difficult, you just need to go far, and asked the guys who knew about the Beltis Forest. The hero looked towards Cody. The guy was stunned by the shock of what was said, and did not understand why events were happening so quickly. In the Order of the Holy Knights, in one of the rooms of the barracks, a twin, lying under the blankets, asked his brother. He asked what he wanted. The guy asked how it happened that the new recruit was sleeping in the same room with them. Brother continued, clutching the blankets above himself, saying that on the day of the new student's exam, his self-esteem had dropped to an all-time low and he was feeling bad about losing faith in himself. Brother got up from the bed and encouraged his brother by saying the saying, "Don't wake a sleeping dog." The brother asked him not to worry and to imagine that there was no one with them and everything was as usual, offering to switch beds if he was still shaking with fear. He only sobbed at his brother's words. The hero lay, turning away from the twins. Harold was deep in thought, cursing at the trip to the forest and recalling that in the original, there were still 4 years left before the battle between the Order of Knights and the Star Tribe. The battle was to occur due to the machinations of Imperial spies, and a conflict would break out between the Order and the tribe. Both sides would decide to attack each other at the same time. The instigator of their side was the Minister of War Harrison, and Justice advised him to do this. 2 personalities flashed in the hero's memory. Harold thought that Justice needed the war for new experiments and guinea pigs. In this world, people and monsters had a special power, and it was called the astral body. The strength of this force was influenced by both heredity and training, and it was this force that allowed people to use magic and special skills. The guy crookedly compared it to mana like in RPGs. Unlike ordinary people, representatives of the Star Readers had a huge supply of astral, and Justice wanted to study this phenomenon. This was considered the true cause of the battle in the Beltis Forest. According to the plot, Cody's squad will die, the commander himself will abandon the order, and Justice will continue the experiments. The guy was worried and did not expect that defeating the monsters would lead to such consequences. The guy thought that suddenly this conflict would not be limited to one battle and cursed. According to this story, a cloud of darkness had already appeared, which could mean progress in the villain's research. Then the battle in the Beltis Forest was not surprisingly a wound for the plot. The hero cursed again and hid under the blanket, not understanding what to do. The boy closed his eyes and thought in confusion that if only he had at least a little time to think about it. Harold asked himself if he was really that powerless. The guy walked through the streets and happily hummed a melody. He entered the barracks, greeting the boys and asking for Harold, asking to take a walk with them. Taken aback, he realized that he was not in the room. The twins, sweeping the floor, agreed with the guest and said that he had left in the morning, although it was Harold's turn to be on duty. The guy stepped back in amazement and asked how he dared. Next to him, the guy with the cap said that they had agreed on a walk, scolding Harold. The interlocutor had already turned to the door, calling the hero a lone wolf, asking what he had thought up this time. The slightly shorter guy winced and stopped, saying that he couldn't just ignore the rules and run away. At this time, Harold was galloping briskly on his horse across the field. The guy was heading to the estate. The old man turned around and asked if it was Harold, adding a moral to the boy's name. The hero walked behind the old man, holding the horse's bridle. The old man wondered what could have happened, since they had not expected him to return. The boy, with a serious expression, answered that he was on urgent business and ordered Tasuku to be brought immediately. The old man replied that his master was not there at the moment and asked for forgiveness, adding that he would return only in the evening. The boy replied that he would wait for him and asked to be taken inside, to which he was agreed. The estate was in the midst of everyday bustle. The girl walked silently along the corridors of her house. The girl asked her servants what was going on. The servants turned to their mistress. The boy sat in the room above the table and cursed everything and did not understand what he had expecting to see the master of the estate here, Realizing that he had his own business, not knowing what came over him, he understood only one thing: that a visit to the Sumeragi estate would not solve anything. He compared himself to a hunted animal running back and forth, considering it a pitiful sight. There was a knock on the door and an apology. The guy ordered to come in and shuddered. He turned to the door and heard a creak. The wooden curtain of the door was pulled aside by the girl's hand. The girl in the kimono with a flower in her head replied that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, addressing Harold with respect. The girl looked at the guy silently and emotionlessly while he stared at the floor. Confused and looking ahead, the hero mentally asked why Erica was here. The guy started the conversation asking why she couldn't have come here just like that, specifying that she could have been looking for a meeting with him. He asked her with interest what she had in mind. The girl shook her head in denial and replied that their misdeeds don't always have a reason. Erica replied that despite this, the herald was her betrothed and would always be an honored guest at the Sumeragi estate. She asked him to keep her company while her parents were away. The hero flatly refused, thinking that the girl had not changed at all, irritated and rudely asking him to leave and close the door from the other side. The girl asked the boy to disobey, because for the daughter of the Sumeragi family to turn away from the guest and show her back was a disgrace. She asked for forgiveness, warning that because the boy's visit was unexpected and they did not have time to prepare anything for him, asking not to hold a grudge against them. The boy leaned on his arm and thought that talking to her was useless and remained silent. The girl fell silent and watched her betrothed. Erica closed the door behind her, and the guy continued to sit, not changing the position of his body. The kettle was boiling. The girl stood up and silently looked at the guy walking towards the sound. The guy sat, looking down at the floor, and was silent. The girl noticed that he looked completely different. Lost in thought, the girl reasoned that Harold would never sit with his eyes down on the floor in front of other people, and his visit was truly unexpected for her. Having finished the thought that the guy was really preoccupied with something serious, she prepared and served tea to the guy. Harold remained silent, and the girl sat down next to him. The guy did not pay attention to anything while the girl kept looking back at him. The guy decided to ask Erica what she could say about her current life. The girl was surprised. The girl turned to the guy and clarified the question and asked why he asked so suddenly. The guy silently looked ahead and waited for her answer. Erica went back to when she and Harold were children and thought that she had to find the strength to believe in him because that was the only way she could help him, but if she gave him a helping hand, of course he wouldn't be able to accept it and would push her away again. The girl replied that she was grateful for her life and did not complain to the gods that she was born the daughter of the Sumeragi family. The guy asked her to tell everything as it is, because a girl who is forced to marry cannot be happy. She replied that she was honest with him. The girl began to say that she was the daughter of the Sumeragi family, born and raised by a loving family and caring subjects, never felt unhappiness, and to repay all this kindness, Erica was ready to cut out her own heart. The girl called out to the guy, asking why he hated the engagement to her so much. Erica, without waiting for an answer, said that she was not so insensitive that she would not notice that much he did not like her. The guy was surprised and asked why. The guy finished the question, asking why she accepted such a cruel reality so easily. Erica answered him. Harold was the one responsible for its adoption. The girl honestly admitted that she admired Harold's strength and even envied him. The guy looked at Erica. Harold asked what kind of nonsense she was talking and asked if it was flattery. The girl answered that these were her true feelings, because the guy always followed the chosen path and dealt with all adversity with the help of strength. She added that she envied him because she herself was weak. The guy was confused. The girl said that no matter how strong Harold was, everyone had their own limit, and no matter how much the guy convinced himself of his strength, there were many obstacles in the world that he could not overcome alone. The girl yelled at the guy that sometimes, but he should rely on the people around him. Harold shouted back that she wouldn't say anything, as if she understood him. The girl agreed, because she didn't know much about her betrothed, but she noticed that it concerned him too. The guy made a face, asking her to repeat. The girl replied that there were many people who sincerely supported the guy. Erica said that the guy just didn't notice it. The guy fell silent. The girl asked for her betrothed. She asked him to open his eyes and take a good look around. The girl left the room after finishing the conversation. Erica thought about it. All of Erica's family members, her father, brother, Clara, and Yuno, were and will be on Harold's side. The girl believed that someday he would find a person he could completely trust. Erika looked down as the wind blew through her hair. Walking down the corridor from the room where her betrothed was, she finished the thought that she would not be that person. The guy, left alone, sat without touching his tea and silently thought, clenching his fist. The hero remembered Erika's words that he couldn't cope with everything alone and thought, looking forward. The guy reflects on how he is still somehow staying afloat thanks to his knowledge of the game's plot, and the only thing he has is a strong body, but his mind remains that of an ordinary person. He also agreed with the girl's opinion, because she was absolutely right. He had anxious thoughts about how he could face big trouble if someone found out about his secret, and in the end he adds that for the inhabitants of this world, such knowledge is equal to predicting the future. The hero justified his loneliness, and Erika correctly noted about him that everyone has their own limit, especially with the current situation. The guy fell to the floor and sighed tiredly. Harold thought that he had relied on others before, citing how he would never have saved the carriage or introduced a new method of farming without the help of others. The guy understood that he couldn't trust anyone and everything. The guy could tell the secret about his world, but he was afraid that because of his carelessness, their behavior would deviate from the original, and this could lead to much bigger problems. The guy wondered in his mind why he was thinking about this only now. The hero recalled how he saved Clara, created the vaccine, opened the ZZH farm, and joined the squad. These actions were done solely to avoid his death, and it was he who created all the deviations in the plot. Harold realized that it was only after arriving at the Sumeragi estate that he finally understood everything and found the answer to his question. The boy realized that avoiding death alone was madness, and he considered the possible answer for himself to accept the help of others. The hero doubted because he did not know the further plot, but it was too late, because the world had already stepped on a different path. Just as his research was ahead of all events, and Rainer and the others simply did not have enough time to become stronger, that was what was in the guy's head. Clenching his fist, he reproached himself for not being able to sit back and wait while his fellow soldiers died in battle with the Star Readers. The guy looked at his hand and decided that it was do or die. He would save the guys and slow down the villain's research, adding that he would help Rainer and the others become stronger. For the guy, failure was equated with death, but there was no point in being afraid anymore, because death would never leave him alone, and he should have already understood this the moment he found himself in Harold's body. The guy stood up and crouched down. He had to avoid death, unlike the original, and put everything on the line to get the best ending. The hero remembered Erika's teachings. The guy thought of her as the one who encouraged the man with all his might, who did not hate her, and considered her incredibly kind and charming. The hero smiled and felt sorry for treating her so rudely. By evening, the master of the house returned and met with Harold. The man apologized. The guy teased him that he even managed to take a nap while waiting for him. The man asked what was the matter. Harold stood up and replied that he had come to warn that in a week he would be leaving on a mission as part of a squad of knights, and that the destination was Beltis Forest. The man thought for a moment and replied that it was quite far, and that the round trip alone would take about a month, although he did not think that his first assignment would be very difficult. The boy intervened, replying that at first glance it was a routine border protection mission. The guy, having decided, warned that, unfortunately, this task will end in a battle with the tribe of stars. The man, shocked, asked the hero again. The guys sat opposite each other and were silent. The man asked if he was sure of his words and wanted to ask something, but was interrupted. The boy replied that a traitor had infiltrated the ranks of the ministers and was planning to start a war in the Beltis Forest. The traitor's goal was to capture as many star readers as possible and use their powers in human experiments. Simplifying his words, he said that if any of them fell into the traitor's hands, they would die. The head of the house responded that if he was right, it was a problem for the entire kingdom. Harold began to doubt his decision to trust and needed proof to gain the support of the Sumeragi family. The guy lowered his face and replied that he had no evidence. The man asked where he got such confidential information from. Harold asked his interlocutor if he had ever heard of Giffelt. The man frowned and repeated the boy's words. The hero answered for the leader, saying that he had probably heard. The owner of the house replied that he had heard that this was a fairy who could tell anything for a lot of money. The guy was surprised. Harold tilted his head to the side, thus covering his face. The man called out to the boy. Harold asked the chief if he was a complete idiot, since fairies did not exist, and he remarked that such strange people could be called fairies. The man was shocked. The owner of the house asked the guy if he could have been familiar with Giffelt. The guy agreed, and asked what was strange about it. The man thought in his mind that it was impossible. It was said that the fairy's espionage skills were so good that there was no information in the entire universe that he could not obtain. Giffelt was a first-class informant. The leader understood that there was no one in the world who knew the fairy personally, and that is why they were considered a legend. The man looked at the guy and reasoned that if Harold was right, then his information was more than reliable, and there was no point in lying to the guy. And the addition was that his words sounded confident, as if they really were true. The owner thought the boy had surprised him before, but this was beyond all bounds. He wondered in his mind what other secrets Harold was keeping from him. Harold watched the man's behavior in silence, and his reaction exceeded all his expectations, and judging by it, the fairy existed. The guy recalled that the mysterious informant appeared in the game as a character helping in training and pointing out objects, and his lines had nothing to do with the plot. Although Giffelt did not provide any important information about the game, he could help find rare, high-level monsters in forest dungeons and other places. The guy reasoned that he saw him often during the game, which could be said that he really knew him, and now, knowing the plot, he could hide behind the name Giffelt. The man kept talking about the fairy, while the boy thought about how he had made up the story about the Giffelt on the fly, and didn't think Tasuku would react like that. It seemed to him that the fairy didn't exist at all, and the boy laughed in his heart. The hero was now sure that Tasuku would believe him and was happy. Harold distracted the man, asking him to forget about the Giffelt and return to the main thing. It was night. There was silence in the Sumergi estate. Head of the Sumergi estate Tasuku stood silently and thought about the information he had received. The man returned to the house, the floor creaking. Harold walked onto the field, dressed in armor and holding his horse. The guy's expression was tense, and his comrade, noticing this, jokingly asked if the guy was worried about his first mission. The man came up from behind and grabbed the boy by the shoulder, saying that there was no need to worry so much, because even if they met monsters, they were no match for their squad, and the man praised himself for his experience. Harold turned around and looked angrily at his older comrade, and replied that it was all because of their optimism that the guy insulted him. The hero reminded them that last time they couldn't come up with anything against the lights, and warned that they had better watch their surroundings. The guys were surprised by such harshness of their comrade. The girl, having heard, asked the commander that their new guy was in a bad mood, to which she received the answer from the chief that she should not pay attention. The guy who was next to the new guy burst out laughing and assumed that Gerald had quarreled with his fiancée. Harold asked to leave him alone. His mood had nothing to do with her. The comrade hugged the hero and asked him not to be embarrassed, because he knew that he had left for her right before the campaign. The comrade kept discussing the love of the engaged, to which she received angry threats from the newcomer. The knights called out to them and asked them to hurry. The knight asked for forgiveness. Gerald only sighed and thought that he had not come up with any countermeasures against the enemy, except for vowing help from Tasuku. Harold kept thinking. He wanted to warn the boys that this expedition was a trap, but he had no proof, so there was no point in explaining. All he could do was convince them to be careful, but they ignored him. But he remembered that the story about Giffelt and Tasuku had worked out. At the estate, Tasuku and Harold sat opposite each other. The boy said that he didn't care whether they believed him or not, but he wanted to give the man a chance to pay him back for everything. The guy asked to prepare a military uniform of the Empire for him within a few days. He warned that he would pick it up in the nearest city where their detachment would stop. The leader asked why he needed the uniform of the Empire. Harold replied that he would put it on as a second layer, and if there was a fight, he would show up in it, hoping that it would ease the tension, and added that if there was an Imperial between the Knight's Order and the Star Tribe, everyone would be confused. The owner of the house jumped up and replied that it was dangerous and everyone would focus their attack on him. No matter how strong the Herald thought he was only a man, Tasuku said. The guy told him not to rush him and asked him what he thought would happen to him if some weaklings ganged up on him. Harold made a sardonic face and said that those conspirators were just flunkies, and he wanted to get to the masterminds of that whole ugly scheme. The man furrowed his brows in tension and turned to Harold. The man asked for time to get ready. The guy replied that he hadn't placed much hope in him. Harold said that he could ignore him or make another plan, but threatened not to be late with the preparations, to which he agreed. Tasuki replied that he would arrange everything immediately, but he did not like sending his future son-in-law to the grave. The guy smiled and replied that he should do as he wanted, because for now, he didn't care about anything getting in his way. The man cursed and smilingly asked if he would stop and added that the boy's youth was shining and fascinating, but the man could not worry about him. The boy just thought in confusion what kind of old man speeches the man had started. The guy thought about how they were finally trying to register him as a son. Harold asked if the man was angry, because they decided to break off the engagement with Erica. The man stood up and replied that he had seen a contract that required both parties' consent, and he was going to take both parties into account. The guy was surprised because he thought that he accepted his conditions for Erica's sake, but the guy didn't care because if he took into account the girl's wishes, the engagement would be over. Tasuku noticed that the guy's way of addressing Erica had changed to something more informal and appropriate for their relationship. The guy thought that the real Harold wouldn't bother with something like that. Harold was almost certain that his filthy mouth had never called her by name, although he himself tried to avoid her, which was not surprising. Only in his thoughts from memory, the guy remembered how he treated her disgustingly, but he was not sure that she would forgive him so easily. He wanted to try to change. The boy came back to reality. He looked at his hand, wondering if Tasuki would help him. The guy understood that the leader was also in a difficult situation, and the Sumiragi clan could not force him to act like that. Perkin was becoming more and more immersed in his thoughts that he would like to stop the expedition and the battle, but there was little time left for preparations, and everything had to be done properly. Suddenly the guy was disturbed by a knight who tried to say something, but he immediately told him to shut up. The knight pulled his hand back and asked how he had noticed him, adding that his face had become even more tense, advising him to learn to relax. The boy looked angrily at his comrade, mentally scolding him for his ignorance and long nose. Harold replied that they were too relaxed, and if there was a fight, he would be the first to die. The knight asked who they would fight, to which he received the answer that they were going to guard the border from suspicious persons from the forest, which was mentioned in the report. The knight thought about it and reasoned that it could be true, because the report said that there were up to 30 of them. But he reminded that there were more of them, and with such a composition they would quickly deal with the enemies. The guy mentally explained the situation as it was. Harold wanted to tell them everything, but he knew they wouldn't believe him. Harold replied that if you wanted to live, you had to be able to respond to any challenge, but he resigned himself and simply replied that the life of such trash was worth nothing. The commander looked back at the guy a little. Cody walked forward silently, listening to his squad's conversation. The city was visible on the horizon. The knight called out to Harold, saying that he saw him. The comrade began to say that Gracia, a city that was located near the possession of the Star Readers, warned that they would stop there. He happily remembered that the culture and heritage of the Star People were still preserved there, pointing his finger forward. The knight said that it was already Beltis. The hero looked towards the forest with excitement. Leaning on the fence supports, the hero exhaled and thought in his head that he had finally made it there. Looking at the forest, he thought that the Beltis forest was majestic and beautiful, and the game graphics could not convey all the beauty, although now it seemed to him that it was just a luxurious grave. The guy was worried, swearing and thinking about when the battle would happen, and whether Tasuka would have time to send help, and what kind of help it would be. Harold was thinking in his head whether everything would really turn out well, although he had already accepted his fate. The hero decided that he would not give his life and the lives of his comrades to anyone wanting to survive. Harold stopped his train of thought and decided it was time to go back. After walking a little, he looked back and realized that he was back where he was. He stood alone on the empty street and thought to himself how he found himself there again. The hero stood there in confusion and realized that he was lost. The guy put his hand to his face and scolded himself, thinking how he could win if he was doing this now. He stopped. Harold told himself to stop and asked how long he would continue to reproach himself. He mentally gave himself instructions to regain control and not get upset over such a trifle. Suddenly, 2 people in bandages appeared behind the guy, and Harold turned around in confusion. There were many people in masks and hoods, and they all stood around the guy. Harold mentally asked who they were. The guy looked back and saw one of the strangers walking towards him. Removing his hood, the stranger became the girl who greeted him. Harold recognized her as Yuno. The guy remembered Tasuku, wondered if it was he who sent her to help him. The hero noted that they looked too flashy for messengers, asking what the event was. The girl answered that Tasuka had informed her and that they were here to help the boy. The guy shuddered. Lost in thought, he scolded Tasuku for sending Yuno and the others to slaughter instead of him, and told the girl that he didn't need such help for free, adding that they would only get in the way and asking her to get away while he was being so kind. The girl called out to Harold. The girl and the rest of the people behind him knelt down and bowed. The guy wondered what kind of circus they were making. The girl answered sitting down. Tasuka ordered to entrust their lives to Harold and to treat the guy's commands as his own. The guy asked her again about her nonsense. The girl answered that all the people gathered here were pulled out and saved from the Sumeragi hell and were left without relatives. The girl began to talk to herself, remembering her past. When her life was lost, she decided to devote herself to the Sumeragi family. She raised her head and looked at Harold and replied that if he ordered them to lay down their lives, they would not resist. The girl again said that it was possible to complete the task without Sugaragi's intervention, but even this did not eliminate the risk. But Tasuka still decided to send them to support Harold. The girl's last request was to take these feelings into account. The guy just watched her silently. Harold thought that it was terrible to trust his life to such a brat from the order. The boy remembered Tasuku and mentally asked himself how much he owed him that he had come to this. But he had no time to think, and he understood that the man was forcing him to take on a huge responsibility. Harold answered that it was good. Answering the girl, the guy arrogantly said that he would take advantage of her petty life and ordered her to be grateful. The girl replied that now everything was decided. Yuno asked to go to a safe place. They had just prepared a room and offered to finish their conversation there. The people in hoods suddenly disappeared. Harold was a little surprised, and the girl replied that she had told them to approach one by one because it would be suspicious if they moved in a group. The guy noticed the thoughtfulness of the interlocutor and smiled. The guy asked how she was even allowed to participate in the position of the girl's personal bodyguard if he was not mistaken. The girl agreed with him. With a smile, Yuno replied that the lady herself had ordered her to obey any orders Harold gave her. The guy decided that Erica just liked giving orders, like her father, because otherwise he didn't understand what it could mean. The girl, noticing the change in Harold's face, asked what was going on. The guy decided not to press her and answered that everything was fine. The guy thought that the unexpected reinforcements were to their advantage, because Tasuki's elite fighters were promising comrades. The girl looked questioningly at the guy, and he only asked for help, somewhere far away in his thoughts. The guy was telling one of Tasuki's warriors that they had settled in a long time ago. Harold asked how long they had been in this city, to which he received a positive answer. The man said that immediately after the order they did not hesitate and monitored all the movements of the knight's detachment, and if something happened, they would immediately be reported. In his head, the guy thought that if he knew about it, he wouldn't be so tense. Harold ordered to continue monitoring, but to report everything to him. He said that they would need to choose a meeting place in advance to pass on the information. The man agreed. Harold asked the others if they had any questions or requests. 3 days later in the forest of Beltis, the knights were walking and heard a rustle. They screamed and became confused. In front of the men stood 2 people with bows. They were from the Star Tribe. One of the readers aimed the meadow at the knight and a shot was fired. The bird hovered above the ground, screaming in flight. The bird turned around and flew away towards the city. The night girl asked what was going on. Harold was cleaning his sword in the meantime. The girl pointed to the guy, who was polishing the same place on the floor. The knights were concerned about the boy's behavior and asked him to stop cleaning. Harold reasoned that he was so absorbed in his thoughts that he forgot about current affairs. The knight tried to pull him away, but he only looked at him, to which the boy backed away. Everything is falling apart, Harold thought. He was worried about the upcoming battle in Beltis Forest. He didn't understand how they would cope and whether the battle would not be lost. Harold tried to recreate the entire simulation in his head. He understood that the entire strategy was fixed, but still tried to think of what else he could do to win. He grinned, realizing that now he was just wiping dirt with a rag. A group of 3 knights stood nearby and discussed Harold, worrying about him. One of the warriors looked at Harold and said that he would not be able to withstand all the hardships of the campaign. Another said that all this was impossible. Only the night girl said that she was worried about the hero. Suddenly, an image flashed over the roof. Harold was the first to notice. It was a huge bird. He didn't understand how it got so close, and he didn't even notice it. The bird soared into the sky. Harold watched it go. he gathered his entire arsenal and headed forward. The knights saw him and asked where he was going. Someone asked in a friendly manner if he had finished cleaning. But Harold passed by silently without stopping, so as not to give cause for concern. When Harold realized that he was not seen and was not being followed, he broke into a run. He had to catch up with this creature with wings at any cost. The boy reasoned that it was too risky to keep the Imperial uniform with him. He approached them with a request to hold on to the ammunition, to which they agreed, and agreed on a place where they would hand it back. Harold approached them, thinking about how to transmit the signal about the beginning of the battle. The girl thought about it and said that she had figured out how to solve the problem. She looked at the creature with a smile. She said that it was called Foramax, and that the Sumeragi family had been using them for a long time. She smiled and added that this species did not fly as fast as its representatives in nature, but was quite capable of delivering messages within the forest. "A messenger monster," laughed Harold, who was standing next to him. The guy thought about it. A very suitable option for a messenger, although there was nothing like that in Bravehearts, although the game ethics told about them. "That's good," the girl said. "In a pinch, he can go into the soup." Harold asked the name of the creature. The answer surprised him. Its name was Sumomo, which means cream. Sumomo flew up towards the forest. Returning to the present, the boy ran and realized that the battle in the Beltis forest had already begun. Cody sat alone at the table, arguing over a glass of beer. He felt sad and lonely. He couldn't figure out how it worked. Cody thought about Harold. He knew he'd been with the unit for months, and it was when he showed up that things started to go wrong. First of all, those red and black lights, he seemed to know about them. He knew their weak point right away. Even though nothing was known about them, Cody was sure that it was just Harold's genius. But that wasn't all. There was also the fog, and Harold noticed it right away, and he had a strange expression on his face, as if he knew about this monster too. It was just a guess, but still, what if it was so, that he already knew about the fog and the lights? If that's the case, Cody thought, then why? Why go through all this trouble? He tried to stay in the shadows. Then Harold reasoned that every monster has a weak spot, Cody remembered. The leader concluded that Harold didn't really want to show off his knowledge in front of everyone, which sounded logical, because if Vincent hadn't asked him to keep an eye on the newcomer, he wouldn't have even realized it. The man should have figured out the origin of the fog first, and then look for a catch in Harold's actions. Cody also noticed and worried about the guy's behavior during the expedition, because he was always on edge, expecting an attack every now and then. Summing up, Cody noticed Harold's disappearance already in the city, although he was unable to find out where he went. The man was tossing and turning in his thoughts about what Harold knew, and why the hell he was silent, whether his actions were hostile to the detachment and the capital. Cody didn't want to think that Vincent was right about the boy, but what if Harold was the one sent to destroy the order? Grimacing, the man decided that if Harold was the enemy, then he had to stop him. Clenching his fist with the glass, Cody placed it on the table and looked somewhere upward. The man decided that if he thought about it, Harold was more than just a subordinate to him. Cody may have only known the guy for a few months, but Harold wasn't a bad person, even though he tried to seem like one. Harold was better than his friend Vincent. The man closed his eyes. The man realized that by sitting still, he would never know the truth. He wanted to believe Harold, but he had to know what was going on. The man walked forward, deciding to talk to the newcomer. Cody walked and thought about how to steer the conversation in the right direction, and wondered if he was in a hurry. The knight ran towards the squad and stopped with a crash. The knight ran to the gate and shouted to everyone that he had come with a report that someone had attacked their patrol in the Beltis forest. Everyone looked at the man. Cody turned around and listened that there were many wounded and immediate assistance was needed. The commander burst into the room of his charges and ordered them to gather. The boys accepted the order. Cody looked back and asked where Harold was. The guy replied that his friend had been there a minute ago, went to take the tools, and didn't come back. Cody cursed in his mind and realized that he was too late, and the new guy was in the thick of things. He fussily ordered Marique to take over while he went looking for Harold. The guys wanted to object. Cody ran to the stable and asked about the order and whether anyone had taken the horse. The guy answered that everything was fine and only the patrol soldiers had taken the horse. The man thanked him for his service and warned him that he would take one horse. Cody walked with the horse and reasoned that the guy had run on his own 2 feet. which would make it easy to catch up with him. He did not blame him for his impetuosity, if that was all it was. Cody gripped the horse's bridle and galloped forward, thinking the boy couldn't get away from him. Harold ran forward. From behind the boy, a command was heard to stop. Above Harold, the horse jumped up, jumping over the boy and stopping him. The horse landed and began to prance. Cody smiled at the guy, saying he caught him. Harold asked what he was doing there and where the others were. The man got off his horse and asked who the guy was talking about. He asked the guy not to worry and that the guys were in the care of another commander. Harold told him to go back because he was the commander of his comrades. Cody agreed with him and asked him to go back together. Harold flatly refused. Cody asked him what he was thinking, saying that going into battle alone meant certain death, and he couldn't allow that. The man warned that if he survived, the boy would face humiliating punishment, but if he returned with him, he would turn a blind eye to the violation of the regulations. Harold angrily told the man that he was a real pain in the ass and ordered him to get out of his sight. Scratching the back of his head, Cody replied that he couldn't let this go. The man replied that despite the guy's wishes, he would have to sit under arrest until he came to his senses. The boys exchanged silent glances. Cody spoke first. The man raised his sword and pointed it at Harold. Cody said that if he wanted to get through here, he would have to fight him first. The guy was angry. The swords crossed. The man thought it was his selfishness, all because of the promise he made that day about their perfect future. The man reflected that this was why he lived, remembering how someone had told him that he did not want to die 20 years ago. The people welcomed the knights. Somewhere in the forest, a voice called Cody. Little 7-year-old Vincent joyfully asked his friend to wake up, because the king's knights were now in the square asking to look at them together. 7-year-old Cody lay on a tree root and asked to be left alone because he had been doing homework all night. Vincent sat down next to him and asked why he couldn't do it right away, and not at night, to which he received the answer to shut up, because the main thing is that he did it and it doesn't matter when. Vincent began to reason that knights had strict rules and a life on schedule, which was boring for the guy, and the very thought of it choked him. Vincent angrily called out to his friend. He asked for forgiveness because he did not want to offend at all, because everything knightly was not his at all. Something rustled above the boys, and Vincent, screaming and fearful, pressed himself against his friend. The tree foliage, and Cody asked his friend why he was scared of some bird. Cody confusedly said that he was deafened by his friend's scream, for which Vincent apologized. The guy asked why his friend was so timid, but he wanted to become a knight. In response, he received an apology again. Cody told him to stop apologizing and asked him to wake him up in the evening. Vincent was surprised and asked why he had to do that. The guy was already asleep. Cody was snoring sweetly with a contented face. Vincent sighed, tiredly. Cody woke up from the sun's rays, cursing at the yellow ball for its glow. Pulling himself up, the guy was quite happy with the good sleep. Looking around, he saw his friend, thinking that he had forgotten there, although he himself had jokingly asked to wake him up. The guy decided to go home and looked at the city. Cody began to wake Vincent up with a cry about what had happened to the city. The guy overslept. In the city, everyone was running, shouting that the city was under attack. The boys ran to the city, cursing that this happened after the knights left. Vincent's house was on fire, leaving him frozen and shaking. Vincent saw his parents lying dead on the ground. The boy sat down next to them and cried. Cody was shaking, asking how this could happen. Suddenly, the boys were called out. Cody's father walked towards the boys, wounded. The boy was glad to see him. The father was glad that his son was safe, and the boy looked at his wounds with concern, asking where his mother was. The man was silent. The man ordered his son to take his sword, which he tried to defend himself with. He told them to take Vincent and get out of the village, and if they did not hurry, they could meet monsters. The boy asked his father to go with him, but he refused because he could barely stand on his feet. Vincent, seeing the monster, warned his friend. The man pushed his son away, to which he called out to his father as he fell backwards. The monster grabbed the man in its mouth and ate his father in front of the boy. The boys trembled in horror, frozen in place. A man's voice was heard asking the children to run faster. Cody silently watched the monster eating in the distance. The monster noticed the guy's gaze and rushed at him with a roar. Cody grabbed the sword and called out to Vincent, ordering him to run. The guy stood there in a stupor. The guy grabbed his friend and ran into the forest, saying that they couldn't stop. The boys stopped. Cody looked ahead, and Vincent cried. The boys returned to the city, where only burnt-out remains of buildings remained. The guys holed up in one of the ruined buildings. Cody stared down blankly. Time passed. Vincent fell asleep. Cody continued to look ahead. The guy remembered the tragedy and realized that he couldn't live with it. Cody closed his eyes and took the sword. Clutching the weapon, he pointed it at him with the thought that he wanted to disappear. Suddenly, Vincent's mooing was heard, and Cody jerked. The guy's voice sobered Cody up, and he started crying. Cody looked at his friend and wondered what would happen to Vincent if he died. The guy threw the sword away and cursed. Dawn came. The boys watched the sky. Vincent said he was hungry, to which they agreed. Cody replied that if they were going to die of hunger, the best solution would be to jump off the wall. Vincent called out to Cody, to which he immediately received a question. Cody asked what he wanted and gave him two options, to live without regrets or to continue living. The guy, trembling, began to answer slowly. Vincent cried and replied that he wanted to live because he was afraid of dying. Cody thought for a moment and replied that he understood everything and that he would stay with him. The guy didn't understand how anyone could be afraid of death now, but he thought it was normal for Vincent. The guys hugged, and Vincent cried, leaning on his friend's shoulder. Cody mused that this was his friend's strength. The boys stood at dawn, left in a world only with each other. From then on, the boys' days were like their last. They robbed the fields of ruined houses, gutted dead monsters, and ate them, stole from the common people. In the end, they ended up in the slums, where they had to kill bandits so that they wouldn't kill them. They had nothing to count on. They just survived as best they could. The leader of the squad, lighting a cigar, asked if the guys wanted to join his mercenary squad. A bald man with a scar on his head asked the boys how old they were. The guys in the light gear answered that they were 10 years old. The man asked how many kills they had. To which Cody, answering for both, said that they had killed over 100 monsters. The chief replied that it was not a bad result, and added that in order to look like that, you had to go through many deadly clashes, and age was not important for mercenaries. The main thing was to be able to fight. The man agreed to keep the guys with him. He added that he would soon send them along with his guys, but for now he would send them to do dirty work in the camp. The guys were sitting in the camp. Cody brought his friend a ration, saying that it was not much, but at least something. Cody took a piece and said discontentedly that it was the same everywhere. Vincent replied that there was nothing to be done and it suited him, because he could only live by fighting, stealing, and killing. Cody looked sadly at his comrade, trying to say something. Cody stood up, to which his friend called out to him questioningly. The guy warned that he would go out for some air, promising to return soon. The guy stood silently among the alleys and remembered his friend's gaze, thinking about him. Cody reasoned that Vincent had become strong after all, as if his entire cowardly life had not been lived by him at all, and now he had become much stronger than Cody. The guy looked down with regret and thought that he didn't want things to be this way at all. 3 years later, on the battlefield, Cody's sword flew to the side, and the guy himself was pinned and wounded by the enemy. The guy held his wounded shoulder and breathed heavily. The enemy swung. Cody thought he had been careless, and now it was all over. His last thought was an apology to Vincent. With a swing of the sword, the enemy was cut in two. Cody looked ahead in surprise, and behind the enemy was his friend covered in blood. Vincent saved Cody from death. The boy picked up his wounded comrade and told him that he had a deep wound and added that they were almost there, asking him to be patient a little longer. Vincent's emotions remained serene. The guys came to a destroyed building. Cody was sitting on the ground. Vincent asked him what his condition was, to which he received a positive answer. Cody added that now his friend was saving him. Vincent, looking at his hand, answered positively, saying that saving a friend is a noble act, but all the dirt and blood on their hands will not wash off, and can they save anyone else? Cody looked at his friend and asked why they didn't try it. Vincent didn't understand his friend. Cody began to explain that if, for example, he joined the Order of Knights, he could dedicate his life to saving others. Vincent, confused, replied that such a tramp would not be allowed on the doorstep. Smiling, Cody replied that it was possible, but compared to all the difficulties they had gone through, that threshold was just a small obstacle. Vincent sadly called out to his friend. The guy replied that he didn't mean himself, but Vincent, because he had become so strong that the guy, to be honest, was a little taken aback. Vincent asked him to slow down. Winking, Cody said that if the knights see Vincent's power in person, they will no longer ask where he was born and raised, adding an uncertain maybe. Vincent asked his comrade's last phrase again. Vincent asked what would happen to Cody, to which he received the answer that Vincent no longer needed to rely on others, but instead to go towards his goal. Cody added that he would prefer to stay close to his friend if he allowed it, but it was up to Vincent to decide. Vincent thoughtfully closed his eyes, remembering them in the past. The guy asked that everything was happening as before. With confidence in his voice, Vincent replied that he had decided everything. He wanted to change the world, where the strong trampled the weak. Cody stopped the guy, asking him not to swing at the whole world. Vincent refused, saying that he had dreamed of ethos since he lost his home. A world where there would be no more children like them? That's what Vincent wanted. The guy added that he couldn't do it alone, and asked his friend for help, because without him it would just remain an unrealistic dream. Cody laughed, asking if that was an invitation. He said the whole nightly thing wasn't his thing. He smiled and added his answer. Cody said he was alive only because of him. The guy held out his hand and said that the world he would change with him or just stand next to seemed better to him than the life he was living now. Vincent smiled and grabbed the boy's hand, saying words of gratitude. The sound of swords could be heard in the sky. Vincent replied that he needed to finish this fight first. Harold charged at his commander. Cody watched the attack silently. Harold attacked Cody from above. The commander managed to block the guy, and with a quick movement attacked himself. Harold dodged. The hero grimaced and wondered why this happened, the boy reasoned. Cody was after the hero because he had violated orders and left the unit on his own, so it was a fair outcome for the boy's desertion. Harold mentally cursed the situation and the commander. Harold knew he had to get to Yuno and the others quickly. At that moment, Cody started caroling, casting a water reserve spell. Harold backed away. A water ball flew to the place where the hero stood, but the guy managed to dodge it again. The guy landed. Both boys began to advance, and the swords rang out again from the collision. While attacking, Cody decided to ask Harold if the guy had any goals or dreams. The guy, dodging, mentally answered that he just wanted to avoid the death flags and answered the question with a question about what the man wanted from him, because he lived the way he wanted and he didn't care about the rest. The swords crossed again and Cody asked a new question, asking if the guy didn't have someone to live for. The hero tried to kick the man, but he dodged. The guy didn't understand his commander's stupid questions and replied that there were none. The man landed and replied that he had been through the same thing and wanted to give advice. Cody said that he needed people he could trust, and also people who would cover his ass at a crucial moment. The guy got angry at such advice, because if he could, he would have done it long ago, but he answered differently, snapping at the man that he was simply weak-willed. The man stopped and thought. Cody asked again in his mind and understood. He did not deny it, because people are weak creatures, but that is why they must unite in groups. Cody reasoned about the guy's behavior because he personally tried to cope alone and rejected people around him. The man did not know what was hidden in the guy's actions, he only saw that he was going down a reckless path, as if he was Vincent. Opposing the whole world in his dreams, the commander compared his friend and protege. Cody thought that Harold ate, as he and his friend had common goals and he also wanted to protect what was dear to him, then they could go hand in hand. At this time, Harold was preparing an attack with magic. Harold attacked the commander, while Cody thought that he had to protect the guy from himself first. Cody remembered the promise he made to his friend and thought that he was true to his oath. The boy gathered lightning magic around the sword. Cody was surprised by the change in the type of strike. Harold slammed his sword into the ground next to the commander with a crash, and the blows flew in all directions. The man jumped back and hit his face with his hands. The man told the boy that the attack was not bad. The hero thought that he was just a support class NPC, although strong enough to sometimes be in the hero's support team. What pissed Harold off the most was that Cody was now armed with a long sword, although in the game he had a bow and a katana. With his style, the guy would have found a way to deal with Cody. The guy thought that the lightning attack had passed by in passing, and the sword attacks had not worked at all, and if the man went into deep defense, he would be able to wait for reinforcements. The guy understood that he had to finish as soon as possible and conjured a trident. The man dodged, and Harold shouted that there was more. A magic circle appeared next to Cody. A column of flames appeared. The man commented on how warm it was and responded to the boy with a fang of wind. A stream of flames was directed at the hero. The guy stepped back and cursed. Harold conjured a shield and deflected the attack in different directions. The hero held his ground and the magic wore off. The guy was surprised. And from the void, a question of surprise was asked that he was able to consecrate a magic shield. Cody struck with his sword, but the hero was able to defend himself. The commander praised the boy, because he himself was only able to learn this at the age of 20. The man began to lunge with a bunch of combination attacks that the guy had to back away. Harold noted that before this, Cody was not so persistent and parried the attacks. The guy assumed that he was not going to wait for reinforcements and was going to destroy him with his own forces. The hero understood that he could no longer counterattack and curse the situation, mentally refusing such an outcome. Harold knew that if things continued like this, he would lose. In the Beltis Forest, one of the warriors called out to the girl by name. The guy, kneeling down, warned Yuno that the messenger birds had just returned, and those they had sent for the knights would soon be there. The girl replied that she understood him and said that they would wait for Harold to come. Yuno looked sadly at her hand and hoped. The guy noticed the change in the girl's mood and asked what was wrong with her. The girl waved it off and replied that everything was fine. The man was attacking the boy. The guy, cowering, understood that he could lose like that and tried to keep his distance. Harold still couldn't decide whether to use his trump card or not. Cody shouted out an attack that sent the hero flying into the distance. The boy landed and shouted. He swung, rushing to attack. He used the magic of great retribution. Harold's strip of earth was reduced to rubble. The commander dodged Harold's attacks, which made the guy very angry. Cody asked the hero that he hated him so much that he didn't even let him near in shock, and this shocked the man. The guy answered that he should cover his mouth because he was wasting his breath. The man, dodging, asked if Harold was sure he could continue to shorten and asked him to look around. The guy looked around and was surprised. The hero himself created a barrier for himself by destroying the earth around him. Harold swore. Cody was attacking from behind. The guy accepted the attack. He realized that they had closed the distance again, but he was not ready to give up, remembering his comrades. Harold did not allow himself to end the fight in defeat and crossed swords. The guy looked back at the sword flying away from him. The man managed to knock it out of Harold's hands. The guy crouched down, and the sword was pointed at him. The sword was driven into the ground like a stake, and the boy looked at it. Cody said that it looked like that was the end of their fight. The boy agreed. The man let go of his sword. Harold smiled slyly and said that victory was his. Around Cody were Tsuku warriors. They surrounded the man and held knives to him. The man raised his hands. Yuno asked Harold if the victory was not shared. The guy told her to go to hell, because they showed up at the very last moment. Cody stood there in amazement at the guy's behavior. The girl replied that the guy should learn to give people their due. Harold asked to change the subject, because he was already complimenting her. The man with his arms raised burst into loud, hearty laughter. Harold asked what was the matter, asking if he had completely lost his mind. Cody replied that he might have only gone a little crazy, but reminded the guy of his words, that he didn't need friends. The man noted that he was constantly using destructive magic to get them to come to his aid. The guy replied that this was not the only reason for his actions. The guy told his men to tie up Cody before he pulled some kind of trick. The guys listened to him. In his head, Harold understood that if help had not come in time, it would have been the end for him. The boy used great retribution to make the column of smoke and sand from the impact noticeable to Yuno and the others. The hero understood that this had greatly spoiled the area and made it difficult to engage in combat, but if Yuno had appeared a moment later, he would have had to give in. The idea was risky, but it worked. Harold was not sure of success, but thanks to Juno's insight, he was saved. Meanwhile, the warriors tied up and hung Cody. The man was swinging his legs while hanging from a tree branch while the boy was taunting him. The man asked if he was really going to leave him hanging, hoping it would buy him time. He was told that he had another role, but that would come later. Cody asked about the role. The guy answered that he was the commander and should understand this himself, but if the commander didn't care about his charges, then the guy wouldn't worry about them either. The man called to Harold as they ran forward. The boy thought that if they reached the forest before the rear guard, Robinson and the others would still be alive, but there was less and less hope of that. The guy was sure that the guys were able to become stronger with training with him, and he would have to leave everything else to Cody. The guy looked back and mentally said that he was counting on the man, wanting not to lose his people. Harold was called out, warning the 100 Watchers to return. Meanwhile, the boy was changing into his royal gear. The guy ordered to report the situation. He was told that the Siren soldiers were disguised as Knights of the Order and attacked the Star Readers, and the Order had already entered the battle and there were dead soldiers. The hero replied that things were not getting any easier by the hour, and asked what was happening to the main forces of the Order. The hooded man replied that they had taken the bait and were preparing to return to the tribe's domain. The observer asked what the hero was going to do. Harold replied that it was as planned. While he would distract the knights in his Sarian form, the first group would have to neutralize those who attacked them. Meanwhile, Yuno and the others would move to the domain of the Star Readers, and the guy ordered them to act according to his instructions, asking if everyone remembered everything, to which he received consent from the girl. The guy fell silent and pulled up his glove. Remembering the words of the man who was already dead, Harold blamed himself. He remembered Erica's words. The girl flashed as an image in his head, and Harold calmed down. Pulling himself together, the hero thought that even if he knew about the plot, he had to get out of his head that he could change everything, because it was impossible to be so self-confident. He was not good enough to handle everything on his own. The boy ordered them to listen to him. He reminded the warriors that they were there on Tasuku's orders, because he asked them to trust their lives to him. The warriors agreed with the boy. The boy made a verdict that their lives were now his, asking if that was clear to everyone. The man asked if that meant the boy wanted to take their lives if he was in danger of dying. Harold cursed at them. The boy replied that this now meant that no one dared die without his order, ordering them to remember this. Harold, walking, shouted to the warriors to go forward. A group of warriors in dark cloaks and masks rushed towards their goal. Only their leader stood out from the crowd. They were led by a dark-haired guy dressed in the military uniform of the Salian Empire. The warriors were focused on their mission, so focused on the actions of their commander, that even negotiations between them did not take place. The only thing that was spinning in their heads was the commander's parting words before the battle. The leader himself seemed to remember his words and actions. He hoped that he said everything correctly, and the soldiers understood him. He did not want unnecessary victims, conflicts, and therefore hoped for a successful completion of the mission. The last thing the commander told the soldiers was that their lives were his property, and that their descendants could never die without his permission. And although the soldiers were surprised and did not even believe their ears, they did not dare to argue. Just a few days ago, one late evening, when the stars were already scattered across the sky like precious stones, a meeting of these very warriors was held. There were people in the hall, all dressed in traditional clothes, all of them sitting facing one man, which emphasized his higher status. He was telling everyone that the Salian Empire was behind the coming war. The man heard that the Empire wanted the Knights and the tribe of Star Readers to defeat each other. And the goal was not very obvious, to provoke a conflict, and, as a result, take over the lands of this tribe. One of the listeners decided to speak up, and noted that if so much was known, then soldiers should be sent, not shadows like them. His statement was quite appropriate, because in this situation it was indeed more appropriate to send warriors. However, the man continued his speech. He explained that it would be difficult to intervene in this situation, since this information is not reliable. Of course, it would be desirable to avoid sending shadows, and therefore they must act in such a way that they are not recognized. And to explain his motives, he added that although there was nothing to be proud of here, he owed a lot to Harold, and therefore believed that he needed support. The shadows looked at each other in surprise, then at the man who was telling them about the plans. The warriors were perplexed, not understanding at all what Harold had to do with it. Everything fell into place, and although it didn't seem sensible, Harold intended to stop the coming battle. But what was even more astonishing was that he planned to go out completely alone. As expected, these words caused even more surprise and indignation. It seemed like complete madness. The shadows insisted that he needed to be convinced. And as if a verdict, the words sounded in response that Harold would not stop. He had been fighting alone his whole life, and therefore this time he would not give in to any persuasion, and would proudly stand alone. When the indignation died down a little, the question that obviously came up in this situation hung in the air. Why was the commander so determined to help him? The man thought this was a fair question, and although he was going to take the answer to his grave, he decided to tell about it anyway, because he was asking the soldiers to give themselves into Harold's hands. Having asked the warriors not to tell Harold himself what he was about to tell, He was preparing himself mentally for such a difficult conversation. The crowd froze quietly and discontentedly, awaiting an explanation. The man began his story with a reminder that everyone must have heard it already. It has long been known that Harold is very cruel and even kills his own servants. However, whoever claims this, it is all just a lie. Not only did he not kill the servants, on the contrary, he saved the maid from the wrath of his parents, and then moved her to a small village near the Stokes estate. The crowd listened attentively. The shadows could only remain silent in surprise. Digesting the information they were receiving, it was completely unexpected for them. It turned out that the woman and her daughter, who were rumored to have been brutally killed by Harold, were still alive. And yet one fighter interrupted the story. He could not stand it, and asked in bewilderment why such information should be kept secret, because it would forever shut the mouths of all opponents of Harold's engagement. The man only said that Harold himself wanted it that way. He knew why the Stokes son did it that way, and so he continued to explain. For the sake of his parents' reputation, Harold Stokes takes all the blame on himself, because such information will inevitably harm his entire family. And instead of such an outcome, he decided to take matters into his own hands. In addition to what was said earlier, it was Harold himself who developed and provided them with antibodies to protect against miasmas, and shared the secret of agriculture. The shadows practically jumped out of their seats in surprise, asking again if what was said was true. The man confirmed and added that Harold refrains from authorship for fear that his parents will find out about it and quickly figure out how to use his achievements for their own personal purposes. Continuing on Stokes' positive actions, the man remembered something else important in this situation. Harold had obtained information about the Empire's plans, and despite the fact that acting alone was dangerous, the only thing he asked for was a Salian uniform. Harold seemed to him an awkward boy who was simply used to being alone and therefore did not know how to rely on others. And despite everything that was said about him, he had the kindest heart, and therefore the man wanted to protect him. He bowed his head as if ready to beg the shadows and uttered his request for help. The warriors only looked at him silently and considered what would be the right thing to do, and judging by the fact that the warriors were now clearly following him, their answer was positive. Harold, leading the men, reasoned, talking to himself. There are 150 people in the Imperial detachment, and only 50 of them attack the Star Readers. This is certainly less than Stokes' son expected. In the original story, Justice's goal was simply to capture the test subjects and then blame it on the Knight's Order, thereby weakening their influence. And the subsequent massacre and death of Cody was just a fatal accident. Harold thought that the boys were clearly not born under a lucky star. And then he continued his analysis. Today there were about 100 knights on patrol, divided into squads of 15. The probability of meeting the enemy was increasing with each passing second. They had to be stopped as soon as possible. The hero, full of determination, noticed that they were already very close. Because of this, he involuntarily sped up his run. The shadows only silently tried to keep up with him. Harold heard the noise and tried to listen, still not slowing down. When he realized that they were already close enough, he began to give orders. He ordered the soldiers to disperse and survey the surrounding area while he took on the enemy. The guy put his hand in his pocket, trying to feel something there. The next moment, he was already putting on a black mask. He understood that it was very important for him to remain anonymous in this situation. With a slight movement of his hand, he put the mask on his second ear and rushed into battle. A group of worried knights heard an explosion near them, causing them to instantly panic. Realizing that this was an attack, the warriors gathered their strength and began to reorganize. Meanwhile, Harold continued to deliver magical blows. A couple more blows followed, but the warriors did not lose their heads and quickly saw a dark figure in the tree. It was Harold, with a sword in his hands and a terrifying look. The warriors, fortunately for the guy, could not understand who he was. They only noted that he did not look like a stargazer. The guy noted that the Salian soldiers were hiding in the shadows and attacking from cover. He assumed that this was a way to reduce the knights' numerical superiority to a minimum. Realizing that this way the wars would not understand that the Empire was to blame for everything, he decided to increase the level of tension. He slowly extended his sword towards them. Deciding to irritate the warriors a little, Stokes' son called them the King's Fools, which was definitely a clear provocation. To the surprise of the crowd of warriors, he continued, saying that their bodies should serve as good fertilizer for the growth of the glory of the Empire. But it seems that the warriors were not the smartest, and therefore they only began to ask questions about what empire they were talking about, and why the boy climbed a tree with a sword. The perplexed warrior asked another question. Was this all a declaration of war? Harold didn't understand this logic at all. Yes, he was dressed in the military uniform of the empire, but he didn't say anything about declaring war. Now he was completely confused about what was the right thing to do now, and why he hadn't thought about it beforehand. He was only sure that there was no turning back. The hero thought about how to prepare something so that the kingdom would not react so sharply to the intervention of the empire. After all, he understood perfectly well that justice would get out of the water unscathed and destroy any mention of his name. The boy raised his sword and shouted loudly to attack. Hundreds of arrows rained down on the warriors from the thickets of the forest, flying high into the sky. The soldiers of the kingdom did not expect this. They tried to dodge and deflect the arrows with their swords. But with such numbers, it was difficult. At this time, Harold jumped from the tree, confident in his plan. He was glad that now it was clear exactly where the Salian soldiers were. Standing proudly in front of the squad of warriors, the guy understood that he only had to wait for the moment when Yuno and the others captured them. A fairly strong kick to the warrior's face instantly disoriented him, causing him to fall to the ground. The contented girl who had just kicked the war asked if Harold was being too zealous, but still added that it was not over yet. Hearing footsteps behind her, the lady in the cloak turned around. She saw a squad of warriors heading her way, led by a terrifyingly huge man. Meanwhile, Harold was fighting other wars, and he just prayed for it all to end as soon as possible. Harold continued the battle. He was very unhappy with the warriors' firm position. They were not going to retreat or put down their weapons, which only made the guy's task even more difficult, since he tried not to inflict mortal wounds on them. One of the shadows interrupted the battle, reporting that all targets had been successfully captured. It seemed that Harold could breathe a sigh of relief and retreat. He approached one of the tied-up guys and, taking him by the collar of his jacket, noted that his loyalty was admirable, but his comrades were not so steadfast. After they lost their real ears as well as their fingers and toes, they supposedly told everything that was required. But the lieutenant can breathe a sigh of relief, because now there is no reason to torture him, so Harold will simply stab him. The lieutenant of the Imperial Army confessed in horror that he was only following orders and knew nothing more. With tears in his eyes, he begged, assuring that this was the truth and there was no reason to kill him. Harold let go of the Imperial warrior's collar, saying that such a useless creature as he deserved no mercy. However, the boy quickly realized that he had overdone it, because the warrior did not stop shedding tears. This interrogation was a mere formality, like extracting evidence only to present it in court. Harold already had all the necessary information. The performance was interrupted by a shadow with alarming news. Reinforcements had arrived for the enemy. The Stokes son was shocked by what he heard. About 200 warriors had bypassed him and were now ravaging the defenseless village of the tribe. The first thought that ran through Harold's head, sending shivers down his body, was the question of what had happened to Yuno. Among the pile of slain warriors, covered in blood and long since incapable of fighting, sat a girl. She was shaking. Her legs could barely hold her body. The grass around her was dyed a terrible red. It had touched her hair, not to mention her clothes. The stern man who did this to her only laughed. In his eyes, she was nothing but worthless trash, incapable of giving a proper fight back. And while the girl was on the border between life and death, she remembered how she ended up here. She overheard a meeting of shadows, and having learned that the maid and her daughter were alive, she could not get rid of her suspicions about Harold. The girl went so far as to eavesdrop on his conversation with Tasuku. She desperately wanted to know the whole truth and was ready to risk everything for it. It seemed that her past was to blame for this. She was an orphan, languishing in the slums, but there were those who saw something in her. They trained her in the power and then sent her on various missions. One of these missions was to find the location of the StarClan village. Yuno doubted the correctness of such actions, but she was told that she was not paid money for asking questions. She was getting information and killing people because that was her job, so she should drop unnecessary sentimentality. She failed the mission to kill a member of the Sumeragi family, was left alive, and even allowed to join them. It was only after several years, when she found herself here, that she realized the existence and reality of those people she condemned to die. Lady Erica, who was faithfully followed by Yuno, with the most serious face and a heavy heart, knowing about the girl's past, still let her go and asked her to definitely return alive. Yuno thought, perhaps only Harold could have brought her here. Probably he knew about everything in advance, figured out the girl's shameful past and gave her the opportunity to stand here, on this battlefield, because she should have repaid her debt to those people who suffered. The girl gathered the rest of her strength and raised the dagger with trembling hands. He probably found out about that mission when he checked her. That was probably the case. However, the girl, filled with determination, realized that this mission was her atonement for what she had done. For Harold, who gave her this opportunity, for Erika-sama, who cared about her, Yuno could not allow herself to die betraying their hopes. She rose to her feet and took a fighting stance, showing with her whole appearance that she was ready to stand to the end. Yuno understood that for the sake of Erika and Harold's words, she would fight until all her strength left her. Eyes filled with anger and determination only surprised her strong opponent. He considered it madness. Pulling his sword from behind his back, the man began making threats, saying that the girl should know her place, and although he did not know who she was, it would be better for her to stop her useless resistance and lay down her arms. But Yuno was not hurt by these words. She could not do this, because she had a mission, and the certainty that she must fulfill until her last breath. The man only considered it stupid. Raising his sword towards the exhausted girl, he swung and shouted with determination, intending to deliver his final blow. The girl could only look at him in horror. She froze in place, as if accepting her fate as her due. However, at the last moment, Harold managed to block the blow with a loud ringing sound. He could not let the girl leave this world, and therefore he was in a hurry. And fortunately, he made it just in time. No one expected him to appear. The man staggered, baring his teeth, and the girl only quietly whispered his name. Harold, full of rage, did not even look at her. His head was spinning like a looped film. He could not allow her to be touched. Harold, full of determination, and the confused man continued to hold their swords pointed at each other. Yuno only fell back in surprise. The legs that had been holding her up until the last moment finally relaxed and allowed the girl to sit up. The man wondered how many more warriors would fall on his head. The guy who had just knocked his sword away was also a Salian. Why did he even bother intervening? Harold cheekily noted the warrior's small brain and then kicked him. The warrior staggered and took a few steps back, clutching his stomach. His squad worried about their leader. Harold asked Yuno what was wrong with her warriors, whether they had survived such an unexpected attack by Ritzel and his squad. The girl looked at the battlefield, stained with blood, and admitted that she did not know what was wrong with them. Probably at best, they were seriously wounded. The guy threw a bottle to the girl. It seemed to be a healing potion, which rolled across the grass to Yuno's hands. Harold asked the girl to heal whoever she could, assuming that she knew healing magic. The girl was indignant, because the healing potion in this situation was more necessary for the guy himself, but he cut off her indignation by telling her to take the wounded off the battlefield. However, this was a problematic task. Ritzel's squad surrounded the girl, her warriors, and Harold, and no matter how much the girl wanted to obey the order, letting go in such a situation was simply almost impossible, especially considering that her warriors were wounded. The guy didn't even think that there would be so many warriors, but he noted that the more of them would be a snack for his sword, the better. Ritzel couldn't stand such a provocation and urged the guy to attack quickly, instead of useless self-praise. Harold soared into the air. No one expected that, neither Ritzel nor his warriors. He moved with inhuman speed, beating the warriors who did not even have time to see, let alone parry the guy's blows. Yuno was surprised. She didn't know that Harold could be so fast, even much faster than in the arena or in the duel with Itsuki. How strong he was, the girl was afraid to even imagine. However, she quickly tore herself away from her thoughts, remembering the assignment. Ritzel looked around, watching only how his warriors fell to the ground. They did not even see their enemy, and therefore stood like blind kittens, which made their leader filled with anger and fury only more. He decided to take matters into his own hands, considering his warriors to be useless trash. Ritzel intended to burn this boy, who stood in his way to the ground. Gathering his will into a fist, he created a rapid stream of flame, burning everything in its path. His flames consumed everything, from grass and trees to his own warriors. The girl was frightened and, distracted from helping the victim, froze in anticipation. Ritzel himself froze. In the same way, he looked at the consequences of the spell and could not find Harold. However, he didn't have to wait long. The guy jumped out of nowhere and noted a rather obvious miss. Only his gaze caught on a warrior who was burning alive in hellish torment. It was one of Ritzel's men. The guy froze in horror. He went berserk when he realized that Ritzel had burned his soldiers, considering them to be nothing more than a bunch of incompetent and useless people. Yuno also froze in horror. No one expected this, although it seemed that the leader of those warriors himself was not worried at all. They weren't even useful to him as bait, so he didn't see anything wrong with getting rid of them. Harold noted that, yes, it was unpleasant to deal with fools, but it seemed to be the only solution Ritzel was capable of. He was enraged by such provocations, he, Major General of the Salian Army Ritzel, and he swears to torture Harold until he leaves this world. Continuing his speech, the general rushed at Harold, intending to confirm his words in action. Harold, surrounded by a mountain of bodies, was unable to even take a step. The very realization that Ritzel had burned his army seemed like a stupid joke to him. How could anyone do that to their loyal soldiers? There was no way he could lose to such a vile person. Filled with rage, he rushed towards the general of the Salian army, who was already prepared for the enemy's attack. The guy didn't have time to run to the enemy. Ritzel put his palm forward. It was clear that he intended to use magic to quickly end the battle in his favor. The first to fly at Harold were tongues of flame. He confidently dodged them, but the enemy, not giving him time to catch his breath, immediately sent the next spell. Dozens of ice spears flew towards the guy. With difficulty, but the spears were repelled, and the son of Stokes remained practically unharmed, although it cost him a significant part of his strength. But Ritzel did not even think of stopping. The next thing he decided to hit the guy with was lightning discharges. However, Harold passed them with incredible speed. Behind him, all he could hear were lightning strikes that flew straight to their target, but simply did not have time to catch up with it. Ritzel fired all that magic without any pause, all the while predicting Harold's movements. The guy had to constantly dodge, so he couldn't get close to the Major General, so he decided to attack with magic in response. The fire and water of the two opponents clashed with a violent hiss. But neither of them was going to stop. Thunderbolts flew after them, and an earthen barrier became their answer. The spells collided again, giving no visible effect. Ritzel laughed proudly, convincing that all this was useless. He surpassed Harold in the accuracy and power of magic, and therefore he would destroy absolutely any of his spells. Resistance to this was useless. But the Stokes' son did not give up, and then the warrior decided to direct a column of flame at him. Bright red tongues of fire covered the guy with his head, seemingly consuming him completely, not giving him a single chance to escape. It didn't take much effort for Harold to get past this attack, and the next moment he was standing on the other side of the warrior, confident of his victory. Meanwhile, the fireball slowly dissipated, leaving only small sparks. The magician was puzzled as to how the young man had managed to bypass this destructive pillar of flame. And while he was puzzled, trying to understand how this had happened, Harold was already attacking him with another terrifying bolt of lightning. The mage grinned and responded to the spell with a stream of water dragon. A huge dragon made entirely of water rushed towards Harold. Water and lightning clashed, and unfortunately, water was stronger. From the powerful blow of the stream of water, Harold flew to the side and fell to the ground. The magician only grinned even more, because he confirmed his words about superior strength. He noted that it was a very pitiful sight. Harold tried to catch him off guard with his frontal attack, so he didn't even have time to dodge the counterattack. The magician boasted that he was very skilled in magical fencing and asked if the boy wanted to continue. And despite the fact that the young man was not in the most advantageous position, he continued to be cheeky, promising to deal with his opponent, who clearly did not like these words at all, and Harold would receive an answer to them. As expected, Ritzel did not tolerate such humiliating speeches addressed to him, and warned the boy that he had asked for it. The young man shuddered, realizing what his opponent had planned. Ice spears rushed towards Yuno and her warriors. The exhausted girl who was healing her squad, although she noticed these spears, unfortunately, she could do absolutely nothing against this dishonorable attack on Harold's weak spot. The guy rushed to the warriors who were under attack. He absolutely did not want unnecessary victims, especially among the people who took his side and entrusted their lives to his hands. Having created a dust storm, he reflected some of the spears, but he knew that this was not all. At that moment, Yuno was tightly pressing the wounded fighter to herself, trying to cover him with her body so that he would not receive even more wounds. Harold continued to fight back. Even using his sword, the guy skillfully deflected the ice spears flying in his direction. Ice fragments and splashes of scarlet blood flew around the area, a warrior with a kind heart. He parried all the attacks, but one spear pierced his right shoulder and got stuck in his hand. Blood oozed from the wound, and the young man only bowed his head, giving himself a short respite, without making a single sound from the pain. Having caught his breath a little, he finally felt a piece of ice inside himself. An unbearable pain went through him, and covered his whole body with goosebumps. Gathering his will into a fist, he tore the spear from his shoulder, his blood splashing around, and he himself grimaced and could not hold back a heart-rending, painful cry from such complex but necessary manipulations. Yuno flew up to Harold, who had fallen to the ground. She carefully touched him, afraid to hurt him with a careless movement. The girl herself was shaking with fear for him and empathy. The guy seemed not to hear her. He sat with his head bowed, looking at the scarlet grass stained with his own blood. As if in a trance, the girl's call did not reach him. The young man felt the grass with his hand, trying to find the handle of his weapon. The same words were spinning in his head. He had to take revenge for this pain, for the mockery and arrogant cruelty. Harold's face was becoming more and more twisted with growing anger. His eyebrows were furrowed, and even though he was wearing a mask, it was very clear that he was simply furious until he caught himself in such terrifying thoughts. He just wanted to stop this. It seemed to him that he was simply somewhere in the astral plane, between the real world and the non-existent one, where so much anger came from he did not understand. But when a figure approached him and stopped right in front of his face, everything fell into place. The young man realized that all this time inside him, there was still the real Harold, who undoubtedly influenced his thoughts, actions, words, and even decisions. When the boy first became aware of himself in this world, he was simply frozen with horror, and then Harold himself stepped forward and said what he definitely had to say. Hirasawa Kazuki asked the boy if it was he, the real Harold, who had always been with him. Hirasawa breathed a sigh of relief. Now he understood why he always heard Harold, and it turns out that it was thanks to him that he could reproduce all those movements from the game. Perhaps at the end of the nonces, one of the boys would disappear, or perhaps their personalities would merge into one. Hirasawa Kazuki didn't understand much about such things, and right now, he really didn't care. He raised his head and looked at Harold. The boy quickly realized that if he really had him in him, then he, the Stokes son, should be asked for help, because Ritzel had wounded them many times, and Harold definitely hated it, because he considered himself strong. Harold suddenly and abruptly stood up from his deep thoughts, which caused a real fright in Yuno, who was sitting next to him. She had not expected such a sudden action from him at all, and was very surprised. The hero's spirits were revived, he seemed to have a second wind, and he took a fighting stance. But something had changed too much. His eyes seemed to be blinded by the anger that was filling him. Ritzel was surprised that after this the young man still had the strength to fight. He offered him to repent of what he had done and said, and in return the Major General would make him one of his men. Harold was disgusted by such a proposal. He would rather die in battle than join such a man, let alone serve him. He had a principle: to serve only himself, and to simply get rid of those who did not agree. The young man turned to Yuno. He ordered her and her squad to leave the battlefield. He assured that he would not repeat it twice, and especially if their corpses were used to determine who they were, their master would simply have huge problems. The only thing the girl allowed herself was one request. She wanted to do at least something for Harold. Approaching him, she put her hand on his shoulder, which had been pierced by a spear earlier, and apologizing to Erica, she healed the guy's wound. Having taken her barely standing squad, the girl warned that they were leaving. The guy breathed a sigh of relief. He was calm that at least these people would survive. He also noticed that the pain in his right shoulder had calmed down a little. Yuno's apology to Erica for treating his wounds did not surprise Stokes much. He understood that Erica hated him, and considered it quite normal, because Harold Stokes did not deserve any other treatment. Remembering his actions, the guy understood that Harold was too egocentric. He despised the whole world in the depths of his soul, and would never forgive anyone who hurt his pride, even if he deserved it. The boy rushed forward to attack the overconfident Ritzel. While running, he begged Harold to give him the strength to win this battle. The Major General mocked him again. He thought that the boy had simply not lost enough blood to surrender. Ritzel directed the scorching flame at him again, from which the guy, very much in vain, in the man's opinion, soared into the air. It seemed to him that it would be more difficult for him to dodge the attacks there. Having decided to take advantage of the young man's unfortunate choice, he created a dozen ice spears, which he then sent at high speed towards the boy. However, Harold gathered his strength and with a loud cry, roused himself and quickly soared even higher, running through the air as if on a smooth road. The spears flew much lower than the young man. They did not even touch his legs. This shocked the magician. He did not expect such a trick from the boy at all. The magician didn't have much time to think. Stokes had already flown over his head and landed behind him. And while Ritzel was screaming that it was impossible, with one easy movement, Harold, who had already caught up with him, cut off the man's right hand, which was holding the sword. The grass was again painted a terrifying red color, but Harold had no intention of stopping there. With full determination, he grabbed his sword tightly with both hands and swung it back to deliver another powerful blow with all his might. He struck him in the stomach, causing the armor to break with a crack and fly into small pieces. The magician himself coughed up blood and flew several meters away from his opponent. Harold Stokes continued to deal cruelly with his enemy, throwing and kicking him in all directions, like a rag doll that silently took the blow and could not respond in any way. After that, magic came into play. Lightning bolts rained down on Ritzel, who was already in the sky, and then a series of heavy kicks accompanied his fall to the ground. The young man could not stop. Rage clouded his thinking, and the obsession with revenge forced him to continue to bully the already helpless and pathetic Major General of the Empire. When Ritzel was once again falling to the ground, Harold wished him to go to hell, and then swung his leg to kick him. The young man gathered all his strength and concentrated the remaining energy on this blow. He hit his opponent precisely in the chest. The general already seemed not to understand what was happening. His armor was scarlet red, and on his face there was nothing but horror. Harold put all his remaining strength, filled with rage, discontent, and resentment, into this powerful and decisive blow, which became for him a real expression of all his accumulated emotions. One movement and Ritzel was flying to the ground with terrifying speed, accompanied by a beam of light. Seeing this from the side, one could think it was a falling star. The man fell, creating powerful currents of wind that raised dust, and he himself was pressed into the ground, causing it to become covered in cracks. Stokes landed not far from the body lying on the ground. He landed very carefully, but as a result of his fatigue and the tension that had been building up all this time, he instantly lost his strength and, unable to stay on his feet, fell to his knees. The young man had spent all his strength. He sat on the grass with his sword next to him and greedily gulped in air. Nothing was heard except the dust flying around the battlefield in the wind and the heavy breathing of the winner. My strength was so exhausted that my head started spinning, and everything suddenly seemed to blur, resembling a thick fog. Images and objects began to double, as if ghostly doubles were appearing everywhere. The silence was broken by painful groans. After everything that had happened, Ritzel was still alive, shaking, writhing in pain and wheezing, unable to even breathe. Harold, who heard his breathing, was filled with anger. He did not understand why the magician was still alive. Overcoming the pain, the guy stood up and, staggering from side to side, trudged towards the barely alive man. He understood that he had not killed the Major General, which meant he needed to finish him off quickly before it was too late. The guy approached Ritzel. The man was no longer able to move or say anything, and holding out his heavy sword, which he held with all his might, Harold said that this was the end. And when the sword was about to pierce the flesh of the barely breathing man, Harold heard familiar voices. It seems he was so tired that he did not even notice how a crowd of warriors appeared. He felt his heart beat faster when he heard a familiar voice say his name. However, what he saw when he turned around struck him to the core and sent a wave of shock through him instantly. They were the warriors he knew, Robin, Sid, and Irene, standing there in complete horror, completely unaware of what had happened. Harold put the idea of killing aside and stood up. He was very glad that none of the boys were hurt. However, he did not immediately understand how the guys determined that he was Harold, but everything fell into place when he felt a light breath and paid attention to it. During the fight, his mask flew off his face. Commander Harold arrived at the scene a little later than everyone else. His face expressed discontent and anger. and he, feeling growing excitement, demanded that the young man provide him with all the necessary explanations. Stokes pointed to the man lying in front of him and said that this was Major General Ritzel of the Salian Army, and that the attack itself was the work of the Empire. After which the guy added a request to leave the Star People alone. Harold did not manage to finish his last sentence, as fatigue overcame him, and, unable to resist any longer, he dropped his sword and, weakening, fell to his knees, completely surrendering under the weight of his emotions and physical exhaustion. His comrades rushed to help him while he himself was already lying on the ground, completely motionless, having lost consciousness. A little later, in the basement of a building where a laboratory was located, water was boiling and running through different vessels. The man in glasses carefully read the papers he was holding in his hands. He seemed annoyed by what he had read. He was reading a report, from which it was clear that his plan had failed miserably. The stranger was mentally glad that he had managed to get the samples he wanted, and now he had something to work with. However, Harold Stokes caught his attention with such an unexpected interference in his plans. The scientist did not understand why Stokes did this, but one thing was clear to him: he knew about the attack before it happened. This is what hooked the man. The young man could not have predicted the entire course of the planned events with such accuracy. The papers that the man was reading were aggressively crumpled. The scientist found this guy quite interesting, and wondering whether he would take his side or get in his way, he laughed evilly. The gloating was interrupted by a knock on the door. Judging by the voice of the young girl who called this man sir, said that it was time for them to go. The scientist calmed down, and the sinister grin fell from his face. In a calm and even voice, he informed the man behind the door that he was ready to move out. A scientist and his assistant walked confidently along a magnificent long corridor. The girl, noting that her boss looked happier than usual today, asked if there was any good news regarding his plan. The man told her that he was so happy because he had found new material for his research. The worried girl warned that they were now in the final stages of the research, and therefore he should try not to overexert himself. The girl looked at the man and said that he could rely on her in everything. It turned out to be Dr. Justice himself. He adjusted his glasses and quickly agreed with the girl's statement and quickened his pace. Sometime later, when events began to unfold in the capital, in the city of Amagil, near which was located the majestic castle of Legalia, where, as it was assumed, Harold was at that moment. With apprehension and a certain amount of anxiety, Erica, together with her faithful assistant, carefully approached the impressive gate. Each step was not easy for her. They were full of timidity and uncertainty. The dark-haired girl, full of inner excitement and anxiety, could not get rid of the thought that today, perhaps, she would have a chance to finally see her lover. 2 whole weeks had passed since the knights returned to the capital, full of events and reflections on their adventures. However, the girl was never allowed to meet Harold during all this time. Yuno suggested that perhaps it was difficult for the young man to prove his innocence, but Erica did not understand these words and asked for an explanation. The assistant explained that Harold was dressed in an imperial uniform, and therefore if he had inadvertently ended up in the hands of the order in such a state, he could simply have been accused of espionage, which would have been very difficult to dispute. Erica sighed heavily. It seemed she had nothing to say in response, and this silence was eating her up from the inside. A month ago, many of the Sumeragi warriors who went with Yuno were wounded in the Beltis forest, but each of them returned alive. Harold risked his life to allow Yuno and the entire squad of warriors to escape. The girl's spirits perked up. She understood that her help might seem unnecessary. However, she had to thank him for not abandoning them. In fact, Erica really just wanted to finally see him, to make sure that he was safe. With confident steps, the girl approached the very gates of Legalia. She turned to a warrior named Ruri, who immediately warned the girl that he would not be able to let her through, no matter how many times she came, because he had an order. The young lady, having completely lost her resolve, awkwardly and with a clear share of sadness accepted this answer. However, their dialogue was interrupted by a guy who suddenly appeared and asked what was going on here. Cody made fun of Rowley and said that it was very mean of him to bully a little girl like that, and then turned to the girl herself, asking if she really was the same Lady Erica, Stokes' fiancée. The guy put his hand on his chest and introduced himself. He said that he was Cody Luzial, and also Harold's immediate commander. Erica greeted Mr. Cody respectfully, which made him feel awkward, and he asked to address her less formally. Cody smiled and told the girl that he was glad to meet the girl that Harold had talked about so much, including bragging about his fiancée at every opportunity. The girl quickly suspected deception on the part of the guy and caught him on it. Luzial said that this was not the whole truth, but at least he was indeed his commander, and he had already managed to even talk to Harold. He also expressed confidence that he would be able to knock out time for the young man's bride. Rowley wanted to stop the lieutenant, but he assured her that he would take full responsibility for this. The girl had a little doubt, to which Cody winked and immediately assured her that everything was fine and that she could follow him. He led her, it seemed, to a special room for such meetings, after which he said that he would bring the girl some tea. He noted that it might seem a little cramped here, but one could feel at home. Yuno bowed her head as Cody left, then carefully approached the lady and whispered that she had met him before, although Erica had already realized this. After talking, the girls decided that although Cody had not seen Yuno's face, he most likely remembered her voice very clearly, and therefore, in order to avoid problems, the girl should refrain from talking and remain silent. Trying to occupy herself during this difficult wait, Erica looked outside the window. In addition to a flock of hungry birds, she noticed young men, some of them doing laundry, others exercising. She assumed that Harold spent his time here in the same way. The girl imagined Harold washing his clothes, which made her laugh involuntarily. But she quickly drove such thoughts out of her head, as she considered it very rude, and she should not think about him like that. The next moment, the sound of footsteps was heard behind the door, and then the guy announced that he was coming in. The door creaked, and the girl only turned around in surprise, and remained standing, incinerating the door with her gaze. Harold entered the room. He looked at his bride as if he did not expect to meet her, but the girl's eyes were filled with hope. After so much time, she still managed to see him. Erica was the first to speak. She heard that the young man was hurt, so she immediately asked how he was feeling. However, Harold, in his usual manner, just smirked. Did she really come all this way just to feel sorry for him? The guy relaxed on one of the chairs standing in the center of the room. He crossed his legs like he owned the place and, folding his arms across his chest, replied that everything was fine with him and asked why she had come here. The girl exchanged glances with Yuno and, sitting down on the sofa, said that she had only 2 wishes: to make sure that Harold was okay and to thank him for what he had done for her people, although the guy of course considered it unnecessary. The girl timidly continued to speak. She apologized because she was sure that she was causing trouble to her fiancé, but she simply could not help but come and thank him personally. After these words of hers, there was a stifling silence. It was Stokes who broke it, asking if the girl had told him everything she wanted. Of course, this rude question was quite unexpected, and therefore she was completely confused. She wanted to say something, but she could not. Harold looked at her silently, waiting for her to gather her thoughts and lay out what she had in her head. However, Erica only apologized and said that she had nothing more to add, and that was it. The young man jumped up and said that then we would consider them finished because he did not have so much time for idle chatter. The girl obediently thanked him for her time, and Harold asked not to bother him anymore in the future. And when it seemed that Erica had completely lost her head, lost in sad thoughts, something warm touched her head, giving hope and a feeling of joy, if only for a short moment. It was the hand of her fiancé. He gently stroked her head. Her cries of encouragement helped him to some extent, and so he expressed his gratitude to her in this way. Having explained this, the guy left, slamming the heavy door, leaving the girl standing in the middle of the room. Erica reached out to her head greedily, as if she was trying to feel his hand on her head again. She was embarrassed by what had happened, but she continued to stroke her head with her hand, and her eyes slowly filled with tears. Harold touched her for the first time and called her by name. It seemed like simple and banal things, but for the girl they meant too much. Such actions on his part touched her heart. The girl burst into tears right there, standing there, tears of joy and hope overflowing. They slowly flowed down her cheeks and dripped, now onto her beautiful outfit, now onto the cold floor. But she could not stop them. Harold walked down the street, sighing heavily, lost in his thoughts. He did not expect Cody to jump out from behind a column. The lieutenant asked why they had talked so quickly, and whether the guy should go and kiss his beloved bride again. Out of rage, Harold kicked the column behind which his friend was hiding. He wondered why Cody did it. The man said that he did a noble deed. Erica had been waiting for her fiancé at the gate every day for the last 2 weeks. It It was sad to look at her. The young man noted that he was actually under house arrest. How was he even allowed to meet her? Cody happily stated that normally they wouldn't have allowed it, but today was his day. Today Harold would be sentenced. The guy was surprised by such news. The lieutenant assured the guy who continued to break the columns that he had written the report correctly, how Stokes had defeated the Imperial General and his entire army, and also radically reduced the losses among their knights, and for that, Harold should also be rewarded. But the guy wasn't too happy about this news. He felt goosebumps running down his spine. But for him, it was just another red flag that couldn't be changed in any way. The young people's conversation was interrupted by a stately man, apparently dressed in the uniform of a person of high rank. He coughed, drawing attention to himself, but Harold, in his usual manner, simply asked what kind of peacock was in front of them. The man did not react to such impudence. He introduced himself as a representative of the Royal Council and asked why Stokes was not under house arrest. Harold said that he had just gone for a walk and was already returning. The representative of the Royal Council declared that the boy did not have to return, and then unrolled the scroll and showed it to Harold, beginning to read out the sentence passed on him today. On suspicion of espionage for the Empire and treason expressed in an attack on the Knights of the Royal Order, by decision of the High Council, Harold is found guilty and sentenced to death by beheading. Cody was outraged and rushed to save Harold, but the guards had already protected Stokes from the lieutenant. This was the official sentence of the High Council. The execution will take place in a week, and until then, the guy will be kept in the dungeon under the palace. After some time alone in the dark cell with his hands cuffed, Harold heard footsteps. Someone was coming down the long stairs and seemed to be heading towards Stokes. The man remarked that this was a pretty good place for state criminals. The man standing behind the door of the cold cell asked how Harold was feeling. The question seemed strange, stupid, and inappropriate, but it seemed to be more of a mockery and a taunt at the hero's suffering. When the boy raised his head, he recognized the man as Justice Freund, which of course the doctor did not expect. And smiling in response to the boy's evil grin, he asked a rhetorical question that did not require an answer. After all, Harold knew him. The boy hissed angrily that justice needed him here. However, the man, not at all frightened by such an answer, extended his hand and offered Harold to go with him, unless of course he wanted to stay in the dungeon awaiting his execution. This coincidence made Harold laugh. While he was running from a threat on one side, the other caught up with him and grabbed him by the throat. These thoughts made the guy smile involuntarily, although it was more of a grin. After some time had passed, all the newspapers had the same news. The scoundrel Harold will not be beheaded. Stokes, sentenced to death for numerous crimes against the crown, was pardoned by the highest royal decree. The king's decision was influenced by the petition of the criminal's relatives, Lord and Lady Stokes, and also the Sumeragi family, whose daughter was engaged to the scoundrel Harold. Representatives of the knightly order also pleaded for this traitor and scoundrel. As a result, the death sentence was commuted to service in the interests of the crown. The scoundrel and traitor saved his worthless life and got a chance to atone for his sins with blood. Justice Freund gathered his assistants and brought to them a young man in a cloak, who was none other than Harold himself. The doctor introduced him, asked them to take care of him, and informed them that from now on he would also help in the research. This is how Harold Stokes' reputation in society was damaged for many years, which ran rapidly, one after another, for 5 whole years. 5 years later, when the boy grew up, he realized how time flies. At that moment, he realized that the story of Brave at Heart would soon begin, but whether he would be able to avoid a sad end for himself still remains a mystery. At the foot of the mountains, in the distant village of Addis, where a magnificent view of the surrounding area opened up, in one tavern a girl was arguing heatedly with a guy. He was convincing her that the snowy mountains of Giran were teeming with monsters, and that they could not pass without permission from the order. The girl, already in tears, once again told that this was why she hired mercenaries and traveled all this way with them, but they left her as soon as they entered the village. She still didn't calm down, and continued to complain with tears in her eyes. They took her entire advance, and even the assumption that they took the fee just to deliver her to the village did not suit her, because they made this journey without any problems. The girl calmed down a little and sighed. Sadly, she sought help from others, but all capable people also refused her this request. Suddenly the bell at the entrance rang, which meant the arrival of a new guest, but it seemed that this was not an ordinary guest. The guy who came in for a bite to eat interested everyone in the room. Yes, it was Harold. He had grown up, pierced his ear, and carried his weapon on his back, which gave him the most menacing look. And it seemed that everyone had a negative reaction to him. But the girl was curious about who this man in black was, she asked. The young man sitting next to her explained that it was Harold Stokes, known as the Killer of Knights and the best swordsman in the country. The girl turned around and asked in surprise who this man was who was saying all this. The young man introduced himself as just a humble traveler and added that Harold was known for his bad reputation. It was very strange that the girl had not heard of him before. She explained that she is simply not one to get involved in something that does not interest her. She simply does not have time for it, because she has enough of her own affairs. It seems that when she said this, she was certainly proud of herself and what she does. However, Harold still interested her, so she asked if he was strong. The young man sitting next to him explained that Stokes could fight a dozen elite knights and get rid of them without receiving a single scratch. The young lady seemed to have something in mind. She put her hand to her chin and thought out loud with a thoughtful face. According to her conclusions, Harold is one of the strongest people in the world. Unexpectedly for everyone, she ran up to the guy and, crossing her arms on her chest, offered to talk. Of course, Stokes could only look at her dismissively and ask who she was that she dared to address him. The dismissive tone did not frighten the girl at all, so she introduced herself as Rifa and continued talking. The girl boldly stated that his good swordsmanship was a worthy skill for a bodyguard. After which, she decided to get to the point, asking if Harold would like to accompany her to the snowy mountain of Giran. Stokes asked what such a young lady needed on the mountain, since there were no toys or jewelry there. Ice dragons live in the snowy mountains. Rifa wanted to study their bodies and, if possible, get a sample. Not only Harold was shocked, but also the remaining onlookers in the tavern who were eavesdropping on the conversation. It seemed that only the traveler did not express surprise. Stokes exhaled. He had no intention of listening to stupid requests. Rifa assured that if the guy didn't want to, she would simply find someone else for that kind of money. This only made Harold laugh. It would be extremely difficult for her to find such a volunteer. However, the girl was not going to retreat. She was ready to stay here for a month or even a year, just not to give in to her reasons and convictions. It was this steadfastness and confidence that touched Harold. It seems he thought about it. The poor guy just dropped by for lunch. Hirasawa has been trapped in the body of Harold Stokes, the villain of the RPG Brave at Heart, for 8 years now. 5 years ago, he was accused of treason in connection with the events in Beltis Forest. And as an alternative form of punishment, which would be a replacement for the supposed cruel punishment of beheading, the poor young man was sent to be experimented on by a mad scientist named Justice Freund, who is also the last boss of this game, dangerous and planning to destroy the whole world. And so, under the watchful eye of this monster, Harold became who he is, the right hand and faithful servant of justice. Even here he is on his orders. Stokes began to remember. The hazel hair, the pigtails, the blouse with the red base, the short skirt, but most importantly, that white robe with the stars. In front of him stood Rifa Goldridge, the self-proclaimed inventor. The guy remembered that in the original story, it was she who developed the cure for miasma and contributed to saving Sumeragi. Now it's clear what's going on. The original story of the game should start soon. But if Rifa Goldridge gets stuck here, how can the hero meet her in her hometown? Her magic and scientific knowledge are important, so he can't refuse and prolong her stay here. Harold intends to accompany the girl up the mountain to the dragons. Yes, he needs to very carefully control all the main characters, so that their level does not turn out to be too low for the realized plans of Dr. Justice. And Rifa is one of them. Harold agreed to help the young maiden, but only on his own terms. Rifa couldn't contain her emotions, and jumped up and down with joy like a little child. She shook Stokes' hand, and told him that she was counting on him, and that he wouldn't disappear. At this point, the traveler decided to butt into their conversation. He was interested in the plans of these two, and so he hurried to introduce himself. His name was L, and it seemed he reminded someone very much. The young man smiled and, adjusting his hat, politely asked the heroes for permission to join them on their exciting journey. Early in the morning, when the first rays of the sun began to awaken the world from its night's sleep, the heroes, full of determination, headed for the snowy mountains of Giran. Snow fell from the sky, forming a beautiful white blanket that covered the land. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they were met by the knights who guarded the area. They warned them that there was danger ahead, and therefore those without permission could not pass. Harold immediately pulled the piece of paper right to the face of one of them. Stokes wanted to politely ask them to let them through, since he had permission, but instead he asked if they could read wars, and threatened to turn them into ashes if they did not get out of the way. The heavy gates rose with a ringing and characteristic hum. The girl did not understand at all why the guy behaved like that, being terribly rude to the guard. However, Harold himself was not bothered at all. He calmly straightened his collar, as if nothing had happened, and hurried his companions. As they walked along the mountain path, Rifa couldn't help but ask why Harold was called a night killer. The young man replied that he killed knights, but it was all just a cruel joke that had become so widespread. Rifa sympathized with Stokes because good deeds should be rewarded, but the guy did not need these words. He noted that he was not interested in the opinion of the ungrateful rabble, and even less in any kind of reward for what he had done. El intervened in the conversation. He reminded that Harold had a couple more nicknames associated with events 5 years ago. Reef was interested in what happened 5 years ago. However, Stokes cut off the unpleasant conversations with a stern look. During a peaceful walk through mountain paths, when the nature around was filled with the sounds of birds singing and a light breeze, suddenly a rustling sound was heard in the thick bushes. It attracted the attention of the heroes, and soon the paws of wolves appeared from the thickets. The group came across a pack of white wolves, who really don't like strangers entering their territory. Rifa confidently stepped forward and assured that this could be left to her. She could deal with them herself, because she had already dealt with the local monsters. The girl threw sticks at the paws of the wild animals. The next moment they exploded violently, creating a blinding light and sound. As a result of the powerful explosion, the wolves flew into the air, along with rocks and other debris scattered around. Rifa was pleased with herself. Elle tried to find out from her what kind of magic it was, but the girl boasted that it was not just any magic, but she could not say more. Harold only laughed at her words. The girl wanted to put the guy down and say that she would not allow anyone to mock her skills, but at that moment Stokes disappeared, and next to her, the girl felt a sharp gust of wind. At that moment, her determination faded a little. There was a clap of thunder behind the girl, and lightning struck literally a couple of meters away from her, causing her to involuntarily cover her ears and scream, clearly frightened. But when Rifa turned around, she saw the defeated wolves behind her. Harold stood among the bodies of the defeated white wolves, whose fur was already dyed red. The girl decided to ask if she understood correctly that these predators were approaching her from behind. Harold silently approached her. He said that he didn't care how good her skills were. If she let her guard down in the middle of a fight, she was no better than a low-level creature. His words were as rude as always and sounded more like a provocation, but he was right. If Rifa was going to the other world, she should look for another place to do it. And unfortunately for the girl, Harold was telling the truth, to which she had no answer. She lowered her head and followed Stokes as he moved on. The girl was well aware that if it weren't for him, she would have become nothing more than a meal for the wild white wolves. This only led the girl further into the wilds of her thoughts. Rifa was too self-confident, no matter what precautions she took. In real life, things always happen that no theory can foresee. And the girl proved it to herself more than once. Elle asked Rifa how she was feeling. The girl replied that everything was fine, but her own thoughts continued to torment her. Of course, she was angry with herself. Yes, she did not have the experience or training like Harold, but this did not justify her. She was sure he had been through a lot in his life, more than she could ever imagine, and that was what had made him tough. But Rifa didn't know whether to envy or sympathize with Harold Stokes. The day was drawing to a close, and so, in order not to wander around in the darkness and cold of the local mountains, the travelers decided to stop, set up camp, and rest until the morning. Considering that they had been on their feet all day, this was simply necessary. Dark clouds covered the sky as the heroes set up camp. Harold lit a fire to warm himself up a bit, as it was only getting colder outside. He was completely unaware of how closely Rifa was watching him. However, such attention from her to this young man was noticed by Elle, who, together with the girls, set up a tent for the night. He asked if the girl was really so interested in learning about the terrible past of Harold, or, as he was more often called, the killer of knights. Having heard an affirmative answer, the guy began to explain. He couldn't give away any important secrets. There are many rumors about Stokes, some of which are fiction, so what Elle was going to tell was not the ultimate truth. Rifa asked in surprise how Elle knew so much about him. Had they met before? This amused the young man a little. He answered with a denial and added that he had met Harold, just like this lady, in that very tavern yesterday. The young inventor was completely confused. She did not understand why the guy went with them on this dangerous expedition. Elle admitted that he had been interested in Harold for a long time, and therefore he was glad of the opportunity to travel with him personally, without other motives. The boy refused to talk about his hidden motives, but asked Rifa, who was again looking at the night killer warming his hands by the fire, if she wanted to hear Elle's story about Harold Stokes and his hard fate. Rifa thought she would be in his company for at least a few more days, so it wouldn't hurt her to at least learn some details about his life before they met, and how he got his terrible nicknames trying to do good. The fire, which crackled softly, creating a cozy atmosphere and illuminating the surroundings, became the centerpiece of the evening. And Harold, sitting by this warm fire, placed his swords nearby, so that they were at hand. He rustled, searching for something in the bag. By this point, Elle had finished his fascinating and gripping tale of the sinister night killer. Summarizing all the details of the general idea she had heard about Stokes, Rifa concluded that he was a real bastard. Elle added that besides that, Harold had disgraced his benefactors, the Sumeragi. After they had persistently sought his pardon, he had repaid them by breaking off his engagement to their daughter. Rifa wondered why he had done such a thing. The guy didn't know, but as he left the courtroom, Stokes made it clear to everyone that he didn't give a damn about Erica or the rest of the Sumeragi family, expressing himself in his usual very rude manner. Rifa exhaled. Now her companion seemed worse than trash to her, but Elle interested her by continuing his reasoning. In his opinion, there were too many blank spots in this story. In fact, the only crime was fleeing from the battlefield. It was on his first assignment, a patrol mission that turned into a brutal battle, so it was no wonder the rookie couldn't handle it. Refn noted that Harold Stokes had also been accused of spying for the Empire. Elle confirmed that Harold was indeed suspected of being a spy, but in fact, no evidence was found, except that the boy was wearing an IPR officer's uniform. Why he wore it, no one knows to this day, except the boy himself. He himself could not explain anything, which means he is guilty. But the question remains, why this was not indicated in his sentence. It did not say that Harold was a spy for the Empire, but only about the suspicion, which is quite strange for such a severe punishment. And while Harold ate his onigiri, Elle continued to reason. Although the Stokes were not so influential, they were still a respected noble family. How could one imagine that their heir would be sentenced to death without a long trial? Rifa also thought about it. Usually when they catch a spy, they try to extract information from him for a long time, and since they had already decided to execute him, why was it necessary to suddenly cancel everything, announcing the replacement of beheading with service to the crown? The girl did not understand how this was possible, but she was even more interested in how Elle knew so much about Harold. The guy smiled and assured her that when you are on the road, you hear something here, something there, and from this, a picture is assembled. Rifa asked if it would be possible to talk to people who knew Stokes well. Maybe they could shed some light on this situation. And then Elle began his story about Cody, who was Harold's commander. They met in one of the cheap taverns of the capital. Cody Luzial, with obvious signs of fatigue, approached Elle himself and asked permission to sit down next to him. He looked completely unwell, a drinking, shabby man with a bottle in his hands. It seemed that his life was not the best and easiest. Harold's commander quickly realized that he was a journalist, and so he clarified that the guy recognized him for that very reason. But Elle, with a sad expression on his face, said that there was something behind this sentence, but his superiors would not let him continue the investigation. The guy pretended skillfully. Bursting into tears, he told how he was told that if he continued to stick his nose where it didn't belong, he would be kicked out. As they say, whether you want it or not, you will find a way to hammer a nail into the lid of your coffin. Elle admitted that he clearly shouldn't have opened up like that to the first person he met, but Cody only calmed him down by offering him a drink and saying that there would always be someone willing to listen to him. When Cody drank, all his problems faded into the background. The young man tried his best to extract at least a little information, and so he continued. Thanks to the intercession of noble families, the execution was replaced by a lifetime of dirty work for the benefit of the state and the crown. But who was it that sought such a decision? Who was able to influence the verdict? Cody Luziel put the bottle on the table and said that he didn't know either. He tried to find out, but unfortunately he couldn't find out. Then L asked whose side Harold's commander was on. Cody replied that he was against the execution, he just wouldn't believe that Stokes was a criminal. But what Harold certainly was, in Cody's opinion, was a complete fool. Without explaining his words, the lieutenant pulled the bottle of alcohol to his mouth, and after a few sips put it back on the table with a clang, which the young man, who wanted to get to the bottom of the truth, continued to watch in amazement. Cody admitted that in his life he had seen many fools, stubborn and with a heightened sense of justice, narcissists who thought only of themselves, but this one combined too much bad in himself, and, most importantly, forgot to think about himself. 5 years ago, Cody burst into Vincent's office, unable to contain his anger and slamming his fist on the table. In a state of anger and complete bewilderment, he began to demand an explanation from the guy as to why they decided to execute Harold. Vincent said that he didn't agree with such a punishment either, but everyone else, including even Commander Cox, didn't even bother to check anything. They all just passed such a harsh sentence on Harold so easily. And then Cody realized that someone had put pressure on the council members, and the only way to stop the execution was to find out who exactly was behind it. But the lieutenant understood that even if he did this, he would not be able to fix anything alone. However, he clearly understood that this did not mean that he would sit and do nothing. He was firmly convinced that no matter what it cost him, he simply had to figure this out and help Harold. Rumors of the sentence spread quickly around the area. People were talking about how Harold was being executed for being an Imperial spy, about how he was caught in an Imperial uniform barely alive, and about how it was he who attacked the patrol. It was impossible to stop. Even the onlookers in the taverns were talking about it. An execution among the Knights of the Order could not fail to attract so much attention, and Who's, the youngest Knight of the Order, who deserted just before the battle. The most terrible thing for the people was that he had given the Empire all the secrets of defense and had completely destroyed the Order from within, and just when everyone thought that everything was over, Secretary of War Harrison appeared and saved the situation. People were saying that the Empire lost thanks to Harrison. He destroyed the Imperial army in the shortest time. And after all, in the Beltis Forest, near the border, there lives a star people. If you were careless, everything could end in conflict. Cody was in complete shock and couldn't believe his ears. He was overcome with a feeling of deepest horror because he was absolutely sure and knew that he had not mentioned such things in his official report. After all, the army hadn't even arrived yet, and no one even knew that it was Harold who killed the Imperial general. Although, of course, how could people know, since this information was classified and only available to the council? And now it seems the whole country, as if one whole, has united in demonstrating its hatred of Harold, although he was really only trying for the common good, without any ulterior motives or selfish intentions. Cody came to the certain conclusion that there was an elaborate and deliberate plan to get rid of Harold. This realization strengthened his suspicions and made him wonder who might be behind this. It was time to act. Cody entered the room where Erica was humbly waiting. He greeted her and, apologizing for the long wait, finally asked what the purpose of the visit of the lady of the Sumeragi family was. Of course, the girl was interested in the state of affairs of her fiancé. She asked for more information about the council's decision, but before moving on to explanations, Cody warned the girl that things were very bad. Full of determination, Erica replied that she wanted to hear the whole truth. And then the lieutenant began his story. The rumors about Harold's death sentence were true. The sentence would be carried out in 6 days. Yuno and Erica were dejected, both girls hoping to the last that all this was just empty rumors and the situation was not so bad. And then Erica asked if there was any hope to save Stokes from such a terrible fate. Cody warned that he didn't want to give the Sumeragi family false hope, and the chances of them succeeding were very slim. Erica didn't mind. She was willing to accept even the tiniest ray of hope. Kodi began to tell the girl his plan. Usually, the council's decision cannot be reversed, but this time it was too hasty. When he read the text posted in the square, he realized that the entire trial was being held with the goal of sending Harold to execution. The crowd will smell the absurd inventions, and Harold's actions and words will not even be taken seriously. There is no doubt that the young man crossed the path of someone so important that they simply decided to do away with him. At all costs, this person had to be found before the sentence was carried out, but even then there was no guarantee that they would be able to help. They had to act quickly, so Erica immediately asked who was involved in this council. Cody recalled that there were 6 advisors, it seemed. The commander of the order, his deputy, and 3 company commanders who had taken part in that expedition. Of all of them, the only one who spoke out against it was the deputy commander. Lady Sumeragi asked whose side Cody was on, and although his main principle in life had always been to be on the winning side, this time he was ready to fight for Harold's life to the end, despite the hopelessness of this battle. After some thought, Erica asked to tell her the names of everyone who supported the execution. Their names, positions, and anything of interest. Surprised, Cody promised to get it. Then she sent Yuno to follow the crew, convincing them to join. Yuno quietly left on her mistress's instructions, and when she left the room, the lieutenant still decided to ask what Erica was going to do with all those documents when he brought them to her. Erica lowered her eyes and admitted that, unfortunately, she did not have the strength to turn the situation back. She would only be able to take these documents to her father and ask him to petition for the death sentence to be overturned and for the case to be retried. Cody folded his arms across his chest and responded to the girl's words. Her father seemed to have connections to the royal family, and a petition from a high-ranking official could not simply be ignored, although it might not be enough to overturn the sentence. Erica assured that they will start checking all the members of the council. They must find out who they communicated with before the verdict, those who are responsible for such a decision. The girl noted that, unfortunately, they have little time to track down rumors. Then Cody assured that he could be relied upon in this. Some stories circulated only in a narrow circle of townspeople, and he enjoyed considerable trust among the residents, and Vincent, the deputy commander, would deal with the commander himself. As the lieutenant strode confidently down the long corridor of the majestic Legalia castle with a stack of what were probably important papers, his attention was suddenly drawn to the loud shouts of several of his loyal warriors who were trying to get his attention. When he turned around, he was surprised to see Robin, Sid, and Irene watching him with concern and worry. Their eyes expressed obvious apprehension, as if they were worried and afraid to say even one word. And yet the boys gathered their strength and asked what was bothering them so much, whether Harold was really going to be executed. None of the boys wanted the young man to die, but they simply could not forget what happened on that fateful day. This was not the Harold they knew, but they still wondered if he really was an Imperial spy. Cody seemed uneasy with the questions, and simply said he knew nothing about it. They have all known him for only a few months, and during this time they have not even managed to get close, and therefore they can only judge by what they see and feel themselves, and not because someone somewhere says so. The commander asked if he told them Harold was guilty, they would simply agree that he should be executed, he deserved it. The boys, in Cody's opinion, had to decide for themselves what they were going to believe. He turned around, and as he quickly left, waved his hand, assuring that the question here was not how much each of them believed in Harold. Everything was much more complicated, and therefore the only question they needed to figure out was whether they believed in themselves. The lieutenant said goodbye to the boys and quickly went about his business, leaving them in a state of bewilderment and reflection. He hoped that an understanding of his thoughts would arise in their hearts and minds, and that they would make the right decision for themselves. He hurried to meet Erica, to whom he handed those very documents, which probably contained information about all 6 people who participated in the council. He proudly assured the girl that his work began from here. Cody promised to involve Vincent and find out where the bad rumors are coming from and who is the soul of this whole conspiracy. In return, on behalf of the Sumeragi family, Erica promised to do everything in her power to expose the remaining members of the council. The girl thanked Cody for his help and was about to leave, but the man stopped her, saying that he understood how difficult it was to be patient in such a difficult situation, but he asked Erica not to rush. Even if they had no chance of success, Cody was persistent and convinced of his decision. He assured that if necessary, will penetrate into the dungeon and will pull Harold out by force, not paying attention to any obstacles. Erica pointed out that if Cody did that, he would be expelled from the order and would become an outlaw. The man laughed and asked the Sumeragi family to accept him in that case, since he was an excellent swordsman and could be useful. It seemed the lieutenant had managed to ease the tension a little, and the girl couldn't help but smile. promising that if it really came to that she would talk to her father and try to persuade him to accept Cody. As he watched the beautiful lady from the Sumeragi family walk away, the man thought about how incredibly and bravely she was behaving despite all the trials. True fortitude and courage are not always found even among members of the order. She fears for Harold, but she remains calm and will not let her fear get the better of her. Indeed, it is not every day that you see a man with such inner strength and unwavering heart. For the sake of Harold and Erica, he must free him. Isn't the main goal and task of an adult to provide support and help to those children who are trying their best? Isn't this an important mission for adults? Cody watched from his hiding place as Farrell Finnegan, the commander of one of the companies, led the expedition. However, in this situation, the most significant aspect was that he was among those people who made the decision and voted for the punishment given to Harold in this situation. Cody, with his palms folded in a prayer gesture, asks Walshy to lure Farrell out, because he himself is not very familiar with the man. The knight replies that he sees Farrell all the time, since they are both company commanders, but he looks a little unsure. Sighing, he asks Cody about his plans. Cody replies that he can't tell anything, but continues to beg his friend for help, citing that they are old comrades in arms. The knight also promised to pay for a visit to the tavern. Sighing again, Walshy agrees. Cody looks very pleased with this. After waving goodbye, Cody runs off, citing a detour. He says he'll wait for Walshy at the pub. After some time, already in knight's armor, Cody leaves the tavern. Its owner says goodbye to the visitor. Lost in thought, the knight recalls the results of today's round. He managed to talk to many townspeople. Cody concludes that he has walked around much of the city, enlisted the help of a tavern owner, and questioned the locals, all in order to discover the source of the bad rumors about Harold. The knight jerks his head up, looks at the clock tower, and realizes that he is already late. After some time, already in ordinary clothes, Cody enters the pub. The owner of this place greets him. Approaching the bar, the knight apologizes for disturbing the man. The bartender says that since this is a secret internal investigation, he understands everything. Turning to the visitor, the tavern owner asks if the knight understands what his assistance could mean for him. Cody, who has taken a seat at one of the tables, replies that he knows everything and promises to pay for the inconvenience. The bartender asks him to be careful. The door creaks. Walshy and Farrell enter the pub, also dressed in civilian clothes, talking about something. Cody turns his head unnoticed and watches them for a few seconds. Walshy notices Cody turning away, offers his interlocutor to sit at the table next to the knight. Farrell finds himself with his back to Cody. The men who recently entered continue their conversation. Walshy, taking a sip from a large mug of beer, remarks that they haven't had a drink together in a long time, and asks about his interlocutor's hostess. Farrell, also drinking beer, replies that she is unbearably annoying and that a certain Cynthia was always much nicer. Walshy chuckles and says that Farrell could burn out at this rate, and the man replies that he hopes to avoid that. Cody listens intently to the conversation, but feigns disinterest. It's dark. Walsh and Farrell have had quite a few drinks. They're laughing about something. Suddenly, Cody passed by their table. Noticing this, Walshy rose from the table and followed the knight under the pretext of needing to go to the toilet. Meeting his friend at the bar, Cody said it was time to start the operation before he got drunk. Walshy, who had become wary, asked what they should start. The man recalled that Cody had told him to just have a drink with Farrell. Ripping open a small bag of some kind of powder, Cody countered that he wasn't asking for anything complicated. All he wanted was for Walshy to ask Farrell a few questions after he gave him a drink from the mug he'd slipped the powder into. Walshy, stepping back, asked in a whisper what Cody had just slipped. The man, looking confident enough, replied that it was nothing, just truth serum. The knight added that he thought Farrell might know something useful. Turning to the bartender, Cody asked him to clear the room so that no one could overhear the conversation. The owner of the establishment did not seem to like the idea, but did not object, although the man began to look a little scared. Walsh, still confused about what was going on, asked Cody what he was trying to get from Farrell, asking if Farrell had something in mind. Cody, who decided to clear things up a bit, told Walshy that his subordinate was going to be beheaded because of the unclear verdict, and therefore he hoped that Farrell, as one of the participants in the discussion on Harold's case, would tell him the truth. Walshy finally understood who Cody was risking his life for. He frowned and asked if the knight knew he couldn't change the verdict. Cody, who was stirring powder in a beer mug at the time, replied that he understood that perfectly well, and also realized that it was one of his worst ideas. The knight admitted that his actions could get them all into trouble, so if Walshi refuses, Cody will back down, albeit with regret. Walshi looks very surprised by these words. The man angrily states that Cody should have told him about the plan from the start, and that friends don't do that. Cody ironically asks if he can ask for a favor since they are such great friends. Walshi pretends to want to leave, but Cody, having stopped joking, grabs him by the clothes and asks him to stay. After a while, Walshi returns to Farrell and places a beer mug in front of him, leaving one in front of himself. Farrell thanks him for bringing him a beer and immediately takes a few sips. Walshi watches him silently. After a while, he says that Farrell had a hard time, which puzzles the latter. Walshi explains that he is talking about the expedition that Harold took part in. Cody, who has returned to his previous place, listens to Farrell's answer. Walshi asks if it is true that one of the recruits is going to be executed, and if so, for what reason. Farrell, looking rather tense, replies that he did not see what was happening, but the report says that Harold disobeyed his commander's orders and ran away. He is also suspected of spying for the Empire since he was wearing their uniform. Walshi, following the plan, thoughtfully says that fleeing from the battlefield is not uncommon, unlike espionage, which is probably why such a harsh sentence was handed down. However, clutching his head, Farrell objects something else was the reason for the sentence. Continuing to speak under the influence of the truth serum, Farrell explains that someone he said that Harold is dangerous and therefore needs to be executed. Horror appears on the drunken company commander's face. Farrell says that the sentence was passed for his wife's sake, so that Harold would not kill Cynthia. Walsh, surprised by these words, asks again who told Farrell this, and how his wife could possibly be involved in the matter. The company commander, hiding his face in his hands, tries to justify himself by saying that he is not feeling well, but adds that Stokes cannot live. Farrell, looking like he's on the verge of despair, says he can't argue with the verdict because he's about to have a baby. Cody listens silently to the knight, still keeping his presence under wraps. Farrell, who was about to add something about Harold, suddenly grabbed his head again and screamed, jumping up from the table with his veins standing out on his face. He rushed to the nearest column and began to bang his head against it, screaming all the while. Walsh and Cody rushed towards him, trying to pull the man away. The shocked Walshi tried to scream to his friend. Farrell, who has begun to look completely insane, continues to struggle out of the grip of the two knights. Suddenly, the man began to tremble and faint, slumping in the arms of the men holding him. Walsh, still holding Farrell, called his name again. Cody, examining the victim, concluded that the unconscious knight was alive. One of them asked the innkeeper to bring water and rags. The frightened owner of the establishment immediately went to fulfill the request. Walshi, still stunned by what had happened, asked what had happened to Farrell. Footsteps were heard behind the knights. Cody replied that he didn't know, because there was no way to explain what had happened. The truth serum itself couldn't have caused such an effect. It didn't contain hallucinogens, and it didn't confuse the mind. Cody realized that they were very far from the truth. Looking at the unconscious Farrell, Cody thought that the man looked like he was possessed by a demon. The smoke of the fire curls above the campsite, surrounded by the darkness of the night. The journalist finished his story, adding that everything happened exactly as he said. Lifa, either scared or shocked, pressed the pillow to her chest. The girl asked loudly if everything she had told had really happened, and added that it was terrible. Still clutching the pillow, Lifa asked how it all ended, but Elle, tired of the story, replied that that was enough horror stories for today. Suddenly, the girl seemed to remember something. Her face became puzzled. Lifa came to the conclusion that the fellow traveler's story was full of blank spots, and also that Harold was still alive and not sent to execution only because he was needed as a test subject. Elle, changing the subject, suggested going to bed, since they still had to keep watch by the fire that night. Turning his back to Lifa, the boy settled down more comfortably in his sleeping bag. Reminding his companion that she would need to climb the mountain tomorrow to fight monsters, Elle advised her to regain her strength. Pressing her cheek against the pillow she had previously held close to her, Lifa agreed with her new friend's arguments, somewhat upset. The girl also settled more comfortably in the sleeping bag. Elle, without saying anything else, smiled slyly. The next day, the three companions continued their journey. Lifa walked calmly in the right direction, while Harold looked very dissatisfied. The girl kept casting interested glances at the mysterious escort she had hired. Harold, noticing Leafa's interest, called out to his companion. In his usual rude manner, he told her to either speak directly if she wanted to ask something, or not to stare at all, because what was happening was already pissing him off. Leafa hesitated and began to say something, but the guy again rudely ordered her to stop mumbling and get down to business. The girl, not taken aback by the harsh words, asked Harold if it was true that he had almost been executed. The protagonist, guessing where Leafa got this information from, glared angrily at Elle. As always, Harold frowned and asked how much the girl had managed to hear. Leafa, not at all embarrassed, answered that, firstly, she had learned that her companion had once been the youngest knight in some detachment. She continued, adding that Harold disobeyed orders on his very first mission and ran away, and was later found in imperial dress and accused of various crimes, including espionage. Leafa also said that she knew about Harold's reprieve, which was granted to him thanks to the intercession of his parents and the Sumeragi family. Somewhat shocking the main character, the girl said that his punishment was not delayed, but rather stretched out over time, because from now on the guy is a guinea pig in some kind of astral laboratory. Making Harold frown even more, Leafa came to the end of the retelling of the details she had found out, adding that, instead of gratitude, the guy broke off his engagement with Erica, and was also rude to her in public. Elle watched the conversation closely. Turning away in irritation, the protagonist replied that all this had really happened to him. Continuing their interrupted hike, Harold added another threat. If Leafa did not continue to stare at him, he would harm her and leave her alone in the mountains. The girl, looking more disgusted than scared, asked what other crazy ideas the boy had. Harold made a mental note that they were just thoughts out loud. He frowned again and looked ahead. Elle was also wary. White wolves appeared before the travelers again. Harold mentally lamented that there were too many of them. Elle, thinking, realized that the guy, although he threatened Leafa, answered her question. This did not fully convince the girl, but she chose to retreat. The journalist tried to understand why Leafa decided not to press, and suggested that it was because of the rumors circulating about Harold. Elle, however, had been watching him closely all this time, not missing a single awkward moment for the guy. The journalist was convinced of his suspicions about the large number of blank spots in Harold's story. The main character at this time dealt with another white wolf with a skillful swing of the sword. Elle, continuing to analyze the guy's behavior, remembered that during the conversation, there were several moments when Harold reacted a little strangely. The journalist noted that this reaction was to the words about a, quote, guinea pig. Thinking about it, the boy suggested that the main character could, having heard something strange, deliberately confirm it. Elle smiled briefly, thinking that he couldn't wait to get more information out of Harold. After a while, Leafa threw her hands up in the air, joyfully proclaiming that they had made it. Harold yelled at her, telling the overly pleased girl to shut up. Harold continued walking, and Leafa continued to rejoice at the goal she had achieved. Elle stopped the guy who kept moving and asked where he was going, because it was dangerous here. Having jumped from the elevation, the main character sat down on the ground and began to fiddle with something. Elle watched him in bewilderment. When the guy got up, it turned out that he had made some small device, similar to a gas stove, glow. Leafa, who was also watching what was happening, asked what Harold was doing. It turned out that the lowland where the guy had descended was the mouth of a dormant volcano. Hearing some sound behind her, the girl turned around. Something covered Elle and Leafa with its huge shadow. When the girl realized what kind of creature it was, her face reflected fear. It turned out that right behind them was a huge ice dragon. The monster undoubtedly also saw the travelers frozen in horror. With a determined grin, Leafa asked the monster, asking a rhetorical question about why this dragon was called the Lord of the Snowy Mountains. Turning to his companion, Elle asked her not to approach the dragon, promising to finish it off himself. However, the girl was no longer nearby. Standing in a confident pose, Leafa concentrated and mentally promised herself to be attentive. Clutching several flasks of her potions in her hand, the girl screamed, calling for the fight to begin. The ice dragon opened its mouth and began to attack. Leafa, who miraculously managed to react in time, jumped out of the area of effect at the last moment. Elle, who was nearby, called out to the girl. The journalist turned in the direction Harold had gone. His face clearly reflected his concern. It turned out that Harold was already standing next to Elle, silently watching the battle between Lifa and the ice dragon that had just begun. His face clearly reflected his displeasure. The surprised journalist asked if the main character was going to help the girl, to which the guy refused. Harold added that Lifa herself told him to stay away from her. Elle, mentally sighing, realized that this was true. Continuing to watch the fight, Harold said that he had nothing to talk about with Lifa if she couldn't win. His face looked somewhat dismissive as he said these words. Elle looked at the boy again with thoughtfulness and surprise. The journalist asked about the meaning of the words previously spoken by the main character. Suddenly, there was an explosion. The ice dragon briefly stopped its attacks, looking at the girl in front of it. Squeezing another flask in her palm, Lifa, trying to catch her breath, came to the conclusion that this monster had quite a lot of magical protection. The girl realized that she had few test tubes and came to the conclusion that she should destroy the dragon with one blow, thereby ending the fight. However, the monster did not wait for Lifa to be ready to attack. He opened his toothy mouth again and began to attack the girl. She again miraculously jumped back, avoiding the magical blow. The dragon continued to attack, growling angrily. Turning around, Lifa finally found a good moment to attack and threw several of her test tubes at the monster. The dragon took significant damage, its head jerking to the side. Taking advantage of the monster's weakness, the girl continued throwing her flasks, bombarding it with magical blasts. Finally, Lifa threw the last flask, which shattered on the ground. A huge cloud of smoke appeared where the flask had fallen, hiding the girl from the dragon's sight. Harold and Elle were still just watching the battle, not interfering in it. The journalist was surprised by the effect of his ally's latest attack. Disoriented, the dragon began to shake his head from side to side, trying to find his opponent, and at the same time dispersing the smoke. Lifa, who had taken a firm and determined pose, began to read the spell. She began to call upon the black fire. The girl's clothes fluttered during the call. When the spell was ready, Lifa shouted that the dragon was finished, and then cast the summoning of Fire Pursuit. The flames summoned by the girl engulfed the monster. Elle, noting the effectiveness of the attack, continued to watch with interest. Harold, frowning, also did not take his eyes off the epic battle. Lifa wiped her face and peered into the remains of the flame she had created. Suddenly, her face showed surprise and fear. It turned out that the dragon, although quite charred, was still alive. This caused confusion and anger in Lifa. At this time, the dragon again turned an angry look at his rival. The monster let out a deafening scream. The dragon pushed off the ground sharply, took off, and quickly picked up speed. Having gained speed, it turned and rushed towards Lifa, as if wanting to ram her. The frightened Elle screamed, calling on his companion, who had fallen powerlessly to the ground, to run. Suddenly, the dragon was caught in a powerful whirlwind, and Harold landed softly on the battlefield with his sword drawn. The shocked Elle and Lifa did not even understand what had happened, did not see their companion's movements. The whirlwind, created by the protagonist, sent the dragon flying away with a terrifyingly loud sound. Elle, staring at the battlefield in fear, wondered in his mind what had just happened. Harold, who had risen to his full height, threw one of his swords over his shoulder. The journalist realized that this guy had dealt with the ice dragon with only 2 blows. However, Harold did not relax after the victory. He glanced to the side and cursed. Elle, looking in the same direction, saw another dragon approaching the travelers. The journalist realized that the ice dragon had called for reinforcements with its deafening roar. Harold, with his sword still slung over his shoulder, now stood face to face with 2 whole dragons. Looking straight at the enemies preparing to attack, he said that only death awaited them ahead. As the dragons took off and rushed towards him, Harold irritably asked them to do him a favor and finally leave this world. The sword in his hand began to glow with magic. Jumping up with lightning speed, the guy chopped the neck of the previously wounded monster with 2 powerful swings and landed softly again. Behind him, the headless dragon fell to the ground. However, remembering the second enemy, Harold did not relax. The remaining dragon opened its mouth and began to attack the protagonist with icy breath, freezing everything around it. Despite this monster also could not avoid Harold's swift attack. A second later, its eyes were cut. However, the guy did not stop there and continued his high-speed attack, instantly depriving the dragon of one of its paws. The monster, who was pretty much wounded, roared deafeningly and soared upward, trying to avoid further attacks from the protagonist and death. The faces of El and Liafa, who were forced to watch the fight, stretched out in fear. Despite the attempt to escape, the dragon failed. Harold again quickly and accurately attacked the enemy, inflicting multiple wounds on him right during the flight. The monster could no longer hover, and so fell to the ground like a heavy weight. Jumping away from the place where the dragon fell, Harold accelerated again. Crossing his swords, the protagonist delivered a final, incredibly powerful blow. Harold's face was splattered with dragon blood. His eyes looked both focused and empty. El, who was watching the end of the battle, clenched his hands. Clenching his jaw, the boy mentally listed all the nicknames Harold had acquired. Traitor, Night Killer, the youngest genius of the Order. The battle he had seen led El to the idea that everything was not as simple as it seemed. Looking at the victorious ally, the journalist came to the conclusion that the strength of the main character and himself cannot be compared with ordinary people, because this man is like an element that brings only death. The boy mentally called Harold's strength overwhelming power. The protagonist, silently looking at the defeated dragon, threw one of his swords over his shoulder again. Harold stood in front of the fallen dragon, still holding one of his swords over his shoulder. Turning to Lifa, the guy looked sternly at his companion and asked why she froze. The girl, who had not yet fully recovered from the battle, looked at the main character in surprise. Harold reminded Lifa of her original goal, collecting ingredients and studying dragons. The girl, remembering the meaning of this expedition, laughed awkwardly. Lifa was busy examining the fallen dragons in the battle, while the boy finally wiped the blood from his face with the sleeve of his cape. El watched silently. The journalist was still shaking after the fight, even though he had not taken part in it. El was convinced that not every ordinary person was capable of such a battle. He shuddered as he recalled how Harold fought. Looking up at the main character, the journalist came to the conclusion that the rumors about him were true. Mixed emotions were reflected on his face. Harold silently examined his sword. He looked a little depressed and thoughtful after the battle. Suddenly, the journalist began clapping his hands, thus expressing his admiration for the work done. El praised Harold's speed in winning the fight, as well as his fighting skills. The protagonist, not particularly pleased with the praise, asked the journalist what kind of nonsense he was talking, since, in his opinion, all his information was worthless. El just smiled and replied that he didn't understand what they were talking about. Harold's face showed even more displeasure than before, to which anger was added. The protagonist addressed the boy quite sharply. He told him to stop playing games with him, and also addressed him by the name Giffelt. Pretending not to understand, El asked if Harold was referring to the famous informant. The journalist looked as if he was uncomfortable with the conversation. He asked if Harold really thought that a kid like him could be someone important. The protagonist remained adamant. He replied that Giffelt was the clan name, and if you belonged to the clan, you had the right to that name, even if you were still very young. El looked even more tense. However, the boy quickly pretended that nothing had happened. He shrugged and said that he did not know what made Harold think of him that way, since El was really just a humble traveler. In an attempt to change the subject, the boy asked why the protagonist didn't try to clear his name, since he was, for better or worse, quite famous. The protagonist, still very serious, his brows furrowed, said that he didn't care. El countered that nothing could mark the past, but the boy was still a subject of his country. Harold's gaze grew even heavier. Looking straight into El's eyes, he said that there were far more important things, like how much was known about him. The boy, either unable to bear the anger in the other's gaze or tired of the confrontation, closed his eyes briefly. The journalist repeated that he was not Giffelt, despite Harold's assurances to the contrary. El asked how the guy had come to such conclusions and whether he had any evidence. Harold promised to kill the interviewer instead of providing it. The protagonist said in a commanding manner that he was the one asking the questions here, and El had to answer him. Horror was reflected on the boy's face. El was very scared by Harold's behavior. Initially, he was just interested in finding out how the main character was doing, and that was why he joined the expedition. Now the boy regretted that he believed that he could pull out anything. Still mentally beating himself up, El realized that he should have been thinking about the worst possible outcome from the start. He came to the conclusion that his actions might have been too hasty. The boy thought about ways to get out of this. L hung his head and said he was worried because he had gotten his hands on information that directly concerned Harold, but was a state secret. The boy said he didn't know what to do with it. Pointing to one of Harold's swords, L continued speaking no longer in a confused or frightened tone, but in earnest. He said that this sword gave the main character terrifying power, but in exchange the boy had to sacrifice part of his life. Harold listened silently as the reporter continued. The boy expressed his fears that such weapons were being developed at a national level. He wondered what would happen if knowledge of such developments fell into the wrong hands. Hinting at the Sumeragi family's support, L said that one noble's protest against the rest of the king's council meant nothing, and that was why, due to the lack of a protectorate, Harold became a test subject for the sword. Becoming more and more confident, the boy added that experimenting with human lives was unacceptable, no matter how good the intentions behind it. Harold, listening to L's arguments, curled his lips. The main character mentally noted that the name Gifelt was not given for his pretty eyes. The boy had actually managed to learn a lot about him. Some time ago, before the expedition began, L, hearing that Lifa had persuaded Harold to help her, asked if he could join the planned journey. Lifa and Harold turned to the voice. Staring at the boy in amazement, the protagonist mentally wondered where this L had come from. When thinking about the mechanics of the game, Harold noted that Gifelt was always just a mysterious informant who explained the mechanics of the game and meta lore in the original Braveheart. The guy couldn't believe that he had met him in person. Harold admitted that he had told Tasuku about the existence of this person 5 years ago, but he did not know the extent of the intelligence network, nor did he know how they operated. Gifelt was as incomprehensible to the protagonist as Justice. The guy noted that he could use an ally like that, but he stopped himself mentally, deciding to find out something first. Harold still couldn't believe what was happening, not understanding L's goals. Unexpectedly, Lifa spoke up in favor of adding another member to their traveling team. Harold was astonished by such impudence. Looking from the girl to the main character, L asked his opinion on joining the squad. Harold, after thinking about it, came to the conclusion that a joint expedition was the perfect chance to make sure that the boy in front of him was really Gifelt. This will also help the protagonist learn and clarify the informant's plans. Harold replied that he didn't care whether L joined the team, which made the boy happy, because Lifa was already not against it. The girl, pleased to have another companion, welcomed L to their team. Harold, who had been silently watching the proceedings, did not smile, unlike Liafa and L. The heroes set off on their journey. In the present, Harold and L were still standing opposite each other at the site of the recent battle with the two dragons. The main character, having analyzed everything that had been said earlier, came to the conclusion that the boy had obtained information about the sword from somewhere, and now wanted to confirm it with the help of Harold. The boy also realized that whoever this person was, he did not have the power of Gifelt. However, since L had already stuck his nose in deep, Harold knew he couldn't let him get away with it that easily. The boy's frowning brows drew even closer together. Harold finally spoke up. He said that information about his sword was only allowed to be known to a handful of limited people, and therefore, even though L was a child, he would not get away with it. The boy's face showed fear. L asked if Harold was going to finish him off in that case. A nasty grin appeared on the protagonist's face. The guy answered that he was going to, because if there is no man, then there is no problem. Suddenly, Harold changed his mind. Sighing, the boy expressed his opinion that chopping up a man after fighting dragons was rather stupid. This sudden change in tone made L raise his head in surprise. Looking sternly at the boy, Harold asked whether he had sufficient abilities and also offered to join the forces of evil. L, taken aback by the suggestion, asked again as if he was afraid he had heard wrong. The boy asked if Harold was currently trying to recruit him. The protagonist replied that if he didn't want to, then he didn't have to. L looked away and asked again if he was given a choice between joining evil and dying. Harold, hearing this conclusion, mentally objected that he hadn't meant anything like that. The protagonist couldn't understand whether the boy had determined the threat of death only from his tone. Turning away, Harold stated that he did not care about L's fate, and therefore suggested that the boy take a chance while he had the chance. L, completely confused, admitted that he had no idea what the protagonist was trying to tell him. Still avoiding the boy's gaze, Harold mentioned a certain star memory. L's face reflected almost primordial horror. Losing control of his emotions, he cried out, not understanding how the protagonist could have learned about this. With a look of fear on his face, L asked the man in front of him who he really was. Harold waved him off and said that he wasn't going to explain anything to anyone. The protagonist became extremely serious again. He said that star memory is something that allows you to learn about everything in the world, and also his, Gifelt's, longtime dream. The boy, listening to the explanations, looked as if he did not believe in the reality of what was happening. Continuing his speech, Harold promised that by joining him, L would be closer to his dream, and by refusing, he would achieve nothing. The protagonist added that the boy should choose wisely. L pursed his lips and replied that he didn't know what he should choose. He was confused by the large number of variables and also tormented by enormous doubts. He pressed his hand to his chest and said he couldn't believe something like this was possible, but noted that Harold was right. The Gifelts had been looking for this thing for generations. Without looking at the boy, the protagonist suggested that he simply go with him and see everything for himself, because the process does not require faith. Stepping forward, L suddenly dropped to his right knee and, clearing his throat, swore all his power and all of Gifelt's knowledge to Harold, giving the protagonist the right to use them at his own discretion. The guy watched L silently. The protagonist looked genuinely surprised that the boy had sworn an oath of allegiance to him. However, he did not have time to react to what had happened. Lifa, who had finished her business, noticed an unusual picture from afar and screamed, trying to find out what her companions were doing. The girl pounced on Harold and tried to find out what he was trying to persuade L to do. The main character could only freeze in surprise. Rising from the ground, L began to convince Lifa that he was okay and that Harold had not forced him to do anything, but the girl did not believe him, because the boy had just been kneeling in front of the main character. Smiling, L explained what had happened by saying that from now on he had become this master's servant. Lifa and Harold, not expecting such words from the boy, both looked somewhat stunned. The protagonist was genuinely surprised that L had voluntarily signed up for something like that, since he only wanted some help from the boy. Lifa, still worried about her new friend, asked if Harold had really not intimidated L. The guy, lost in his thoughts, thought that he was only going to lead the boy to a chain of quests from the original story, necessary for obtaining the star memory, in exchange for his services. Watching Lifa and Elam, Harold was still puzzled as to why the boy had willingly gotten into this bondage. The protagonist realized that he had never heard of such a development in the original story. Harold snapped out of his thoughts and rudely explained to Elle that he was only interested in the result, not blind adoration. The usual frown returned to the boy's face. The boy smiled and replied that he knew he did not yet deserve the trust of his new master. He promised to earn that trust by his actions. Harold twisted his lips and replied that Elle should first change his strange attitude towards him. The boy's lackeyish servility had infuriated the guy to no end. Elle, looking genuinely confused, asked again if he was doing something wrong, since, in his opinion, all loyal assistants behaved the same way as he did. Harold, whose rage continued to mount, said that he was sick of this attitude. The boy, not taking the abuse to heart, laughed kindly. Pressing his hand to his chest, Elle vowed to improve. Harold, still angry, said nothing, because, in his opinion, talking to the boy was just a waste of time. The travelers set off on their return journey. After some time, Elle asked if Harold was now going to the capital, to which he received an affirmative answer. Sighing, the boy shared that he had not been to the capital for 2 years. Harold, not catching the train of thought of his new companion, rudely asked again what Elle needed in this city. The boy, surprised by the question, replied that he was going in the same direction as the main character, which shocked the latter. Elle, continuing to develop the theme, added that he was sure that he and Harold would have plenty of opportunities to become friends, or even get closer on the road. The protagonist, stepping back, told his companion to stay away from him, preferably 3 steps away. Thinking about the current situation, Harold first tried to predict Justice's reaction if he found Elle. The guy came to the conclusion that, in such a situation, there would be no one to provide information to. With an irritated chuckle, the protagonist said that Elle could do whatever he wanted, to which the boy only nodded in agreement. Lost in his thoughts again, Harold wondered how much his companion knew about him. The protagonist noted that he would not be surprised if it turned out that Giffelt had already gotten wind of Colette and her mother, and of the ZZ method of farming. Harold decided that unless Elle himself brought it up, he wouldn't touch on it, because otherwise such a conversation would look suspicious. The protagonist also mentally promised to bury Giffelt if he didn't keep his mouth shut. Harold and Elle, who had pulled ahead, were suddenly called out by Lifa. When the two turned to face the girl, she solemnly and decisively declared that she was going to the capital with them. Harold thought before showing any reaction or expressing his thoughts. After lightly tapping Lifa on the forehead with the hilt of his sword several times, the protagonist rhetorically asked about the unusual thought process going on in the girl's head. He noted that, despite her opinion, Harold was not obliged to drag the girl along with him. Frowning, Lifa asked why Elle could suddenly go with a guy, but she couldn't. Harold got angry and replied that the girl was extremely useless, and therefore he didn't need her like that. Lifa, also losing her temper, said that she wasn't asking to be the main character's servant. The girl added that she was worried about Elle, because Harold might do something to him. Passing by her companions, Lifa continued on her paused path. The protagonist, irritated, pointed at his assistant, asking again if the girl was going to keep an eye on him. Turning around, Lifa confirmed Harold's words and added that she would watch very carefully. The protagonist, once again losing his temper because of these words, mentally exclaimed that he did not understand why the girl Elle. Quite a long time ago, Justice told a younger Harold that he had recently developed a new sword. This weapon absorbs the magic power of the wielder and increases combat ability, but the side effect is to shorten the life of the fighter. The mad scientist added that there was nothing to worry about, because if you use it constantly, the effect will not manifest. A crazy smile appeared on the man's face, after which Justice noted, looking at Harold, that the sword still needed to be tested. Continuing to smile, the scientist ordered the protagonist to hold this weapon close to his heart, because this is how he will be able to fulfill his role. In the present, Harold stood by a large window, remembering the origin of one of his swords, and wondering if he could break the contract with Justice. Behind him stood Lifa and Elle. A huge ship, with its sails spread, flew over the mountains. It was skillfully decorated. The bow of the vessel stood out in particular. Lifa, pressing her palms to the window, watched what was happening outside. The girl's face reflected genuine delight. Lifa exclaimed that they were very high now. Harold, always dissatisfied, grumbled that the girl was behaving like a child. Elle, still smiling, tried to soften his judgments, explaining that an airship was a luxurious means of transportation, and therefore Lifa's delight was understandable, because they were rare. Continuing, the boy added that airships are usually used for aerial combat or to transport knights and armies. They are also owned by royalty. Although the protagonist was silent, he listened quite attentively. Elle explained that civilian ships for transporting people and goods were mostly owned by merchant guilds, but were under strict government control, so it turned out that no private individual could own their own airship. The boy suddenly added that the Sumeragi family, to whose daughter Harold was engaged, were business partners with a trading company that owned a similar ship, and therefore there was even a port for airships on their territory. The boy wanted to say that he was surprised by the amount of information known to Elle, but due to the game character of the original Harold, he rudely noted that the boy had no shortage of professionalism. Elle apologized for chattering, citing professional deformation. While Lifa was admiring the view from the window, the boy turned to Harold again. He hesitated, but then asked if everything was okay with the main character. The boy turned to Elle with a face that was almost dumbfounded. The boy explained what he meant. He was afraid that Harold would be ill after using Justice's sword in the fight with the dragons. The boy, without looking at his interlocutor, replied that it did not affect anything. Elle smiled slyly and said that he thought everything should be fine then. Giffelt seemed pleased to have at least some information about Harold and his sword. The boy turned to the protagonist again, asking him if the guy had decided on the place they would go to first. Harold coldly replied that Elle would find out about it a little later. Smiling, the boy said that he would just enjoy the flight then. Calling out to Lifa, Elle told her that the other passengers, including Harold, were getting nervous when they looked at the girl standing right next to the window. The protagonist, returning his thoughts to the danger of using his weapon, admitted to himself that he would not want to use a sword that shortens life, even in a critical situation. Harold, thinking over the recent battle, regretfully noted that the ice dragon could be dealt with using conventional weapons, but when the second monster appeared, he put the safety of his companions as a priority. Pursing his lips, the protagonist mentally blamed himself for his own carelessness. Looking at the chattering companions, Harold admitted that it was all because of Lifa, because she was a member of the hero team. The guy needed this girl to survive. Remembering Elle's question, full of genuine concern, Harold thoughtfully noted that he really didn't feel any changes, unlike when he held the weapon in his hands. The guy hoped that he would never have to use this sword again. After some time, Lifa, surprised by Harold's words, asked again whether he was serious about meeting with Dr. Justice. The ever-gloomy protagonist confirmed this, but added that the meeting was needed solely to obtain information. Elle, as always, just listened silently. Harold added that Lifa must keep their close acquaintance a secret. This would be the girl's payment for the escort. She, not understanding anything, continued asking about why all this was necessary and what the doctor had to do with it. The guy turned away irritably, mentally grumbling about his companion's importunity. Harold sharply stated that it was none of her business. The protagonist added that since Lifa could combine magic with science, she would interest Dr. Justice, and therefore if during this meeting they found out something, the girl's life would not have been in vain. Lifa, who had not expected such words, mentally noted that something like that from Harold's lips sounded like the highest praise for her magic. The protagonist added that if the girl told Dr. Justice that she was still improving, then a scientist of such caliber would definitely give her some innovative idea. Shock was reflected on Lifa's face. Since the girl remained silent, Harold rudely asked her if she was even listening to him. After receiving an affirmative answer, the protagonist told her to go to the guest room and write a thesis, which caused Lifa to jump up. Elle and Harold watched in silence as the inspired girl ran away. The boy spoke as soon as Lifa had disappeared around the corner. He had understood from Harold's previous words that he had to extract information from someone, but without giving himself away. The protagonist explained that he did not expect too much from the assistant, but also hoped that it would not be a waste of time. Looking at Elle, the guy added that he should be extremely careful so that no one would suspect anything. Elle asked who this Dr. Justice was that Harold was so afraid of him, but the main character remained silent, not even looking in the boy's direction, as if he had not heard his question at all. Elle thought about why Harold didn't explain anything. He came up with several possibilities. The protagonist doesn't want to or can't do it. Elle also thought about the possibility that Dr. Justice might have something to do with Harold's secret. The boy began to wonder if perhaps Justice was actually behind the council's decision to cancel the execution. Elle shook his thoughts off and decided not to play guesswork, as it was all just guesswork. However, the boy could see that whatever it was troubling Harold greatly. Elle adjusted his cap and came to the conclusion that whatever his master was facing, he would have to deal with it too. The boy had a premonition that this would not be an easy task. In the guest room, Lifa sat at the table and concentrated on writing something down. Memories of her parents scolding her for her fascination with magic flashed through the girl's mind. They believed that their daughter was disgracing them with her games. Following this, Harold's recent words surfaced in Lifa's memory, saying that she would certainly interest Justice, because the girl could combine science with magic. Lifa, still sitting at the table, came to the conclusion that if this helped her understand herself, then everything would not be so bad. A smile appeared on the girl's face. Lifa set to work with even greater zeal. She looked engrossed, absorbed in her research. The airship continued to float through the sky, not interrupting the hero's journey. After some time, the travelers finally arrived at the capital. Right in front of them was the large and majestic building of the Astral Institute. The three of them walked inside. Harold looked confident, even a little arrogant. He was clutching the sheaths of both his swords, which were slung over his shoulder, with his right hand. Lifa looked a little scared. Elle's face showed no particular emotion. He was watching as always. There were already several people in the hall of the Institute, all of them wearing gowns similar to medical ones. Noticing the expressions on the faces of these strangers, Elle concluded that they hated Harold. However, the main character doesn't care about this. He is not afraid of hostility, and he does not try to compete with anyone. Harold seems not to know about their existence at all. Elle, having mentally expressed his feelings in common with Lifa, wondered whether his master had any feelings at all, since these two, strangers here, felt the oppressive pressure especially strongly. Harold walked inside the room, then stopped in front of a door and knocked on it twice. His companions followed the guy closely. The door creaked open. A man in the same robe as the others they had met looked out of the room and asked what Harold wanted. The man received a rather rude answer to his question. The guy said that the purpose of his visit was obvious, and the man should not boast so much about his petty power. The main character's face expressed irritation. Beginning to lose his temper, The stranger stated that the gentleman had an important experiment. He also wanted to add something else. Harold angrily interrupted him, declaring that the main character's report was more important than anything else. The guy rudely ordered the man to report his arrival. The protagonist added that anyone could handle such work, but apparently not this scientist. In the end, Harold told the man that he didn't have to report anything if he didn't want to, but then he'd only have himself to blame. The man, enraged, began to shout at the main character. But then another voice was heard behind him. He said that there are two types of arguments, useful and useless, and also asked which ones, in his opinion, the guy was using now. The owner of the voice turned out to be Dr. Justice. He crossed his arms and concluded that Harold was making useless arguments. Once inside the room, Lifa and Elle were seated on the sofa. Dr. Justice said that they would have to wait a little while he brought tea. Both the boy and the girl looked a little wary. Looking around, Dr. Justice tried to remember where he could have put the cups. The man reached for a jar of some kind of powder. Harold suddenly appeared next to the doctor. He, as always, rudely told Justice to sit down and not fuss, because the main character was not going to drink his poison-flavored tea anyway. The guy was holding 2 cups in his hands. Dr. Justice replied that he had no intention of poisoning anyone, but was simply trying to be hospitable. Harold, hearing this, replied that he knew such hospitality, describing in vivid detail the horrific details. Dr. Justice tried to put pressure on the protagonist, asking him if the guy was collecting a harem. Since he dragged around all the girls he met, the doctor mistook Elle for a girl. Harold asked him to shut up and added that his companions were too skinny. Dr. Justice chuckled and stopped trying to get involved in making tea. The man asked if the boy wanted the doctor to find him some older girls. Justice also said that Harold should notify his fiancée, which made the boy flinch. Continuing to be rude, the main character said that Justice was a funny parody of a scientist, since he made such conclusions. The guy noted that the doctor also had problems with logic, so it was clear to him why the study of the astral body was not working out. Justice's mood was no longer friendly or playful. He ordered the protagonist to watch his language, otherwise someone might get hurt, because there are significant forces involved in the study of the astral body. Harold, who had not initially perceived the conversation as friendly, became even more gloomy. He replied that, among them, Dr. Justice was the one who talked too much, since the guy had long ago broken off his engagement to Erica, once and for all. Sitting down on the sofa, the doctor suggested leaving this conversation. Finally turning his attention to the guests, Justice noted that they did not seem to introduce themselves. Lifa and Elle took turns giving their names, but the boy also added that they were pleased to meet the great scientist Freund. The doctor confirmed that his name was Justice Freund, and also noted that Harold's companions were not lacking in courage. The scientist asked what brought the two to him. Holding a stack of papers she had previously written, Lifa admitted that she was interested in various spells and magic. The girl also said that she had done some research on her own. Lifa continued, adding that she had always wanted to discuss her work with Justice, which was why she had asked Harold to help her. Elle, smiling, added that the name of the main character is as well known as the name of the person under whose protection he is, hinting at Justice himself. The doctor noted that Harold usually did not agree to such requests, so he was now even more interested in looking at the girl's research. The guy, pretending that it did not concern him, sipped tea from a cup. Lifa, a little embarrassed, said that her activity could hardly be called a full-time job. However, Elle, sensing the girl's awkwardness, told her that Lifa was interested in the idea of using astral powers. The doctor asked the girl to talk about these ideas. Launching into an explanation, Lifa said that even though the astral body was hereditary, she believed that science could be used to increase the effectiveness of magic. The girl added that she wondered if this could be done by consuming fewer bodies. Justice thought for a moment and concluded that Lifa wanted to invent a hybrid technology. The girl confirmed this by talking about a hybrid of magic and science. Harold watched the conversation in silence. The protagonist concluded that Dr. Freund was interested in the girl. This was to his advantage, because one of the goals of this conversation was an attempt to steal Justice's knowledge and skills to strengthen the position of the young researcher Lifa. Harold noted that although the original story had not yet begun, the girl, with her current fighting ability, was not able to stand up for herself. Still holding his cup of tea, the boy lamented that he could have secretly led and supported the main characters of the original story, but ultimately came to the conclusion that his new plan was more effective. Harold mentally acknowledged that science was best left to the scientists, even if his plan would allow Justice, the final boss of the Bravehearts, to know about Lifa's capabilities in advance. Taking another sip from his cup, the boy came to the conclusion that Dr. Freund was unlikely to view the girl as a rival now, and later he would no longer have time to look for countermeasures. All that remained for Harold to do was to correct Rainer's path. Putting aside the sheets of paper covered with Lifa's research, Justice said he could understand the protagonist's interest. The girl, engrossed in conversation with the scientist, asked if he had found any points that needed improvement. Dr. Freund reflected that he couldn't be completely sure until he put Lifa's theory into practice, but he had already found several problem areas. Justice said he wouldn't mind pointing them out to the girl, but he was a busy man himself. Lifa, saddened, lowered her head, but said that she understood everything. But the doctor didn't stop there. Freund said he liked the girl's ideas and her point of view, so she could stay here for a while. Shock and genuine fear were reflected on Elle's and Harold's faces. Lifa raised her head and asked again if the scientist was sure of this proposal. Elle turned sharply to the girl sitting on the same sofa with him and said that if she agreed, then she would not be able to return to the village in time, and all their lies would be revealed. Lifa did not understand what was happening, but the boy persisted. He said that his uncle would find out everything and would not ask Lifa. Horror was reflected on the girl's face. Dr. Freund raised his head and asked what these two were talking about. Elle continued to speak and replied that they were from a small village where people mainly made their living by working in the fields and raising livestock. The girl listened silently to her companion's excuses without raising her eyes. The boy explained that in a village like this, Lifa's obsession with magic had made her an outcast, and her family had forbidden their daughter to mess around with nonsense. Elle added that Liafa went on the trip anyway, but they had to lie about wanting to visit various attractions. Having finished his story, the boy summed it up. They cannot stay here for long. Dr. Freund chuckled thoughtfully and asked how much time Lifa and Elle had left to inspect the spires. After thinking for a moment, the boy replied that they had 2 weeks at most. Justice seemed to take note. Suddenly the scientist continued speaking. Looking at the three in front of him, the man noted that they were quite smart, and that he would have been suspicious if Elle had said that they had no time at all. Justice's face looked terrible. Harold, who had not said a word after sitting down on one of the sofas, froze, folding his arms across his chest. The boy did not dare look up. Dr. Justice stood up and said that the research center had private rooms for employees to save time, and he invited Elle and Lifa to be guests, promising to call someone to give them a tour. Heading towards the exit, Dr. Justice said that when Harold's companions wanted to return, he would find them an airship capable of delivering Elle and Lifa to the city closest to their village. The scientist explained with a creepy expression that this would give them even more time to sightsee. Elle looked quite calm upon hearing this, but there was a slight tension on the faces of Lifa and Harold. Not far from the Astral Institute building, there was a small park. Somewhere in its depths there was a fountain, around which several benches were placed. Harold was sitting on one of them. The protagonist clasped his gloved hands and placed them on his knees, muttering to himself that he was going too far. Recalling recent events, the guy admitted that the conversation with Dr. Justice had turned into a real disaster. Cursing, Harold noted with regret that everything had been fine until he had followed Lifa's suggestion to find out the scientist's plans over dinner. That was one of the reasons they were dating. The protagonist's face expressed tension and sadness. Since Dr. Justice was keeping a close eye on Harold, he had to be careful. That was the reason Elle was brought into the case. The protagonist noted with disappointment that he had hoped to find out something with the help of such a reliable ally, the guide assistant from the original story. However, it seemed that Harold had rushed. However, nothing could be said for sure yet. Trying to focus on the good, the boy thought that at least Lifa had managed to avoid a fatal mistake. Despite this, the girl still had to accept Dr. Freund's offer to stay. Harold knew that if they lingered here, the scientist would quickly guess their true relationship. However, Elle's timely intervention somewhat simplified the situation. The protagonist noted that he had no idea where his assistant got so much information about Lifa's backstory from. The guy assumed that the girl could have spilled the beans on her own. However, this does not diminish L's merits, because he was able to very quickly come up with a suitable, plausible story, as well as correctly calculate the time required for such a journey. Moreover, L also took into account the fact that the trio reached the capital on an airship, and not in a carriage, meandering among the habitats of monsters. It was thanks to the unusual choice of transport that Lifa had 2 weeks to spare. Harold didn't know how, but Dr. Justice also immediately realized that L and Lifa must have had time left. It seemed to the protagonist that the scientist could see right through them all, which only made the situation worse. There was a chance that the man would restrict their movements. Someone called out to Harold, asking if he could join him. Still lost in his thoughts, the boy looked up at the speaker. This man turned out to be L. The protagonist allowed the assistant to sit down next to him, but only on the other side of the bench, so that no one would think anything strange. The boy sat down and said that although there was space there, he did not want to disturb Harold if he was waiting for someone. The allies sat in silence for a while, looking at the fountain located directly in front of them. L spoke first, expressing his regrets that the desired result had not been achieved, but the team had also been exposed to danger. Harold closed his eyes and told L not to act like a unique person, and reminded him that he had not expected too much from his help, as he had already said earlier. Adding that these were the boy's problems, the protagonist said that if he continued to dwell on the failure so much that it affected his future work, then L would be better off going right now and ending his life, offering a not very pleasant option. The boy, not at all upset by the rudeness, asked if Harold's words were some kind of way of encouraging him. Answering a question with a question, the boy asked what L thought, but in reality, it was a way of encouraging himself. Stretching, the boy admitted that he didn't think the protagonist was trying to give him hope, and changed the subject, saying that he could easily switch his attention. L added regretfully that Lifa couldn't do that. Harold immediately asked what she had to do with it. L replied that Lifa seemed to be very worried about accepting Dr. Justice's offer, so she was now lying in her room and not wanting to talk to anyone. Harold crossed his arms and declared that her behavior was stupid. In his mind, he added that her fault for the plan's failure was minimal. L, somewhat upset by this reaction, said that anyone would be upset if they thought their friends were hurt because of them, and therefore the boy could understand the feelings of the researcher. Turning to face his assistant, Harold dismissively remarked that he didn't remember when he and the girl had become friends. L noted that the protagonist probably didn't have many friends, and therefore didn't know how relationships were formed. Harold asked ironically why friends were needed when there were servants. L, not irritated by the master's rude attacks, replied that everyone had their own opinion on this matter. For example, for Lifa, friends meant a lot. Harold thought with puzzlement that he still didn't understand when the girl had managed to add him as her friend. However, the main character didn't seem to care much about it. Changing the subject, he turned to L, wanting to give the assistant a new task. Harold said that he had been working on creating some organization for the last few years. The surprised boy asked if the protagonist had created it himself. The guy confirmed his assistant's guess, adding that this organization was a gang of mercenaries called Frieri. Harold asked L to use his talents and take over the management of the gang. The boy was genuinely surprised by this assignment. L said that he had never worked with private military companies before. Harold did not back down, promising that his assistant could leave the war issues to the people in the know. He himself would be responsible for how and when the Freers would act and direct them strategically. L still did not believe that Harold was serious. The protagonist explained that he would still be in overall charge, so his assistant had no reason to worry. The guy said that L would receive specific instructions from him. Harold also added that the boy's main task would be to lead the organization if he himself disappeared. The faces of both interlocutors looked extremely serious and focused. L spread his hands and thoughtfully said that it was a big responsibility and that it was easy for Harold to say. Right after that, the boy asked if the main character really trusted him that much, which made the boy look away. Seeing that Harold wasn't going to answer that question, L changed the subject, asking how many people were in the group now. The protagonist replied that there were 14, but that wasn't enough, so the assistant would have to recruit someone who knew. As if resigned to the role assigned to him, L continued asking questions. This time he asked about money, since hiring mercenaries without funds is almost impossible. Harold replied briefly that he would pay for everything. L nodded and noted that this was very generous, and also asked where his master got so much money. The protagonist rudely noted that his assistant didn't have to poke his nose into it unless the boy wanted to lose it. L didn't insist and asked for forgiveness, summarizing their entire conversation. Giffelt said that he understood everything in general terms, and therefore the boy was eager to take a closer look at these frieri. These words caused Harold to show a barely noticeable surprise. The protagonist replied that L should either come up with a plan to get them both past surveillance or keep his mouth shut. The boy laughed awkwardly, admitting that he didn't have any plan yet. However, L promised to think about it. Standing up from the bench, the boy announced that he had a request for Harold. The protagonist allowed his assistant to voice it. L said that he would like to contact the frieri organization himself, but in that case he would need to somehow prove that it was Harold who sent the boy. Taking his time to answer the request, the protagonist asked why L needed this. The boy, smiling broadly, explained that it would be easier to deceive Dr. Justice, and returned to his original request, asking whether Harold would be able to inform frieri. L also added that he wanted to hide his name, age, and gender if possible, so that no one else would think of associating him with the Giffelt clan. The boy reasonably noted that outsiders did not need to know this secret. Harold asked why he was so secretive, asking if L was afraid of revealing his clan's name. The boy answered without hesitation that it was more efficient to gather information in hiding, since if he was identified, it would do more harm than good. Harold replied that he didn't care, because all he cared about was the success of the operation. L thanked the protagonist and was about to ask him for something else. The boy wanted to ask what else was required of him, but due to the limitations of the original Harold's character, he rudely ordered him not to test his patience. L assured him that he wasn't asking for anything serious. All he wanted was a few hours of the protagonist's time in the morning. Harold thought that sounded a little scary, and replied that it better not be some kind of nonsense. The boy smiled and replied that it was very important, because this meeting would affect their, L's and Harold's, future. The protagonist just stared at his assistant in surprise, not understanding what he was leading to. That same evening, a letter was slipped under the door of the room in which Harold was now living. The main character, noticing an envelope sticking out from under the door, picked it up from the floor. Having opened the letter, Harold walked deeper into the room, reading the message as he went. In it, someone asked the guy why he didn't visit his parents, why he broke off the engagement with the daughter of the Sumeragi family, and why he was doing this. At the end of the letter, he was asked to answer at least something. Harold burned the written sheet of paper with fire magic. Shaking the ashes out the open window, the protagonist complained that Hayden was behaving as usual. The stars had already lit up in the dark evening sky. The guy mentally added that everything was fine, since Hayden didn't suspect that Harold was still in touch with Sumeragi. Harold was worried that Justice might pay attention to them. However, the third letter this year was already annoying. Harold broke off the engagement right in the courtroom so that Dr. Justice would hear it and leave Sumeragi alone forever. However, the protagonist's agreement with Tasuku remained in force. He regularly supplied part of the profits from the farms working on the ZZH method. Harold needed the money to finance the organization he created, Frieri. In the original story, this gang was created by Cody Luzial after he left the Knightly Order due to the death of his comrades during a mission. However, he was now still a knight and had even advanced in rank. There were events in the game that couldn't be completed without cooperating with the Frieri, so creating his own gang of mercenaries was the only thing Harold could do to avoid interrupting the original protagonist's journey. The boy took off his coat and hung it on a hanger. Harold thought that they should definitely avoid leaking information to Dr. Justice. The protagonist might have supplied the original Bravehearts with miasma cures and a map of the estimated extent of the infestation, but the scientist might have learned who was behind the supplies. Taking off his vest, the boy thought tensely that, if he were exposed, it was almost impossible to predict Dr. Freund's reaction, but for him, Harold, this did not bode well at all. Sitting down on the bed, the protagonist noted that he had previously forbidden the Sumeragi family to contact him in any way. In case something out of the ordinary happened, the Frieri would act as intermediaries. Harold realized that Dr. Justice would sooner or later find out about the organization he had created, but if the content and addressee of the letters were not revealed, there would be no problems. The guy was sure that L would be careful. Remembering his assistant, Harold also remembered his request to meet him tomorrow in the morning, expressed at the fountain. The guy couldn't understand what was so important about this meeting. The main character trusted L, but he didn't know what he was planning, and this made him nervous. Harold sighed, looked up, and decided to go to bed without dinner. In the morning, in the university cafeteria, an elderly cook greeted the main character and asked him with a friendly smile what he wanted today. Harold, due to the nature of the original character, began to scold the man for not being able to remember what he was taking, despite the fact that his choice did not change from time to time. The people in the background were somewhat taken aback by the guy's rudeness. The cook, who had asked only because he had been told to do so, barely suppressed his anger and answered politely. Harold, crossing his arms over his chest, continued to be rude, but more out of habit than necessity. The main character sat down at one of the free tables. Something like an exclusion zone formed around him, because all the people around him did not dare to sit at the neighboring tables with this guy. Harold, however, was not surprised by this. The boy tried to remember how people behaved when he served in the nightly order, and came to the conclusion that they did not even think about avoiding the new recruit. Harold thought that this was complete bedlam and a bunch of sycophants. Several more people came through the door of the dining room. The guy didn't pay attention to them at first, but suddenly he heard one of the people who came offer to make room for someone named Lifa, and the second offered to order whatever L wanted. Harold curled his lips in disdain, noting that L and Lifa had already become friends with everyone, which, however, was not surprising for a male group. One of his new acquaintances was 15 years older than Lifa, which gave Harold unpleasant thoughts. In contrast, no one knew until now whether L was a man or a woman. Noticing that Harold was watching them from the side, his assistant showed a peace sign. L wanted to hint that Lifa was under reliable protection, so the main character should not worry. The boy would not allow his client to be offended. Suddenly, all of L and Lifa's new friends turned towards Harold, radiating obvious hostility. Brushing them off, the protagonist thought that his companion should focus on the matter at hand rather than making acquaintances. Having finished breakfast, Harold took the empty dishes to the right place and, mentally thanking for the food, moved towards the exit of the dining room. Suddenly, Elle and Liafa appeared right in front of him, looking as if they had been waiting for the guy for some time. Elle, smiling as friendly as always, asked if Harold was going somewhere. Lifa, standing a little behind, did not look in the direction of the main character. The boy asked if Elia cared where he was going, to which he received a hint about yesterday's promise of a meeting. Harold objected that it was not yet time for lunch. Elle said that he had heard rumors that the guy was mostly free, and then asked why the protagonist didn't give his assistant some time early. Harold, clearly not wanting to agree with Elle, objected again, saying that having free time was no reason to pester him. People in the background began to whisper that Elle and Lifa shouldn't talk to this guy if they didn't want to get dirty. The informant's face showed clear disappointment, but he humbly apologized, adding that Harold seemed to have some business after all. The guy disagreed, because he didn't consider his training to be business. Putting his palms together, Elle replied that in that case, he insisted on meeting right now, because, according to him, this would be their first date as a threesome, and the informant was impatient to spend as much time together as possible. Lifa, not informed of the situation, exclaimed in surprise. Hearing about the date, all of Lifa and Elle's new acquaintances, who were not particularly friendly to begin with, began to look even more embittered. Seeing this, Harold shuddered, mentally trying to figure out if Elle wanted to kill him. Continuing to curse silently, the main character was outraged by the fact that the scientists were staring at him. After all, it wasn't he who recruited the staff here, so it wasn't his fault that there were so few girls. Mentally complaining about Elle's straightforwardness, Harold decided that now was the time to leave the dining room to be on the safe side. Elle cupped his hands and shouted that he would take the protagonist's silent departure as consent and would therefore wait at the main gate in an hour. Harold, already quite furious, mentally begged Elle not to yell. After some time, the main character, even more angry and gloomy, was indeed waiting at the main gate. He was very much irritated by the strangers watching him from the side. Finally, Elle and Lifa also approached the meeting place. The girl seemed uneasy. Harold's assistant tried to cheer her up. The guy himself looked extremely unhappy with the circumstances, mentally scolding Elle for her lack of shame and conscience. Hesitating, Lifa looked up at the main character and timidly wished him good morning. Harold, surprised, even stopped being angry for a while. Seeing the girl's awkwardness, the guy realized that she was probably still worried about falling into Dr. Justice's trap. This discovery came as quite a surprise to him because, despite Elle's words about it, he didn't think that everything was so bad. Keeping a straight face, Harold suddenly grabbed the girl by the head, causing her to be confused and slightly frightened. Leafa grabbed the guy's wrist with both hands and began to swing her legs in an attempt to break free. She was in pain from this unexpected rise. Harold let go of Leafa as suddenly as he had picked her up. The girl fell to her knees and angrily asked what this guy was doing. Turning around, the protagonist told his companion to move if she was already awake. The guy moved forward first. Leafa, even more angry, yelled at him for being rude to her again. Elle explained to the puzzled girl that Harold was most likely asking to start a date. Smiling, the informant responded to Leafa's surprise with another explanation. In his opinion, Harold seemed unable to clearly express his feelings. The girl remained silent and turned her gaze to the back of the retreating protagonist. After leaving the gates of the Astral Academy, the heroes, after some time, found themselves on the capital's shopping street. There were quite a few stalls with all sorts of things and even more people. Leafa, having forgotten her grievances, looked around with delight. From time to time, the girl even let out admiring cries. It seemed to Harold that he had seen something similar somewhere, but the guy could not remember where. While Leafa ran ahead of them, the main character sullenly asked Elle, who was walking next to him, why he had started all this. The informant smiled and explained that when under suspicion, it was necessary to be visible at all times. Harold said nothing, but his face remained gloomy. Changing the subject, the boy said that he was irritated by the looks of others. Elle, mentally complaining that this irritation was impossible not to notice, pretended that it had never occurred to him that Harold would be angered by this. Leafa, walking ahead, saw the food. Resigned to his fate, the protagonist replied that Elle did not need to worry. He would incinerate the commoners around him some other time. In his mind, he admitted that he had guessed the purpose of Elle's prank in the dining room. The boy tried to attract the attention of those around him, so that it would be more difficult for Justice to suspect them. After a short silence, Elle asked if Harold had prepared a special thing for him that could prove to the members of the Freery organization that the informant was his subordinate. The protagonist silently took something out of his bosom and handed it to the boy, telling him to be careful and not to lose them. It turned out that Harold gave Elle a sealed letter and some kind of key. After adjusting his clothes, the protagonist explained that with the help of these things, the informant would pass for one of his own, despite his pretty face. Elle, holding the mysterious key in front of his eyes, praised the fine workmanship and asked if it was the key to the secret house. Harold first replied sarcastically that he was, and then explained that it was just a decoration. Elle realized that this key served to distract the attention of strangers who would rush to look for a suitable door. He asked where the shelter was. Harold said nothing but turned away and quietly handed his companion a small piece of paper. Unfolding it, Elle glanced at the contents of the note and smiled. Having hidden the received things in a bag, the informant noted that the city whose name was written on the piece of paper was not far from the capital, but there should not be many spies of Dr. Justice there. The boy assumed that this was a good place. Harold, ignoring the last couple of lines, promised Elle that he would deal with him if the informant lost the key. The boy took these words into account with a smile. Elle decided to change the subject, suggesting that they stop talking about business and enjoy the walk. He added that they seemed to have lost Leafa. Harold, seeing their companion nearby trying on hats, asked her in bewilderment what she saw in them. Elle, good-naturedly reprimanding the protagonist, said that although there was nothing new in this city for them, everything was new for Leafa. At this time, a man passing behind Elle accidentally pushed the boy. Harold managed to react and support his nearly fallen companion, noting his exceptional fragility. Elle's cap flew off her head. While the stranger, who had accidentally pushed the informant, apologized, holding the headdress he had picked up from the ground, Harold thought about how thin Elle was for her 15 to 16 years, and then wondered if he could still be a girl. Adjusting his cap, Elle smiled and thanked the protagonist, saying that he was surprisingly kind. These words made Harold shudder. The boy turned away from his companion abruptly and clenched his teeth. He realized that no one had called him kind for a long time. However, Harold said something completely different. The main character promised to deprive Elle of his tongue if he heard something like that from him again. The informant, as always, did not take the eternal threat seriously, but only smiled kindly. Harold, who had rushed forward, was trying to pull the resisting Leifa away from another food stall, attracting the attention of passers-by. After some time, the travelers stopped near a library, on the roof of which a spire was adorned. They decided to stock up on at least a little evidence of the previously invented legend about the purpose of their visit to the capital. When the three stopped, Leifa shared that she had an audience with Dr. Justice for the next day to review her dissertation. Suddenly, the girl hesitated again, as if she couldn't bring herself to say anything. Harold asked her what was wrong, but that didn't help Leifa cope with her feelings. The protagonist wanted to ask the girl if she wanted to tell him anything, and also to assure her that there was no need to rush. But due to Harold's original character, the words sounded habitually rude and mocking. Leifa was furious at the new insults, and Elle just made a sad face. The girl got mad and grabbed Harold by the chest, shouting that if he were mute, he would pass for smart. The guy mentally agreed with her, already regretting that he opened his mouth. Turning around, Leifa, still angry, went somewhere, calling Elle to follow her. Harold turned away indifferently. The boy, afraid of losing sight of his upset companion, called out to her somewhat fearfully, asking her to wait. Scratching his head, Elle sighed inwardly as his plan to reconcile Harold and Leifa had failed miserably. The informant looked genuinely upset about it. Leifa, not wanting to go back, continued to walk resolutely somewhere, looking down. The girl looked very upset about what happened because she wanted to apologize to Harold but ended up getting treated rudely again. Apparently, this is how the date ended. The girl returned to the library in the Astral Institute. Having collected some books for herself, Leifa sat down at the table but did not open them, thinking about something of her own. Realizing this, she tried her best to concentrate on reading. Elle, who had also chosen a book, watched the girl with a smile. The next day arrived in the capital. The audience with Dr. Justice began, scheduled for the same place where the trio had first met Dr. Freund. Leifa said she was looking forward to working with him, and Elle noted that the number of books had grown. The scientists began the discussion, each defending their point of view. Elle, like last time sitting on the couch next to his friend, handed Leifa a stack of some papers. The girl took them without interrupting the discussion. Dr. Justice shook his head, as if disagreeing with some of Leifa's conclusions. The girl, whose face was a mixture of surprise and frustration, objected. Elle silently watched what had happened and listened attentively to the researcher's reasoning. Dr. Justice, still disagreeing, added something to his previous arguments that made Leifa freeze in shock and the realization of her own wrongness. The girl tried to come up with a counter-argument, and Dr. Justice waited patiently for her, but it seemed that nothing came to the researcher's mind. From the girl's face, one could conclude that the scientist had only torn her scientific developments to pieces. Holding her papers in her hands, Leifa silently stared into space, with an expression of utter prostration on her face. After the audience was over, one of the scientists whom Elle and Leifa had met earlier entered the room. Standing behind the first one's sofa, he asked what had happened to the girl and whether she was tired. The man was holding a clipboard in his hands. Elle sympathetically explained that Leifa had just told Dr. Justice about her theory, but it turned out that it was only smooth on paper. The man, smiling, noted that this scientist was strict even with little girls. Having recovered a little, Leifa began to look through the sheets of paper with her notes again, as if trying to figure out what could be corrected. Elle mentally noted that the girl seemed to be enjoying the process of discussing her research. The man, sitting down next to the informant, changed the subject. He expressed his joy that Elle and Leifa were okay. As it turned out, all their new acquaintances were afraid that Harold had done something to them. These words made the girl distracted. Elle, after clarifying whether he and the man were referring to the same person, expressed his doubts that the protagonist would harm them, since they were in the middle of a busy street. Clenching his left hand into a fist, the man countered that Elle and Leifa simply did not know Harold and advised them to stay away from him. Leifa, who had finally stopped leafing through her work, listened to this scientist with a complicated expression on her face. The man asked if his interlocutors were aware that Harold was a scoundrel who had committed a terrible, unforgivable crime. The scientist added that the guy was alive only thanks to the mercy of the authorities, but he wasn't even thinking about improving. The man said that everyone here was shocked by how Dr. Justice could use someone like Harold. This conversation made Leifa uncomfortable, Elle, trying to find out more information, asked if Harold was being watched well because he could commit another crime, worse than the last one. The informant doubted that the main character got away with all his crimes so easily. The man said that there were witnesses to numerous cruelties that Harold had committed after being pardoned by the authorities, despite the supervision of him. Elle continued to question the scientist, pretending to be surprised that all this was not just rumors. Interrupting the conversation, Lifa excused herself and rose from her couch, clutching her research to her chest. She was still looking at the floor. Looking up at Elle, Lifa said she would go to her room. Her face showed a mixture of complex emotions that startled the informant. Jumping up from his seat, Elle called out to the girl, asking her to wait. He also decided to leave.